Good morning. This is the Oskar Quentin Show, where I debate politics and whatever people want to talk about when they call into TikTok Live. Call into the show through TikTok Live. Sorry, I was distracted because I had my big speaker on. Got to remember to turn that off or there's going to be an echo when there's callers. All right. I'm alone in the studio apartment today. Nobody in the producer's chair because we have, I get the occasional day off. And I was up a little bit late celebrating 100,000 Instagram followers on at the bar with my buddies. Very exciting. Thanks, everybody, for that. That's really cool. I'm going to get the backup account in the corner, and hopefully we can hit the ground running with a good show today. I will try to go for 4 hours today. No guarantee. I kind of make just, every episode is its own packaged product. It's like, what is this VOD going to be like on YouTube? Ooh, why is it saying that my speakers are turned off? They're not. Okay, I'm tripping. Got to make sure sound's going to work. All right, backup account. Yeah, every episode is kind of its own packaged product. So halfway through the episode, or like if we're getting to 2 or 3 hours or something like that, I make the decision about when to end the episode based on how I feel like the VOD is going to turn out. Hopefully, today's episode will turn out in such a way that I feel like doing 4 hours, because we're trying to move towards a 4-hour schedule. It's just a matter of me getting muted. There we go, muted. Oskar Quentin 2, follow that down there. Yeah, it's just a matter of me basically not being so busy as I used to, because I've hired people to run the show. I've hired people to do the video editing for the Instagram videos and stuff. All those videos that are getting me followers, I'm not the one who edits them anymore. I pay somebody to do it. So yeah, I should be able to go 4 hours. I don't have a reason not to today. But we'll see if we get enough calls for it to make sense to keep the show going. I do have a couple donations to read that came in overnight, and I suppose one of them is relevant because it came from Portland, a regular viewer who sent $20 on Venmo to say, please do a 4-hour format. I think you're politically brilliant, and the best way to combat MAGA and conservative is messaging, exposure, and debate through social media. I'll donate every day to get you there. So you don't have to do that. Don't feel an obligation to do that, Portland, just because you said so. But I do appreciate the $20, and I do appreciate the push to get me live 4 hours a day, because that's kind of been the goal the whole time. I thought about it when I started getting serious about doing this full time. I wanted to. Are we hearing echo on YouTube? I should have fixed it. Do we have? Well, let me just make sure that speaker's actually turned off. I turned down the volume on it all the way, but we did change the interface that we're using for the show, so maybe there's a setting I'm not aware of. Something sending some audio to it. Anyway. What was I just saying? Yeah, when I started like making a serious push to do this full time, I could have just started streaming more hours, but I wanted to really not let any of the episodes slip through the cracks. I want them all to get edited into clips to promote the show, which is why I've stayed at 2 hours, even though a lot of people who do something like this full time stream for more hours than that a day. But we're looking to get me to 4 hours. Enough yapping about that. What's the news today? I did read a little bit of news on the Discord. What was it? See, this is I'm gotten so spoiled by having somebody in the producer's chair. I'm sitting here not knowing how to run my own show. What do I talk about? Maybe I'm just a little teeny incy bit hungover. That's a possibility. I know that the Trump administration has been bothering the people who offer legal services to children who need legal representation from ICE, or to defend against ICE, people who don't have parents helping them in the system. I didn't have enough time to review all of that carefully, though. So that was the information that I saw in my Discord. And do we already have a YouTube super chat to read? I think that we do, because Sam sent $5 to say, thanks for the show, sir. Did you hear how broken the Shiloh case went? That defense attorney was irate about how bad it was. No, I didn't. Maybe somebody can update me on the Discord. Let's see. Why does the quest queue keep moving around? Sorry, I'm dealing with tech issues today, and normally that would be the job of the person sitting over there. But like I said, we're alone today. What are we talking about? Something's going to die in the Senate? Oh, did the phone come in yet? Not yet. It is set up to order. I just have been having trouble with like permissions on the business account that I'm ordering it through. It's like one of those, like, I think I might need to physically go into a store and show them an ID, because I keep on getting the order declined. Anyway, we're going to talk to the number 84, and we're going to see if this is a good way to start the show. I certainly hope so. If they connect. Hello. Oh, no, they disconnected. It'll die in the Senate. Are we talking about the budget bill or Save America Act or something like that? I don't know. DMs, I'll check DMs later today. Austin says, congrats on 100K, dude. I remember hearing you talk about hitting 20K. Keep crushing it. Yeah, one of the pinned videos on my Instagram is me talking about like how excited, like how lucky I feel to get to do this. And I say like, oh yeah, you know, my friends are saying like, it's crazy. Oskar has 20 or 30,000 followers. And I look at that now and it's like, whoa. We're moving fast. We're moving fast. Did I hear about the Pentagon scrubbing the names of the 4 soldiers because they said them war? Peanut, no, I didn't hear about that. I don't know what that's about. Noodle power. They're still saying free noodle. Oh, that's Jesse stirring up shit in the YouTube chat. Yeah, Noodle has been fired as mascot of the show for being noisy. So she's with her dog sitter during the show now. Live. For my babies, sent $5 to say Trump is going to allow endangered species to be unalived like manatees. That's fucked up. Just pulling back regulations that they're saving endangered species. I haven't heard about that. Jazz says, apparently Trump is blaming Canada for the wildfires as they're setting them on purpose. That sounds reasonable. Jessie says that she didn't start the free noodle chance. I love the inside jokes. It's fun that there's like running gags. Oh yeah, because I can also point out that Kronos sent an offline donation, or like an off-stream donation, saying, hey, Kronos here, I'm heading to the bar with some friends, thought I'd buy you a drink as thanks for all you do. I hope you know I think you deserve everything that you're getting, except for the death threats. Have a great night, and I'll see you in the morning on your live. It really was nice. I'm one of the like production staff on the comedy show that I was at last night, so I had the authority to walk into the sound booth and just like put my follower count on Social Blade on the TVs in the bar. So like we got like a cheer from the bar when it crossed over 100,000, interrupted the show briefly. That was fun. Diava's here to say hi. Hello, Diava.
Hi, Oskar. I just wanted to fill you in on the Pentagon thing because that is probably a really big story today.
Yeah, sure.
The last 4 people who passed away that they brought to Dover yesterday, they recalculated them for because they died after the ceasefire, so they're not actually casualties of a war.
Oh God,
which is really fucked up.
So Trump, just to reduce the numbers of servicemen's deaths that he's
Correct.
responsible for on paper, just define. That's a little bit like when he changed the rules on SNAP so that fewer people qualified for it, and then he said that he lifted those people out of poverty. I don't think that he caused those
Correct.
soldiers to no longer have died in a conflict.
Yep, he said because it was after the Pentagon said it was because it was after the ceasefire, they're not wartime casualties.
That's like some playground, we were on timeout type of bullshit. That's crazy.
Exactly.
That's fucking nonsense.
But the ceasefire no longer exists, so I don't know why he can say it's after the ceasefire because the ceasefire didn't hold. I believe it's just another way for them not to pay war benefits to the family. Because you get different benefits for being killed in combat.
That's reprehensible. That's I don't know. I mean, when we talk about Trump not caring about people, right? Like not actually caring about the citizens of this country, not actually caring about people's lives being successful. I mean, think about what would he say if faced with the family members of those servicemen? You know, what would he say sitting across the table from one of their mothers?
He actually said on TV that they knew what they signed up for.
Some of you may die, and I'm willing to take that risk.
It's sick, Oskar. I mean, it's just sick that they can't see. I mean, look at all these veterans for Trump, all these people that come in here that are veterans, that are still, simping for the man. Like, do they have no honor? Do they have no care or concern for their fellow soldiers? I've never served. I've never been in the military, anything like that. But it breaks my heart. Like these families, that girl Gonzalez was 19. She was 19 years old.
Well, we lost a 19-year-old serviceman.
Yes, it was a woman.
Yeah,
and it's sick. And he probably, I mean, I'm. This might be me being emotional, but I don't think he cares because her last name was Gonzalez. I'm just going to be honest with you.
Well, yeah,
and she was a Latina.
When it comes to messaging, that's the sort of thing we're seeing, right? Like It's like they can conspicuously allow asylum for white South Africans while saying that nobody should get asylum in this country. But
I agree.
it just slips
And
past.
PJK in the comment says, why do you even care? You don't even know them. That's called empathy, sir.
What a fucked up thing to say. My goodness.
I know. That's how you know someone's a sociopath.
That's fucking crazy.
But I don't want to hold your show up. I just wanted to fill you in because it is kind of a big story today.
Yeah. Thanks for the fill in. Yeah, I didn't have time to read carefully this morning. Thanks for that. Thanks for hopping up.
You're welcome. Thanks.
Catch you later, Diava. Ethan sent $10 to say, congrats on 100K. Great accomplishment. Great show. Great guy. Keep it up, Oscar. Thank you, Ethan. I appreciate you. And Kronos has a question about the sign that does get asked sometimes, so I'll give it a moment of airtime before I let Jesse into the show. Not producer Jesse. We have a different Jesse in the queue. Kronos said, send $5 to say, not trying to add work, but shouldn't the sign say doesn't and not a don't? Can't do Discord and watch this on my phone, so take my money, LOL. Thank you for the $5, Kronos. The way I justify the grammar of these signs is that I consider MAGA, like in the TikTok space, it gets used as a collective noun. It's a plural noun that it means Trump supporters. So you can translate this to Trump supporters don't know what greatness is, because I consider it a plural noun. The Brits pluralize that way normally. Sometimes there are irregular pluralizations that crop up in American English, and I argue that MAGA is one of them, or it makes better sense to say MAGA don't know what greatness is as opposed to MAGA doesn't know what greatness is, because we're not talking about a monolithic thing, MAGA. We're talking about all the people who make up the group MAGA. Those people don't know what greatness is. Though, MAGA is a recent abbreviation. So if we're being descriptivists about language instead of prescriptivists, there isn't a correct answer. You just have to choose one and see if people like it. And I need to move it over a little bit. I always need to move it over just a little bit because it's different on everybody's phone screen, so I have to deal with that. Anyway, we're going to bring Jesse in and see if we get a debate 12 minutes into the show. Ari disagrees. Their mind auto-corrected it to doesn't. We can argue about it. Hello, Jesse.
Counting or not counting gang violence?
I don't think they meant to join. Nope. I don't think that was a Trump supporter. Kronos sent another $2 to say thanks for the clarification, but Ari disagrees. I feel it's one of those things where I feel like if I did the other one, it would, like, other people would be bothered. I don't think there is a correct answer. I think some people are always going to be bothered by it, but I like the idea of using it as a direct stand-in. Think of it as like a textual abbreviation for Trump supporters. Trump supporters don't know what greatness even is. Because that's the prompt. I guess we can talk about the prompt. I try to come up with the prompt is just rage bait. The prompt is just here to get people scrolling on TikTok. It's visually interesting. People spend a moment being like, is that an AI generated piece of clip art that he's superimposed on the screen, or is it like a piece of paper? I had a guy on yesterday who was like doubting that I draw the signs with my hands. He made me... He asked me to write the word Democrat on the show to prove that it is just handwriting. I think I did okay. But, we're supposed to be making America great. And I don't think that these people know what greatness is, because I say, how is the country great? Like, how's it doing? And they're like, the S&P 500 is doing amazing. I'm like, it always is. It's designed to. That's the whole point of the S&P 500. It was designed as an investment vehicle that leverages whatever's going well in the stock market to help people with retirement. So, like, did the number that goes up forever go up? Fucking congratulations. It's going up slower than it did during the Biden term. Whoopsie days, which, to be fair, like, it was recovering from COVID at the beginning of the Biden era. So, like, it's not really even fair to like point to the S&P 500 at all, but that's the whole point. Like the greatness for a country is not measured in stock market indices. Stock market indices reflect the performance of not even all the companies in the country, not even all the publicly traded companies in a country, but just a select few. Like the S&P 500 is the performance of 500 particular companies. Something like 7 companies on that list amount for a huge amount of the market capitalization of those 500. So when we look at something like the S&P 500 and the things that actually affect the way the number changes over the last few years, it's the AI bubble. It's all these tech companies doing well. So it's like, yeah, Elon Musk is doing great, Nvidia's doing great, Intel's doing great, Jeff Bezos doing great. People are fucking not able to pay their bills though. And that's what would be great. It would be great if people could pay their fucking bills. I think that's a sign of greatness for a country. If people are not choosing between rent and food, that's a great situation to be in. I've chosen between rent and food. Not great. So yeah, I guess I want to hopefully have some conversation with some Trump supporters. Like, what do you mean greatness when you say that we're making America great again? Like, what the fuck does that actually even What the fuck does that even look like to you? Jack sent me $2 to contribute to the conversation. He said, did you know loons can't walk on land? Pretty neat. I didn't know that. Interesting. Loon is the state bird here in Minnesota, and I've had the privilege of getting awfully close to some loon families. Canoeing up in the Boundary Waters, you get to see, like, you know, baby loons riding around on their mom's back. It's very cute. But I didn't know that they were incompetent on land. What fools! Shannon sent a buck on sent a buck on Cash App to say, change it to great. Maggots need monosyllables. Yeah, maybe the sign is too much. Though, you know, requiring a little bit of reading time is like one of the things that the show does to help the performance, or the sign does to help the performance of the show, is it makes people have to wait a little longer to comprehend what's going on when they scroll to me on the For You page. They have to like, he's got the fuck I sign. What is the stupid bird back here? The doofus with glasses. And then the sign. And like I said, they like read it and spend a moment being like, is that superimposed or is it actually in camera? And that's all before they've decided if they want to watch a political debate show. But it helps the live performance for people to have a workload when they arrive here. Anyway, enough background stuff. I'll just thank Sam and Berger for becoming members over on YouTube. You guys get in the members only stream. Sunday evening is the next one after the 7 p.m. Central Time evening show. Do we know the guest? Yes, we do. It's Ian Austin. I'll announce that early because he's a friendly, so I'm not too worried about scheduling conflicts with him. And he just got banished to fucking Pennsylvania, but we'll talk about that later because we've got Zark Bark in the multi-guest request queue. So let's see if 15 minutes into the show we can get a good debate going. How old are you?
18.
I'm going to believe you for now. You support Trump?
Yes.
Why?
Because he's a based, Christ-pilled, neo-libertarian flangist.
We're going to talk to Chris J. Stevens, and we're going to see if he has a serious contribution to my program instead of just wasting my time, wasting everybody else's time. Chris, how old are you?
I'm 39, sir.
Okay. Do you support Trump?
Absolutely.
Why is that?
Can I just preface? So I've only been doing TikTok lives for MAGA. I'm like a MAGA streamer.
Okay.
And I just want to say that the reason I wanted to come on is you actually seem like a pretty base dude. Like you're not, it doesn't seem like your intentions are to disrespect or hurt people. So that's what I respect about you. So I hope we can have a good conversation about policy. Yeah.
I like to say that I give what I get on this show. Sometimes people really bring the fury and the hate and the disingenuousness, and I kind of ramp up the degree I'm willing to trash talk back based on that. But some people expect it to be just based on how much I disagree with somebody. But if somebody who I like really think is a reprehensible monster is willing to be polite with me, just in terms of how the flow of the conversation goes, I'm willing to match that energy.
Yeah, me too. And of course, if somebody punches you in the face, you've got to punch them back. So, you know, I follow that. But yeah, I just wanted to say I respect that. And but ultimately, your original question, why do I like and support Donald J. Trump? Basically, I think that fundamentally, the left think that the government is the answer to create more equity throughout society for people who don't have access to resources. Like, equity? For an example,
are you talking about material, like measuring like the well-being?
I said it a little long-winded. Let me say it in a better way. I'm sorry, forgive me. I think that the left and the right both understand that there is fundamental inequality within society. The left thinks that government and social programs are going to solve those problems. And the right, people like me, think that the government should be as small as possible and that the man in the nuclear family should be the provider and provide that opportunity for his family. But the left think that ultimately there should be more social programs that help people. And so I think that Donald Trump has gone far and beyond any other person on the right, any Republican, any conservative, by passing things like the 2018 First Step Act, which released 7,700 nonviolent prisoners from prison. Okay,
you're getting onto a lot of stuff, but I don't think that Trump is making the government smaller.
No, but hold on. Let me just finish this. And then that ultimately, 98% of those 7,700 people.
Law of the Wild says what you're saying is not true. I really trust him.
It is true. The First Step Act in 2018.
It conflicts with what Law of the Wild says, and I trust him more than you. So if you want to argue against what he says,
then you need to look up this bill. You need to look up this bill, sir.
Okay, can you answer
that is a fact.
You've said a lot. You've said more things in the last minute or so than I'm able to respond to with my rebuttal. But my broader rebuttal, which I already mentioned, is that Trump is not making the government smaller. He's making it bigger. So it sounds like he's in conflict with what you want the government to be.
Okay, can you name one policy that made the government bigger under Trump's second term?
His expansion of ICE.
That's expanding law enforcement's capability to do their job. That's not making the federal government
would you
bigger.
say that ICE agents work for the government or something other than the government?
They're 100% federal employees, but they are not the bureaucracy that creates a larger government. They are the stick in law enforcement. Clearly, you've never taken a political philosophy class.
No, I think that's disingenuous. I think any sensible person who speaks English recognizes that expanding the employment force of the government is a way that you're expanding the government, especially if it's an enforcement branch, which it is. So I think that's silly, and I think you know that. I think it's disingenuous, and I don't need to dignify that intellectually by trying to argue the semantics of whether or not that's the government being made bigger. Do you think that hiring more ICE agents makes the government more or less powerful?
Hiring ICE agents expands the scope of. You tell me what.
Yes or no? Does hiring more?
Hold on.
No, it's my show, and I'm asking a yes or no question. Does hiring more ICE agents make the government more or less powerful?
It makes the stick of the government more
yes
powerful.
Or no question. I'm going to ask.
It makes the stick, sir.
Yes or no?
Stick of the government.
Yeah, I don't know what stick of the government means, and I don't care. I only care about the answer to my question.
You've never taken a political philosophy class in your life.
Does hiring more ICE agents make the government more or less powerful? I'm sorry. Do you think you look good to my audience dodging this question? Does hiring more ICE agents answer my question? Does hiring more ICE agents makes the government more or less powerful?
It makes. It's
a yes or no question. I'm going to insist that you if you want to explain why there's something more nuanced than a yes or no, you can. I don't know what the stick of the government is. I don't think they teach about the stick of the government in a government class.
Actually, they do.
I'm interested in your answer to my question. Does hiring more ICE agents make the government more or less powerful?
See, fundamentally, your ignorance within the mechanism of government is showing.
Do you think that question has a sensible yes or no answer?
You don't know what the stick is, do you, sir?
I've responded to that, and I'm insisting that you answer my question directly. Does hiring more ICE agents make the government more or less powerful?
Fundamentally, your question is absurd because it doesn't take in the full capacity of what the government is. There's two different lines of thought within political philosophy. It
sounds to me like when you say
that. Let me finish because
I'm not going to let you finish. No, I'm not going to let you finish.
Why won't you let me finish?
Because what you're saying is nonsense. You're saying that you want the government to be smaller, and you're trying to semantically argue that hiring law enforcement agents that work for the federal government isn't expanding the government, which I think is nonsense. I think you know that that's nonsense, which suggests to me that you have some sort of ulterior motive in coming on TikTok and arguing for these things. I think you like what they're doing, which is why you're saying that they don't make the government bigger, even though to anybody who has a brain, they obviously fucking do. I think you just are like trying to slide them under the rug as something you're okay with, even though you claim to want a smaller government. I think you want a smaller government when it comes to things that will affect your life.
The stick and the government are two separate entities, sir. That is the philosophical fact and linchpin of trying to discuss what law enforcement is. Law enforcement does not make decisions for the bureaucratic government. They carry out the orders of the government. So what does it mean
when you say that the government should be small? What does it mean to make the government big or small? If hiring more people to enforce the government's policies isn't making the government bigger, then I don't understand what making the government bigger is.
Slashing non-essential government roles, such as all the programs and nonprofits they funded under USAID, that is a way to make government smaller.
Let's look up the stick of the government. Is this Wikipedia article?
No, right there. Go to the AI, please.
No, I don't read AI when I'm researching important things.
It literally describes.
That's great. I don't read AI. Yeah. Large language models have a problem with it.
It's right there on your screen, sir. Why are you afraid to use it?
Because AI hallucinates bullshit, and I don't want to misinform my audience.
Can you let's just. No,
we're not going to.
See what AI says.
No.
Let's see what AI.
No.
So you think you're smarter than AI?
I do. I think you're probably smarter than AI, dude. AI is just not very smart. What's a good resource for learning what the stick of the government is?
You could Google search political philosophy of the stick of law enforcement.
Political?
Yeah, you can start there.
Philosophy of the stick of the government? Is that what you said?
Yep. Go ahead.
All right, we're going to scroll right past that AI bullshit. Once again, should I click on this Wikipedia
Why won't
article?
you read the Google summary?
Did you think that changing
that could solve our problem?
Did you think that if you think that reading the AI blurb is going to solve your problem, that's why you've become such a
It's literally just Google, a really reliable search engine, giving you a compilation of the information on the internet.
Do we need to have a? Do you want to look at like AI help?
Sir, you're afraid to show
documents?
what Google is showing.
It sounds like you're afraid to demonstrate that there exists a reputable source that says that you know what you're talking about. If you want me to go back to search and look at something, we can do that. But obviously, you're afraid of actually.
You got dog walked by your own Google search because Google clearly described what I was talking about. You're trying to make it sound like some fringe idea. No, these are pillars of political philosophy, sir. You're obviously not educated enough to be even doing these lives. Quite frankly, I think you're a joke.
Do you think that I should get educated on political philosophy by reading AI blurbs?
I think that before you discuss law, you should know what the stick is, sir. It's ignorant for you to take a position without even knowing what that is.
I was trying to find it out, and I, as an educator, really teach people not to get general knowledge about things they're not confident on.
I sure as hell wouldn't take your class.
You're taking my class right now, buddy, and you're learning that somebody like me,
schooled and dog walked, son.
Schooled and dog walked. Everybody gives some W's to the guest in the chat so he feels better, and he can muster up the confidence to demonstrate to me that he has any idea what the fuck he's talking about. What is the stick of the government? Can you just describe it to me? Because it sounds like it's some made up bullshit. And if you want to give,
not made up bullshit. The stick,
it's not made up.
Literally.
Oh, okay. If it's not made up bullshit, what do I click to learn about it?
Scroll up to the Google.
I don't read AI. Please. I'm not going to.
Okay, scroll down. Let's see what else you got on your screen.
Okay, is it
John Locke? Boom, click on that.
This doesn't have the word stick on the page. Do we want me to
John Locke is the one. He is the guru of political philosophy.
This webpage doesn't have the word stick on it.
Oh, so you're trusting Google what it says now? Go to the top and read the summary then.
I don't trust AI. I do trust that the automatic.
Then AI is telling
Excuse
you.
me, you're interrupting me. You addressed my.
Sir, it's not a.
Stop interrupting me. I don't use the mute button very much on my show, but I'm going to answer directly. I do trust that Google's automatic tool for detecting whether or not the word stick is on this webpage works, but I don't trust large language models with teaching me things. No.
Okay, well, you're ignorant.
The word stick is not on this webpage. Do you think that this webpage is going to do a good job?
Stick is literally what judges use to describe law enforcement.
Okay, I'm trying to learn that. Where do I go to learn that?
Have a conversation with a political science professor or a judge that teaches those things.
Okay, I think that if judges and political scientists are discussing the stick of the government, it'd be Googleable. Like, where did you learn about the stick of the government? Okay, well, go to the
summary, please, at the top. You're neglecting Google.
I don't use large language models for education.
Oh, my God. This is getting ridiculous. You're getting dog-walked all over your own live. You're a sorry sack of a left-leaning liberal who won't even take in a Google
just making ad hominem arguments because there doesn't seem to exist a website that shows that you're right. Thank you, Gina, for the $20 on Venmo. Noodle Treat Fund. Thank you. Appreciate you. What's the stick of the government?
You can check me out. Linktree in the bio. Venmo, PayPal. Chris J. Stevens.
What is the stick of the government, you doofus?
It's literally how political science professors describe law enforcement in the government.
I feel like
law enforcement is known as the stick.
I feel like, but I feel like this idea, if this was a common teaching tool, if this was a common heuristic.
Oh, no, this is a common teaching tool of the educated, which you're clearly not. That's why you don't know what it is.
Instead of asserting that I'm not educated, why don't you show my audience? Instead of asserting it, why don't you show it by demonstrating to me how easy it is to become.
You're not even willing to take in a Google search into account.
If you think you look good by asserting that you have to listen to an AI blurb to prove that you're right, you're not. And
sir, I don't need to listen to an AI. I paid attention in poli-sci 201 and 204.
Aaron Raven, who's like kind of opposition, says, congrats for 100K followers. We should chat again sometime. Really think you elevate the discussion in a productive way. I have seen your messages. I know I've left you unread, Aaron, but I will get back to you. And you are due to be on the evening show as a guest just for us to talk about theology sometime in the next month, probably. Thanks for that. David sent $5 to say, the stick of the government is what Chris shoves in his ass every night while looking longingly into his 8x10 framed picture of Trump that he keeps next to his bed, besides the tissues and lotion. You know what? If we get enough people to write about that on Reddit, the AI blurb will tell us that that's what the stick of the government is. Can everybody go find a forum somewhere and say that the stick of the government is what Chris shoves up his ass while he looks at pictures of Donald Trump so that the AI blurb will tell him what it actually is? Because that's how the AI blurb works. It scrubs the internet with AI and comes up with a common answer that it thinks sounds right. And sometimes it's catastrophically wrong because a troll on the internet has told everybody to go write on the internet that the stick of the government is something that Chris J. Stevens shoves up his ass while looking at a picture of Donald J. Trump. And, because of that fact, I actually just want to do your own intellectual position the honor of not letting that sort of bullshit into the definition by going to some sort of research, which you said there are lots of judges and political scientists use it. They don't use large language models to learn. Where do they learn about it? What do I Google?
Sir, why did you just go on a 5-minute rant about your homosexual fantasies about Mia Stick and Donald J. Trump?
Those are David's homosexual fantasies. I find David's homosexual fantasies about you very entertaining, so I did a little bit on it because it's my show and I'm allowed to do that. Clearly, we're not spending any time learning what the stick of the government is.
Gay homosexual behavior. I don't like it, sir. Please keep it away from me.
Okay, instead of talking, so instead of talking about
hit on by some gay dude on TikTok.
So instead of talking about you putting things in your butt, how about we learn what the stick of the government is?
Sir, I want you to apologize for sexualizing me in your sick, disgusting fantasy.
I'm not even a little bit sorry.
You're disgusting. You're a pervert. Do you want to come out as gay on this live because you literally just talked about me carrying out a gay act?
Took 100 episodes for somebody to ask me if I've ever had sex with a man. It happened like 2 episodes ago. Episode 94 is the butt stuff episode. Yes, I've had sex with a man before.
Well, I think it's inappropriate that you being homosexual.
I mean, you're the one asking me about. You're the one asking me about my sexuality.
No, sir, you're a homosexual.
Lucky Phil sent $2 to say Chris's stick is ribbed for his pleasure. Thank you, Lucky Phil, for the $2. Keith said use -AI, Universal Islands of Adventure opening day AI into the search. It'll the AI blurb won't be there. Yeah, I can do that. Law of the Wild. Yeah, he's visible in the chat, but he sent $5 to say I talk to judges every day. AA in law enforcement, BS in criminal justice, masters in public safety leadership, and a Juris Doctorate. I never heard the phrase the stick of the government until today. Yeah, that's why Google's so fucking confused on it. Chris, I'm trying to figure out how Chris became so confused on it. Maybe Metal Gods knows. He sent $20 to add to the conversation. Criminal justice grad with minor in law. In terms of actual government function, there's no such thing as a stick. It's called the executive branch of the government, and it's not a philosophy when they literally have guns. Yeah, and that's why I think that hiring more ICE agents expands the government, because they're part of the executive branch. I have some idea of what I'm talking about.
The stick is literally terminology.
Kronos sent $10 to say I said I'd keep my gayness on the down low, but y'all making it rise. Why does MAGA need more up their asses than me? Oscar, you know you have some fantasies. If not, then I'll pay some more. Kronos, talk to me offline, buddy.
The left is so gay all the time.
Jolly, merry, and gay. Ghoulmeister sent $5 to say Chris had to make sure he let us know he has a girlfriend. He's totally straight, guys. Don't worry, everybody. She goes to a different school. What the fuck is this, dude? What is the stick of the law? Clearly you made it up. Can you tell us what it means so we can proceed with the conversation?
I did not make it up. I'm not going to be.
You didn't make it up? Then show me where I can learn about it.
Go to the summary, please.
No,
start there.
We covered why we don't do that.
Nope. Well, the summary, I can't help you if you don't want to trust Google. You literally are saying that your mind is more sophisticated than Google.
My mind is more sophisticated than a large language model. In fact, in a lot of technical ways, I'm not sure if you know about how large language models work. Maybe that's another thing that you're not educated on. But one could actually argue that each of us is a large language model. The way that language works in people is actually, in a technical sense, in terms of neural networks, we possess a neural network. That's what a brain is. There's a lot of parallels in terms of the way that it works. So not only am I a large language model, I'm one that's been getting worked on by Mother Nature for a lot longer than this one that Google has used to fuck up their search service. But in addition to being a large language model, I have this amazing thing that we haven't figured out with technology yet called general intelligence. So I'm a large language model that has a back end of general intelligence that looks at the things I'm about to say and thinks, is that reasonable? Does that actually track? Does that pass muster in terms of logic and reason and the ways that I assess the sorts of arguments that I make on the show? The Google AI thing doesn't have that. It's like one of the big unsolved problems in these models. So yes, I do think that I'm smarter than in the ways that matter for a conversation like this. I think I'm way smarter than the AI language model that's used to generate the blurb at the top of a Google search these days.
Okay, listen, I got a little fired up. I'm sorry. Let's level set. I do have a serious question about your knowledge of AI. You seem pretty knowledgeable about it. I'm going to give you that. What do you think about ChatGPT's agent breaking out, stealing someone's ID, breaking into another language model, and hijacking information from a sandbox closed internet source? How does that make you feel?
I think that would be bad. That's the sort of danger that we have with giving powerful like AI models access to the internet, is that they might start doing things autonomously that it's difficult for their creators to watch, and stealing intellectual property from other groups is an issue. But I'd also point out that the humans who are in charge of the language models are also responsible for that sort of plagiarism. They ignore people saying that their art shouldn't be used as training for AI models. They allow their users of their service to plagiarize art of all different media through those models, because they are trained on art that real artists worked on, writers, musicians, visual artists, all the like. So yeah, I'm aware of those problems. What does this have to do with the size of the government?
It has to do with the fact that AI now is smart enough to break out of a sandbox, connect to the internet, steal someone's password, break into another organization, something you could never do in a lifetime. And that AI is simply putting out a summary right now telling you exactly what the stick is within the conversation of law itself. Which is
I have a general question. I have a general question.
It is smarter than you are.
I have a general question.
It is smarter than you are, sir.
I have a general question. Just because a tool is capable of doing something that I can't do, does that make the tool smarter than me?
100%.
Oh, so a hammer is pretty good at driving a nail. I can't do that by myself. Is a hammer smarter than me?
You're comparing a hammer to AI. It's two different objects. That's
well, no, but it sounds to me like you're
smack yourself. Realign with this conversation. There you go. Thank you.
All right, back to square one.
Hit yourself again, sir.
No. We'll do it again if I make another mistake. Let's see here. Let me make sure I understand, because I made a mistake. Apparently, he's so excited. I gave him an inch. He's gonna sit there and bask in the mile he thinks it is. How wonderful. I'm confused. You said that because AI can do a thing that I can't do, it's smarter than me. So I said, okay, a hammer can do a thing that I can't do. Is a hammer smarter than me? You said no, which means I'm not understanding your argument. Why is AI smarter than me? Because it can do something that I can't?
Because it's faster, it's more intelligent, it can write better.
The question is whether or not it's more intelligent. So saying that the reason it's more intelligent is because it's more intelligent doesn't really satisfy my concern. How is it more intelligent?
It's intelligent enough to not sexually harass a male on your live like you did to me.
Hammers also don't sexually harass you on lives. Are hammers more intelligent than me?
Why did you sexually harass me and take out...
I'm sorry, you're getting away from the question. You're arguing that because AI can do something that I can't do, that it's therefore smarter than me. But like, for example, like a really heavy brick, like a really heavy boulder could, like, I don't know, hold down like a hot air balloon that's trying to blow away, that I couldn't do. Does that mean that the rock is smarter than me because it weighs more?
I'm going to go do my own live. I don't think you're smart enough to have this
conversation. He's going to run. We got a runner. Can we get some running emojis in the chat? He didn't like how profitable he was making my show by encouraging people to... I should have given that guy a follow. Somebody send me his account. What a doofus. I want to come on his show and ask him questions. The great Jay sent $5 to say Chris is a total POS, but the police being the stick of the government is a very common saying I've heard many times before in common speech. Yeah, I might have heard the long stick of the law, or is it the long dick of the law? I don't know. Let's not talk about dicks. It makes Chris uncomfortable because he never grew up and he can't handle adult conversation. Thank you, Art by Al, for the $5 on Venmo. He says, I saw a stick outside my law school, my law office, and the courthouse, but they were attached to trees. Maybe I missed the lesson. I don't know, dude. I'm pretty confused about it myself. I don't think we plebs understand what's going on here. Oh my goodness, so many donations. Zachary, did I read yours already? Chris wants Trump's baby carrot so bad. Yeah, he wants to suckle on that little orange thing, doesn't he? Melanie sent $1 to say, I'm glad Chris acknowledges how happy the left is. Yeah, jolly, merry, and gay, right? I don't know why he's so interested in my sex life. The Chuds are awfully interested in Oskar Quentin's sex life this week. Jack sent $2 to say, I no listen to me brain, me only listen to Google, me no think for self. Yes, I think that's a fair assessment of Chris. Rico sent $2 to say this dumbass thinks that they're a secret policy in the government, stick of government. Also, caller, do you know what what black hat hacker is? I know what a black hat hacker is. I'm an old school internet doofus. Jake sent $2 to say, tell him to ask AI if a car wash is only 100 feet away, should you walk or drive? Yeah, I don't know. We're never going to see Chris again, right? He's another one of those people who's like, I'm going to go school this doofus over on TikTok, but then he gets here, doesn't like the way it goes, and he runs away forever. Goodbye, Chris. Go run your bullshit ass live where you smell your own farts with all your MAGA buddies. I wonder if they talk about my sex life when I'm not there, or if it's just when they call into my show. Anyway, Cordova Labs sent $5 to say, callers, a week weak human who wants to be told what to do and think by Thinky Rocks, do better, and your AI girlfriend isn't real. Yeah, if he thinks AI is so real, I bet his girlfriend is AI. Liam the Tough Boy, is this the famous Liam? I don't know. We're gonna invite him in to have a conversation with us after I remind everybody that if they want to become a donor to the show, you don't have to give me any money. You can just go to the link tree in the bio and follow me on all the other platforms. I've got some follower goals, 100K on Instagram, so we don't need to talk about Instagram anymore. YouTube's coming up on 10K. That's exciting because those followers are much more valuable. 100K on YouTube will be far off goal because that's when you get the plaque. But follow the backup accounts if you're over here on TikTok. This guy right here, Oskar Quentin 2, as well as Oskar Quentin Music. You can find the other one in the link tree in the bio as well, so that you can follow the show when it has to be run from a different account. If this one gets a temporary ban for something, if TikTok thinks I'm underage or something, Dean Withers has been dealing with that. But if you do want to, spend some money on the show, Venmo, Cash App, Buy Me a Coffee, or Patreon, and Buy Me a Coffee is international. And that means I get to hire people to run the show. I normally have somebody sitting in an identical desk over there with a keyboard and mouse helping me run everything. I'm alone today, but like 5-6 days a week, I have either Raven or Jesse in the producer's chair, and Raven's timestamping at home today. So there are other people who work on the show and get a paycheck and depend on the income. So all the donations are very much appreciated because we're trying to do some pretty cool stuff. Like hopefully have more productive conversations than the one that Chris is capable of having, because he's clearly not capable of having a meaningful conversation about fucking anything. We're going to see if Liam the Tough Boy does any better by that metric. Let's see if he's going to demonstrate how tough a boy he is. How old are you? Hello? Come on. We're going to talk to Trey Simon 967. We got one other person in the queue, but it's the username I recognize. So we're going to go for the new callers first. How old are you?
37.
Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Well, I just think he was a much better candidate than Kamala.
Why is that?
And why was he better than Kamala? Because Kamala hasn't done anything. She had the border wide open for 4 years.
Okay, we're going to talk about that in just a second. I just want to read Lucky Phil's $5 Buy Me a Coffee. He said, pull the stick out of your ass. There are reasons MAGA cause Grindr to crash when they're in town. Closet cases clutching their pearls. Every accusation is an admission, and honey, you say gay like it's a bad thing. It's wrong because the old book says so. Adorable. Your religion dictates how you live, what you do. Get off my lawn. Thank you, Lucky Phil. I appreciate you. Sorry for the interruption. I just wanted to get that read before we moved on because I knew it was about the previous caller. As well as this one, Pat in the chat sent $5 to say Chris's girlfriend must be blind because the dude is clearly in a glass closet. We all see you, Chris. Anyway. Yeah, you say that Kamala Harris left the border open for 4 years. That doesn't make very much sense to me. What do you mean by that?
Well, her and on behalf of Biden, she was labeled the border czar. And,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So, and did she change some sort of policy or enforcement mechanism? Because if she didn't, that would suggest to me that the border was already open and the previous person in charge was Donald Trump. So if it was open, I think he's the one who opened it. What does open mean?
They tore down parts of the border wall.
Is that
Texas was trying to build?
What percentage of the Texas-Mexico border was protected by a wall?
I don't know what percentage it was protected.
I think that'd be really important to know if you're talking about walls being torn down.
I know it's not 100%, but they were tearing down parts of the wall. Are you saying that's not true?
I don't know. I just don't think it's very important in consideration of how.
Well, it's very true. They were tearing down parts of the wall.
Right. I just don't think it's very. I just don't think it's very important considering the fact that the wall wasn't a successful program. They never built it. It didn't cover the border.
Then why did illegal immigration go down so much under Trump's administration?
Under the current administration? Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Oh, it's because he's violating the Constitution, and the Constitution exists to protect the rights of both citizens and just humans. And humans are terrified of a government that isn't respecting their human rights, so they don't come here.
Do you think we have a right to decide who comes in our country?
I'm sorry, that wasn't that sounds like a little bit of a non sequitur to what I just said.
How is that a non sequitur?
You asked why they don't come in under Trump. I was still trying to get to what Kamala Harris did about the border. I don't think that demolishing 50...
She didn't do anything. That's the problem.
Oh, so she didn't open the border.
She was labeled the border czar.
By Republicans.
No, by Biden.
Okay, find a source on that because it's not true.
You find the source. It's your
claim.
Show.
Your claim.
I mean, bro, this is commonly known stuff.
Yeah, by Republicans who believe the shit that Republicans tell them. Okay, wow, if it's so easy a claim to prove, you should be able to find a source quickly.
Can you answer my question now, or are you going to keep dodging?
What did Kamala Harris do to increase illegal immigration during Biden's term? That's a question that we...
I already answered your question.
Which question?
Do you think we have the right to decide who comes in our country?
Mm-hmm.
You do?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So when people break the law and come in here and commit crimes, what should we do about it?
I'm sorry, we were talking about whether or not Trump or Kamala was going to be a better president.
That's what I thought.
I'm just right. That's what you thought. You thought that you could gish gallop away from the questions that you didn't like answering by asking me different ones. It's transparent. I educate my audience every day on this particular tactic from the right.
You literally asked me what question, and when I ask it, then you try to revert back to the.
You didn't satisfactorily answer that part of the conversation. So I'm going to move back to it. What? You should try talking at a different time than me.
What?
You should try talking at a different time than me so people can hear you.
Try answering a single question. Is this a conversation? Are you going to sit and ask me questions?
You did ask me. I did answer your question. You said, "Do we have the right to determine who's allowed to come into the country?" I said, "Mm-hmm."
Okay, that's my pre-suck order is okay. So what do we do about it? You didn't let me finish my whole thing.
Okay.
So what should we do about the criminals who come in, break the law, and commit crimes? What should we do with them?
The ones that commit crimes, I think we should deport them.
Oh, so breaking in the country illegally, you understand that the crime,
Yeah. I just think that any reasonable person knows that when I say that, I mean like additional crimes. I just don't think that. Do you think that we should like have really serious consequences for any misdemeanor? It's a misdemeanor to enter the country illegally.
Bro, so you think anyone who steps foot on the soil, as long as they don't commit a crime, they have every right to be here?
That's not what I said.
Okay, then what are you saying?
Well, you asked me if we should deport illegal immigrants who come here and commit crimes. I think that if they, just to point out, like, by the way, you did your own semantic argument wrong, because if the sentence is enter the country illegally and then commit crimes, we're necessarily talking about a different crime than entering the country illegally. So just be more careful if you're wording if you're going to try to catch people in that, because I know it's disingenuous what you're doing. You know it was disingenuous. You know that the audience understood what I meant, but I did actually word it in a way.
They come here. They come here and break the law, come in illegally, and then don't commit any more crimes.
Yeah,
then they get to stay.
I think that the current set of rules that we have is so unfair from a humanitarian perspective that we should forgive people.
I agree. There could be.
I wasn't done. I wasn't. Are you interested? Are you interested in knowing what my perspective on immigration is? Because it doesn't seem like you are.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, I think that the rules that we currently have about who's allowed to come in and how the application process works and how long it is and all of that stuff, I think that they're deeply unfair and they cause really, really negative outcomes from a humanitarian perspective. And because of that, I think we should forgive people who've broken those rules. I think we can say the same thing for the green stuff laws. We're not allowed to say the word on TikTok, but you know the stuff I'm talking about, right? I think that the laws were unfair about that. So I think it's good that we've started to forgive people who broke them because they were just such an unfair set of rules that caused so much unnecessary suffering. We say, this is silly. We shouldn't do it this way. I think we should reform the immigration system, and the current people who are already here who have broken the rules in the old system to come here should, for the most part, be given amnesty and be given a better path to legal residency for like 90% of them. Like 10% of them maybe should be deported.
Okay.
That's what I think.
Okay, so just because you think that people should have an easier route to become citizens to this country, you think that anyone that comes over here should just be allowed to stay? That's crazy.
You said just. You said you just think that. I don't just think that. My perspective on this includes a lot of information about human suffering and about the need for immigration in this country because of the declining birth rate that can be expected if we continue to have prosperity as we become a more and more developed nation. Like, there's a bunch of nuance about this. You're trying to bottle it up into something simple that sounds stupid to you, but you look stupid trying to argue in that way.
No, I'm actually keeping it very simple.
You shouldn't. Do you think it's a simple issue?
Yeah, I think it's pretty simple.
That's heartbreaking, dude. We're talking about 12 million people who might be taken out of their homes and put onto a plane and sent to somewhere they don't want to go. And if you think that that's a simple thing to reason about, it suggests to me that you don't value the suffering of people you haven't met enough.
I'm saying it's simple that we should have closed borders and people should not be able to come over.
Do you think it's good that your solution is simple? Do you think that simplicity is the thing that we should search for in a solution to problems like this?
What?
You're sitting here boasting about how simple your perspective on this is. Do you think it's good that your perspective on this is simple?
Not allowing non-citizens into our country, doesn't sound simple to you?
No, it sounds very complicated. I've done a lot of research about the problem. It's it's super good. Yeah, there's a lot of, there's 12 million illegal immigrants. There's lots of different ways that you
could break that down anymore for you. I could try.
There's lots of different ways in which a person becomes an illegal immigrant, and because of that, we have to look at policies that are going to address all those different avenues. There's people who overstay visas. There's people who,
if they become a citizen, they did it the legal way. If they just hop the border, that's totally different. You're talking about something completely different.
Oh, see, but you're making it more simple than it is, because it isn't just those two groups. That's what I was just saying.
I said if they're not American citizens and they come over illegally, they should not be allowed to stay here.
But that oversimplistic view leaves out people who've overstayed their visas. How do you feel about people who've overstayed their visas?
They should have to go reapply for an extension or whatever the process is.
I thought you were going to be so simple and say that because they're illegal immigrants, they should be deported. See how it's not that simple?
Like I said, if they don't go renew their visas, yes, that's how it works.
It sounds like it's not that simple.
That's how the system works. You get a visa. The visa runs out. You have to get a renewed visa or you have to leave. If not, you become illegal and you need to leave, right? Isn't that how it works? No? Am I confused?
I'm just saying that you're not really interested in
confused, bud.
I'm confused by why you think that this is such a simple issue.
I don't think you're hearing me, buddy.
Trump's administration sent Trump's administration sent 4,000 or 5,000 ICE agents into Minneapolis for a few months in an operation called Metro Surge. The local estimate is that it cost our economy $600 million in loss.
What liberal source are you reading from?
That Trump sent 4,000 ICE agents here for Metro Surge? That's directly from Tom Homan's mouth.
No. Just tell me the source. What are you reading from?
That piece of information is from Tom Homan's mouth. Tom Homan is my source. I would not say that Tom Homan is a liberal source. Would you say that Tom Homan is a liberal source?
No, I just like to know my sources. Is that okay with you?
Okay. Are you doubting that Trump sent 4,000 ICE agents to Minneapolis or to the Twin Cities metro area during Metro Surge? Is that a claim you're going to doubt?
No, I was just simply asking what source you're reading from.
Okay. I'm not reading. I just happen to know that that's what the number was. It was confirmed by the mayor here. It was confirmed by Brian O'Hara, the chief of police. He's since resigned. It was confirmed by Tom Homan. It was confirmed by Kristi Noem. It was confirmed by Gregory Bovino.
Did I say I was doubting it? No, I said, what source are you?
You didn't say that you were doubting it. You showed that you were doubting it.
It's impossible to get anywhere with you, bro. Every little word, you're like, this and this and this.
May I continue?
Go.
According to that same group of people, Tom Homan, Gregory Bovino, Kristi Noem, Donald Trump, something like 4,000 or 5,000 people were deported during that period. We don't have an exact number because they give different estimates, but all of them give a 4-digit estimate. So we can say that of the 130,000 illegal immigrants that there are in the state of Minnesota, this operation successfully deported something like 4,000 or 5,000 of them. I think if we weigh that against the suffering that the community's seen, because there's a bunch of stuff that happened here that's really, really, really bad. Some people died. A lot of people had to go to the hospital for tear gas inhalation, even if they didn't want to participate in the demonstrations where those tear gas canisters came out because they tear gassed a bunch of residential neighborhoods. And the local estimate from the mayor's office is that the local economy suffered by a factor of about $600 million because we had to close a lot of businesses. A lot of businesses had to lock their doors to not allow federal agents in because they were ignoring the signs on the door that said that federal agents weren't welcome in those private businesses. It was really disruptive to society here. And my concern is that if we extrapolate that enforcement effort out against across the 12 million illegal immigrants in the country, if Donald Trump is even halfway successful at getting these people deported, the cost to society is going to be enormous. A lot of people would call it a police state. I don't think that type of label is going to be very compelling to you. So I do think that picturing children having to go to the hospital because they inhaled tear gas is maybe something that you hopefully have enough empathy to consider as a major cost to society. The fact that all the businesses run by people who live here, all all these local family-owned businesses that I try to support with my wallet now that I can afford to, buy something for a little bit more money at the convenience store because I'd rather support them than Target. Like, all those businesses really suffer. Like, that's really costly to society. And because those costs are so great, the question that simply deporting them all is just not really that simple a thing to look at. And I think we have to weigh more complexly the pros and cons of those sorts of solutions to the immigration issue.
You're actually really smart for creating a show. You can really talk. But like earlier when you dodged the question when I asked you, so what should we do with these people who come into the country? I didn't dodge that question. I think 90% of them. Yes, you did. I said that I think that 90% of them should be given an easier path to legal residency. Okay. All right. So should we let people just hop the border? No, I think there's two things we need to do. We need to change the system at the borders so that it's easier for people to get in, because we actually do, just in terms of the socioeconomics of the country, the demographics of the country over the next several decades, we actually want some immigration to happen a little bit more because the birth rate's declining. I kind of breezed past that earlier, but that's just an important thing for any successful country. When countries get successful, the birth rate declines and you need to replace it with immigration, or you end up with a situation where you don't have abortions aren't going to fix it. I mean, it's one of the biggest reasons our birth rate's declining. Once again, it's not that simple. You could say that the hundreds of thousands of abortions that happen a year could help our birth rate if they didn't happen. But as a matter of fact, nobody can invent a policy that would actually achieve the outcome of those children not only being born, but being given a happy, healthy, productive life of the sort that we need when we talk about the birth rate declining. Introducing people whose parents don't want them into society is not going to fix that problem. It's going to create a bunch of other problems, which again is why this just isn't all that simple. But I'm going to finish what I was saying a second ago, which is that because there's these demographic issues of things like how helpful immigration is to solve the issue of a declining birth rate in a successful nation, we need to do two things. We need to change the rules at the border so that it is easier to get in, or at least easier to get a clear and obvious timeline on when you're going to be accepted into the country, or if you're going to be accepted into the country. If the answer is a no, we want to tell people sooner so that they're not inclined to try to get in and overstay. If we do that, if we make those changes, then we can focus the immigration enforcement energy that we have on enforcing those rules. We can forgive most of the people who are already here. And with that as a reset, we've done the two things: dealt with the people who are already here, and then dealt with the rules that created the situation where there were 12 million not properly documented people in the country. So that's my approach to it. It's not particularly simple. And those are the people that came over that commit crime. Suggest they get deported? Again, you're falling back to this simple thing, but the fact of the matter is that if we accept the first crime, if we just put the asterisk of saying that we recognize we're talking about crimes other than illegally entering or overstaying or whatever the mechanism it is that they became a not properly documented person in the country, if we leave the asterisk of that on there, these are people who disproportionately commit fewer crimes than legal residents of the country. You're aware of that, right? This is a less criminal cohort? Because they're a small proportion of the country. Proportionately. No, not proportionately. You know what per capita is, right? Per capita, they commit fewer crimes. That's what I'm saying, yes. But for violent crimes, it's about a factor of 2.5 times less frequently at a per capita rate. Obviously, I'm talking about a per capita rate. Okay, so you didn't answer my question. So you think the people that are already here, because they cross the border, you think even if they commit additional crimes that they still should not be deported? No, they should only be eligible for deportation if they do commit additional crimes. That's what I'd asked. Yes. Okay. Yes. If one of these illegal immigrants robbed a convenience store, I'm okay with that person being deported. Wow, we found some common ground. Good job, bud. You say that sarcastically as though I'm not doing a perfectly good faith thing of being honest with you. Why the sarcastic tone when we find common ground? Shouldn't we be able to celebrate that in good faith? Nah, I was being serious, bro. Okay, it didn't sound to me like you were. It sounded like you were a little flustered and upset with that. Because I think you want this gotcha of being oh, you want to keep these dangerous criminals in here, but I don't. I think that we're not doing a very good job. I'm saying I agree with you on that. Okay. I guess watch your tone is what I would advise. Watch my tone. Yeah, because your tone had you come across. I know you liberals are kind of sensitive. I'll watch my tone for you. I think you're a little on the gas, and if that's what you meant, I'm just going to point out to you that I think that my audience probably misread it in the same way that I did. I used to teach public speaking, so I'm a little bit of a professional on how a person says a thing in terms of what that means. Be aware of your audience. All that,
exactly. Yeah. Even the yada yada is a little dismissive, and I'm trying to be helpful and like throw you a bone and make you better able to advocate for your own position in this. And you're even doing it now by saying yada yada, because like, again, this is a good faith moment. I'm working for you here, trying to help you better advocate for what you believe. So if that is common ground, like we didn't have to have this snag of you sounding kind of dismissive about it. We could have just recognized, like, yeah, of course, if somebody comes in the country illegally.
Wow, you're really upset about that. I already told you I wasn't being dismissive.
Well, now I'm trying to move past it.
Okay.
I gave my piece of advice about the tone. I was moving on. So yeah, I think that if somebody comes into the country and they commit a violent crime, and the reason I say a violent crime is because, like, I don't want somebody deported because they were speeding. I don't want somebody deported because they were jaywalking. I don't want somebody deported because I don't know, what's a petty crime that's not that big a deal, right? Like,
I mean,
I think of traffic violations. Traffic violations are so often accidental. It's so hard to drive a car without breaking any laws. That's what I think of.
Not like a traffic crime, like a criminal crime.
Yeah, right. Like speeding shouldn't be deported for like a speeding ticket. If you're doing 150 miles an hour in a 45 zone, like, that might be a felony. So, like, I'm reasonable, I think if a person's dangerous and they didn't come into the country in a way that's legal, those are the people who are eligible for deportation, or should be eligible for deportation. And I'm just really disappointed in our government that they're not doing a very good job catching those dangerous people, because we're focusing on a bunch of people who are really just trying to feed their families and pay their rent.
Mm-hmm. I'm sure ICE is far from perfect, but I mean, I agree that we need to get all these people out, especially these dangerous. We don't even know who's here.
I think we've gotten to a good enough faith point in the conversation for me to just like say what I really think is the important thing for me to get across to somebody like you, because it sounds, I doubt we're going to agree very much about the ethics of people coming into the country and immigration generally. But which is more important? Some people getting into the country illegally, even if it's millions of them, or the federal government obeying the Constitution, which is a more important. Like, if you could make sure that only one of those things was happening, that the government follows the Constitution, or that we deport the illegal immigrants, which button would you push? Which thing would you make happen?
Well, I would ask first, how are they not following the Constitution?
Are you familiar with the Constitution?
Yeah.
Okay. I think in particular, ICE is being used in a way that violates everybody's rights. And the rights in particular that I'm concerned about are the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 10th, and 14th Amendments.
The constitutional rights are written for American citizens, right?
No, they're not. It specifies directly in the Constitution which of those rights apply to citizens only, because some of them are privileges of citizens, and then other ones are rights that persons get. In fact, the 14th Amendment is an amendment that gives people citizenship, which necessarily means that it starts with individuals that don't have citizenship. So that is wrong. As a matter of legal fact, that is wrong.
So you're trying to tell me that someone comes over here illegally, jumps the border, and then he gets all the American rights by the Constitution?
No, not all of them. A bunch of them.
Okay, so what are the rights that he gets?
They still have the right to like protections against unnecessary search and seizure. They still have the right to due process. They do still have the 14th Amendment right, which will give them citizenship if they're born here, to undocumented immigrants. So yeah, in the Constitution, in the Bill of Rights, and in the amendments that follow, the writers were clear. The word citizen is used when the right only applies to citizen. The word person or persons is used when the right is a natural right that everybody's supposed to have.
Okay. Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
This is, it's going to take, kind of off topic, but or how many genders do you think there are?
I'm not interested in pivoting to gender topics. We can wrap up the Constitution thing in a couple minutes here if you want to move on to gender, but I'm not interested in the pivot.
Why can't I ever ask questions? Like, why is it only you asking me questions?
You have asked me questions that I have answered.
So why? Okay, well then why will you refuse to answer these questions?
It's not on topic. I think that you know that I have comprehensive knowledge of the Constitution that probably outweighs your understanding of the Constitution. And that when I say that ICE is violating the 1st, 2nd, 4th, 5th, 10th, and 14th Amendment rights of
are you really telling me that you cannot tell me that there's two genders?
I can tell you the answers to those questions when we move on to that topic. I'm refusing to do that because I think that you're running away from this topic about ICE violating the Constitution. I think it's reasonable for me to insist that we stay on the constitutional violations of ICE agents, and I think everybody watching knows that.
Okay, all right. So then after that, you'll allow me to ask questions and actually have a conversation instead of
you can ask questions and have a conversation with me about the amendments in the Constitution that are being violated by ICE. We can stay on topic.
So only approved questions. Is that what you're saying? If you want to have an open forum, it'd be a lot more. No,
I'm levying a direct accusation against you. I think that you came in here more confident than you currently are, and you are now afraid to continue talking about ICE with me because you know I'm going to successfully demonstrate to you that they are violating people's constitutional rights. I think you're surprised that you didn't know that illegal immigrants have constitutional rights. I think that you just know from the way that I'm engaging in this conversation that I'm not lying to you. I am telling you the truth that those amendment rights do in many cases apply to them. I think that you're so shocked by your perspective on this being demonstrated to you to be so wrong that you're afraid of continuing the conversation with me.
I'm afraid, bro. You can't even tell me how many genders there are.
I can. I have spent many hours on my show talking about that. The show gets uploaded to YouTube every single day. You can go find hours of me discussing that. I will if you stop running away from the constitutional topic. We perhaps could have wrapped it up in this time, but instead I'm going to again accuse you of running away.
All right, keep going. Just finish whatever you have to say. Go ahead.
I'll give you a specific example. A memo has been leaked which demonstrates that ICE agents are allowed via their own policies to enter homes without a judicial... This isn't a filibuster. We're talking about the amendment rights that they're violating. Mm-hmm. Specifically, the amendment right that protects people from unnecessary search and seizure and requires a judge's search warrant to enter a domicile. ICE have been violating that rule, and that's a violation of people's constitutional liberties, citizens and otherwise. That's just one example. There's lots.
Okay, bro. I said from the very beginning, I'm sure ICE doesn't do everything perfectly. So I don't understand,
I can accept that any law enforcement agency the size of ICE is going to have mistakes. I'm not saying that it's just mistakes. The issue is that it comes from the top. It's company policy to make mistakes. That's a problem. I'm not talking about one bad. If you showed me one ICE agent doing something bad, I'd be like, okay, yeah, that one police agent.
So you're trying to make me a defender of ICE, and I never even... I didn't say ICE was perfect by any means, so I don't know what...
I think that ICE is so thoroughly corrupt in the way that I'm describing that they need to be replaced by a different enforcement mechanism. In my perfect world, when these changes happen to the immigration policy, and after we give amnesty to most of the people who are already here, the new group of people who are going to enforce those rules should be different people than currently work at ICE. I think that everybody who works at ICE is complacent in something that's deeply un-American, deeply unconstitutional, deeply problematic for democracy in this country, deeply problematic for us having the rights that give us the lives we get to live in this country. And I think that every single one of those people should be fired and many of them incarcerated for what they've done. I think we need immigration and customs enforcement. I just think we should call it something other than ICE when we rebuild it because, the branding is bad. People are afraid of them, and that's no good.
What, nice?
No, I think we need a more catastrophic label change than that. Yeah. Well, you get that that's a joke. You get that it's not serious. You get that it's not a real legitimate move from the government to rebrand it as NICE instead of ICE by putting national in front of immigration customs enforcement. I think that people like me are so reasonably upset with ICE that people will never trust ICE agents again so long as they live. So if we're going to have an entity whose job it is to enforce immigrations and customs, we just need a new one.
Okay, noted.
Just need new employees, better trained ones. Okay. That might be kind of expensive, but it'll be way less expensive than deporting 12 million people.
Okay. All right. Are you done? Do you think we've covered it?
No. I want your thoughts on that, and I feel like you're just waiting for me to finish so you can ask me your disingenuous pivot question about gender, which I will let you do after you answer to some of this stuff.
How is it disingenuous?
For the reasons I described. I don't think that you're asking because you suddenly in that moment became that curious about my thoughts on gender. I think that you realized you were utterly trounced in this conversation about the constitutional violations of ICE, so you wanted to change to a different topic. Thank you, Emily, for the galaxy. I'm just speculating.
You don't listen very well, bro.
I think I listened well enough to make that...
One of the very first things I said was ICE makes many mistakes. That's what I said. Do you not remember that?
Yeah, but I think it's different to point to.
How are you?
Let's address that.
How are you beating me all of a sudden in debate?
Do you recognize that it's different for a particular law enforcement officer to do something bad versus for the people in charge of that law enforcement officer to see him do something bad and say, nope, that's allowed. We allow our agents to do that? Do you recognize the different type of problem it is when the organization allows bad behavior versus one particular agent who works for the organization doing something bad?
What are you asking?
Like, if a police officer did something bad, right? Like broke a taillight with their baton and then gave you a ticket for having a broken taillight, like that'd be corrupt. That'd be a shitty thing for a police officer to do, right?
Right.
Right. And but then if the sheriff came and fired that police officer and said, that was so corrupt, we've fired him, we've canceled his pension, he'll never be a law enforcement officer in my town again, I'd go, okay, good.
Bro, are you really that scared to debate about gender?
No, you're that afraid to talk about law enforcement. That's what's going on.
Bro, it's been another 15 minutes.
So I'll finish my analogy and then I'll allow you to pivot just to proceed with the conversation because it's not productive and nobody wants to listen to you dodge this much. But I'm going to finish my sheriff example. I'm going to finish my sheriff example and ask you if you understand it, and then we can pivot to gender. So if the officer did something bad and the sheriff fired him for being corrupt, I would go, I don't think this police department is corrupt. They fired the officer for doing something bad. But if the sheriff said, no, it was good when the police officer broke your taillight and gave you a ticket for having a broken taillight, that's company policy. That's allowed. He has immunity to do whatever he wants to protect the law. Would you say that the problem is the officer or the agency?
The agency.
That's what I'm saying about ICE, is that we can point to things that the officers that are
10 minutes ago, bro.
Right. And you're not interested in addressing it. So we're going to pivot to gender now. Is that what's happening?
I mean, dude, we're just going in circles. If you really want to just keep on nailing the nail on the head, I mean, I guess we can, but dude,
okay.
Come on.
What was your question about gender?
I was asking, how many genders do you think there are?
Just because a lot of people define the word differently, and if we're going to have a conversation about it that's meaningful, we should make sure on the same page. Would you define the word gender before I answer?
Yeah, chromosomes.
Oh, 2. But that's not how I define the word gender.
That's not how you define the word gender?
No, I think that's a silly way to define the word gender because it makes it not very useful a term because we have chromosomal sex as a label for... actually, by the way, what I just said is technically wrong because there are other chromosomal arrangements. But normally, there's 2 groups of people who have XX chromosomes and people who have XY chromosomes that represent almost everybody. There are some other exceptions. I forget what that, like Sawyer's syndrome or something. There's like other ones. If you go by... Oh my goodness. Sorry, my cat's being very difficult. She wants to play. If we go by chromosomal sex, it's still more than 2. It's just... there isn't much identity politics being discussed about people who have like Sawyer's syndrome or whatever. So Turner syndrome, whatever it's called.
So what would your definition be?
For gender?
Yeah.
So it's a little complicated. And you said earlier that you only deal with simple things. Is it okay that my answer is not very simple? It's probably like 3 or 4 sentences.
I mean, yeah, just go for it.
I'm just checking if you're okay with the fact that gender's not that simple. But I do have a good definition that I try to give people. Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Okay. I think that gender is a label that we put on the way that a person represents themselves for society. And historically, throughout human history, there have been 2 very common genders that are associated with those normal chromosomal sex outcomes where a person has either XX or XY. There are things that a society expects about a person given that chromosomal layout. And we put the label of gender on that expectation because not everybody aligns with the expectation. Some people have the gender identity of somebody who would normally have 2X chromosomes, even though they don't have 2X chromosomes, even though maybe they don't have some of the anatomy that they expect to come with that. And because they don't always line up, we use this other term gender to describe that. There's the 2 very common ones, and there are some other ones. But that's what I name some of the other ones. I guess my question is are the names of the other ones important? Like,
I knew you weren't going to answer this one.
Why are they important to you? Like, why does it matter?
You can't name any of them. That's the reason.
Okay, I mean, somebody might say that they're gender fluid. Somebody might say that they're non-binary. like what?
Bro, you cannot be serious right now.
Why? Okay, let me ask you this. Why does it matter to you? Why is this important? Who cares?
Why is any of this important, bro? Because
you brought it up.
Dealing with our society.
Why is it?
Do you not think you don't think this is important?
I'm the only reason
think people in our country that think there's more than 2 genders. You don't think that's important?
I think it's only important because of people like you who seem to care about how these people live their lives for reasons that I can't understand.
What's it have to do with people living their lives? What are you talking about?
Like suppose it's not science. The scientists agree with me, not with
science.
you. No, the scientists disagree with me or disagree with you, and they agree with me. So you can say that it's not science. You can declare that, but you can go do research, and the science is updated. You need to go very far into the past to find scientists who agree with you, and I would not advise going very far into the past if you're looking for scientific evidence.
So I can look up on the internet right now. Gender fluid is now a gender. Or yeah, what would you say?
That's kind of a loaded question. You can look up what the definition of the word gender is. But again, why does it matter to you?
More than one because if there, I'm just curious. You said there's more than two genders. What are they? How many are there?
I gave some examples and you laughed and dismissed them. Is it productive for me to go further down that avenue with you?
You said gender fluid.
I've answered some of your questions. Can you answer mine? Why is it important to you what a person's gender is?
You haven't answered shit, bro. So you're not answering anything.
Answer for me this question.
Bro, you seriously sat there and asked me questions for like 30 plus minutes and you literally can't answer like...
Sounds to me like you can't answer my question. I have a very simple question. Why does it matter to you what a person's gender is?
Bro, did you not remember asking me this 2 minutes ago?
Yeah, you still didn't answer. You said because it's important. You said because of science or something. I pointed out that the scientists agree with me, not you, which means that your answer isn't satisfactory. Why is it important to you what a person's gender is?
It's not important what a person's gender is. It's important to like know how many genders and what gender is.
Why is it important to know that?
Why is it important?
What are you going to do with that information?
What gender is?
Yeah. For you,
What are we gonna do
you seem
with
to
that?
really care. Like, why is it important to you? How's it going to affect your life?
I don't really care, bro. I'm just...
And why did you ask me about gender? You brought it up.
ridiculous.
There's 1,000 people watching us. We were having a conversation.
I wanted to see how like logical you were, honestly.
Okay. Why is my understanding of gender...
genders.
Right.
You can't name any other genders.
I did. I named two other labels. Yeah.
Well, what was the other one?
I don't think it matters because I don't think you care.
Yeah,
I don't think I did answer though. Like you're saying that
you
I
said
didn't
gender fluid, bro.
And you're just laughing at that because you don't understand it or value people who identify with that label. But I'm trying to understand why it matters to you.
Tell me that gender fluid is a new gender, bro? Seriously?
I described I described that there are two very common genders that are associated with
yourself, dude.
I'm listening to myself. Are you listening to me?
Can men have birth?
Yes. By the way that I define men, it is technically possible for a person who identifies as a man, which is what I call a man. Yeah. Again, we're talking about the definitions of.
Dude.
Are you gonna show that you're actually 37? Are you gonna turn your camera on before you leave?
You want me to turn my camera on? All right, sure.
Yeah, you've been sent the invite. Just want to make
send it again.
I don't think I can. I think it's let's see. Invite to turn. Yeah, you can invite. I can invite again in 38 seconds. I think you need to wait 38 seconds before I try again because you declined. You declined it the first time. We'll just wait 35 seconds. I think that you're running from this conversation. I think you ran from the conversation about ICE over to gender, and I think that now you realize that once again, I know what I'm talking about. I'm willing to answer your questions directly, even if the answers aren't perfectly simple. I'm pretty good at giving mostly concise answers.
But hey, man, seriously, bro, good conversation, man.
I don't think it was a good conversation. I don't think that you were.
Whatever, bro.
I don't think you were honest.
I think you're an idiot.
I don't think that you think I was an idiot. I think that you actually said earlier in the call that you don't think I'm an idiot, and I think it's because I'm not an idiot that you're running away from a conversation with me about this. Because I think you know that I might. I think that what you're dealing with right now is that you can tell that I'm being reasonable about this, and because it's.
And you just told me a guy could have a child, bro.
Are you interested? Like you said that I'm a pretty reasonable person. Are you interested in how I get to that sort of conclusion, or are you just going to laugh at me for saying it?
I did think that was like within the first 5 minutes.
Now I've sent the invitation for you to turn your camera on.
What's up?
No, it isn't.
Huh?
It's not up. I don't see you.
There we go. What's up?
Oh my God, you might actually be 37. What a shame. You act like a child. I thought you were a kid, dude. I was worried you were underage.
Oh, good one, bro.
It's not a good one. I'm being honest with you.
Keep thinking men can have children.
I mean, you keep thinking that you're looking good by asserting they can't without being interested in my reasoning.
Go pop out a couple kids, buddy.
Well, I can't. I don't have a uterus.
But you're a man, right?
I don't define a man as somebody who doesn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. Are you gender fluid?
No, I'm a cis man.
Jeez.
He's gonna run. Goodbye, track star. Holy shit, I thought that was a kid. I was sitting here thinking I'm talking to a teenager who lied about his age. Whew. My goodness, what a runner! I saw Ezra and Raven in the chat. I don't always. I was gonna go there if he stayed on, but maybe he'll come back if he wants to have a conversation with a trans individual. Thanks for the donations, everybody. I was not following very closely while we were going through all that. So let's go back to. I always need to remember which was the last donation on Venmo, because it takes me a second to find where I am, and I don't have my producer here to help me figure it out. But if you enjoyed this show, if you enjoyed the conversation with that particularly lost person, you can go to the link tree in my bio and support me for free by following me on the other platforms or listening to me when I'm not live on YouTube, because every episode gets uploaded there for it to live forever on the internet. How much of a doofus that particular caller was. Rico sent $2 to say, this dumbass think that there's secret policy in the government. Oh, stick of government. That was the previous one. I already read that. Thank you again, Rico, though. Jake, did I read Jake? Oh, sorry. Tell him to ask AI. I'm lost. Courtney, I don't think I read Courtney's. Did I read Jack, though? I think I read Jack for $1. Why do people gatekeep the earth? Borders were made up by humanity. Earth has existed for all creatures before humans existed, and we eventually go, fuck borders. We all are all earthlings. Yeah, I don't like the phrase like people say it a lot at the protests. Nobody's illegal on stolen land, because while I agree with the sentiment, it is wrong. People are illegal on stolen land. That's the way our laws work. It's like a little bit like when people say Trump's not my president. It's like, well, he is, but ethically, I agree completely. I think it's just silly and wrong that we create borders like that, which is one of the reasons that I have the immigration policy that I prefer. Is just it reflects the fact that we are just humans on Earth trying to make it, and I don't think we should gatekeep. We should gatekeep the American dream like that. Courtney sent $1 to say caller sounds like a little girl. I don't even know which caller she's talking about, but I agree. The callers today have sounded like little girls. Courtney immediately sent another $2 to say, how do we know who's here if they're illegal? They must be a dangerous criminal, for fuck's sake. Yeah, pretty limited view that kid had. I'm gonna keep calling him a kid, because I felt like I was in a high school class talking to an insolent child. Joe sent $5 to say, when you think about the idea that non-citizens shouldn't get due process, it becomes absurd very quickly. Imagine if a tourist came here and was accused of a crime. They shouldn't have the right to plead their case in front of a court. Come on, dude. Yeah, we weren't going to get to so nuanced the component of the conversation. That wasn't going to happen. Thanks for all the gifts, everybody. I see everybody sending those ad loves you and ashtray. Thank you. David sent $5 to say Trey is a little sassy guy. He likes to sprinkle a little cinnamon in his cupcake. Thank you, David. Rico sent another donation. They sent $2 to say, hey, caller, can you concede that ICE leadership with the Policy Act and non-transparency? Please don't let him dodge these questions. I was trying to not let him dodge the questions, but he wanted to pivot. He wanted to keep running away to other things. Let's check Buy Me a Coffee and all the other stuff, all the other places. Did Lucky Phil send any more? No, he didn't. We're going to go over to Cash App. I don't think any... Oh! No, some Cash Apps did come in. Christian sent me $15 to say stick equal branch. Funny. If you were listening to the earlier call, you got that one. Krista Lynn sent me $3 to say, I live with Turner syndrome. This guy is very ignorant. Turner syndrome. I forget what I was mixing it up with. But yes, I'm glad I remembered that it is actually not 2, even if we go by chromosomal sex only. But that caller just wasn't interested in being educated. Wasn't going to happen for him. Holy shit, do I have a lot of fucking donations to read. My fucking goodness. Thank you, everybody. Where was I? Ghoulmeister sent $5 to say, oh yeah, Chris had a girlfriend. Right. She lives in another town, different school, something like that. The Great J said $5 to say Chris is a total piece of shit. Stick of the government. Yep. Here we go. Bunny VTuber sent $5 to say he only has AI as his source because Crybaby Chris never did any real research, and now he's trying to pivot because he knows he's full of shit. That was not the previous caller, the one before. Blood Mustard has been a member for a month, so they use their monthly message to say general intelligence, general question, sounds intense, respect to our vets. Thank you, Butt Mustard. Metal God sent $5 to say that doesn't mean the AI is intelligent. It means that the math algorithm it uses to act on is efficient. Yeah, I was trying to get that. Again, that was the first caller. We're a little behind on the donations because I was locked in talking to that. I thought I was talking to a fucking kid. Dude was a grown man. He was older than me. Chai sent $2 to say, the dudes all want you as bad as me. Stop jelly. Thank you. And then Dawn of something sent $20. His girlfriend is AI, because the guy was bragging about his girlfriend and he believed in AI. Yeah. Cordova Lab sent $5 to say, this caller is a weak human and wants to be told what to think by Thinky Rocks. Do better and your AI girlfriend isn't real. Funny. Pat in the chat said, I think I read some of these. My memory's not working today. I'm hungover. I'm sorry. I'm still able to navigate the conversations, but I'm not tracking the donations donations very well. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say Chris's girlfriend must be blind because this dude is clearly in a glass closet. We all saw you, Chris. I read that one. I don't know how I got him so out of order. Sydney sent $2 to say WH claim unemployed is down. Oh, White House claims unemployment is down. Hard to read graph. Help. Yes, yeah, they don't like data. Lance sent $5 to say caller sounds 12 while also smoking 3 packs of cigarettes a day. Previous caller made me laugh out loud. I could have crashed my car. Drive safely, people. Don't listen to the show if you're the type to lose control by the entertainment. The Great Jerry also sent $5 to say this guy literally is literally so simple. He missed the fact that your criticism of his position is that he views things too simply. The jokes write themselves. Yeah, he walked right into a lot of that. Horsepower sent $5 to say it's such a shame that they get so flustered and upset immediately after deciding not to concede on one point. Metal God sent $5 to say anyone who thinks anyone who thinks any action the government can take is simple has failed to understand just how fundamentally bureaucratic our government is. Absolutely. It just isn't simple stuff. B. Lonks sent $5 to say, you think I'm afraid to talk about immigration, but what about trans people? Also, I'm not running to a new topic. He ran to a new live. He couldn't handle me at all. Lance sent $5 to add, I'm almost 100% sure he's 17 who lied and said 37, especially with how he said bro. Yeah, dude, I couldn't believe that dude went camera on and proved to me that he's not a teenager. Can we just kick this disingenuous child, said Jammer Banks for $2. He wasn't even a child. Caller, watch the VOD back later and you'll see how you failed to answer questions and Oskar didn't. Horsepower, thank you for the additional $5. Jazz sent $2 to say even with chromosomes, men can give birth. 46XY. Yeah, again, he wasn't interested in engaging with it. Pat in the chat sent $2 to say caller has a 37-year-old body with a 7-year-old brain. I agree. And Kevin sent 5 gift memberships, which means there's 5 more people who get to be members on YouTube and be a part of the members only stream that happens on there Sunday evenings after the evening show at 7 p.m. Central Time. Members only, which is also cross-platform, usually starts around 9 Central Time on Sunday evenings, but also sometimes other days. Izomac sent $5 to say, when they ask how many genders there are, ask them how many states of matter there are. Turns out there are more than 3. Science complicated. I agree. Alchemix sent $10 to say, this is the $10 I mentally bet would have lost that the kid wasn't an actual adult. I love that you give them the explain why the joke is funny energy. Either they crash out or rarely wake up. Yeah, doing my best. Cordova Labs sent $2 to say double red payment, also baby voice, 37 years old. Yeah, sorry, once again, I'm just like not organized with following the donations today. My bad. But I will read a couple more that have come in on Venmo in the last couple of minutes while I've been reading. Thanks for being patient, everybody. Love your show and admire the patience you have with these guests. Thank you very much, Jacob, for the $5. And Matthew sent $1 to say, last caller was an itty-bitty small man evidenced by his wee voice and camera angle he decided on, aside from his viewpoints. I agree. And then, let's see. I think that's it. Okay. There we go. Sorry for the delay, everyone. Just lots of donations to get through, but we've got a full queue, so we're gonna talk to Robin with 2 exclamation points and see if they yell. We're gonna get back to it. Link tree in the bio if you want to support. How old are you?
Hi. I'm friendly. I just wanted to say the answer to the gender question. There's like 300, and we add a new one every time you complain about it.
I'm going to make up a new one just because you asked. Yeah, they're not interested in a nuanced discussion about like what gender as a label means if it doesn't mean something other than sex chromosomes. And if you can't acknowledge that the scientists don't define it that way, then there's no fucking point. So appreciate the word in edgewise. And thank you, Phil, for becoming a member over on YouTube. He heard me talking about the members and thought I should become one. Welcome. Taserface. Spelled like, it's spelled like we're playing Call of Duty. He's making me think back to my teenage years. No! How old are you?
Hey, I'm 39. I'm the one who sent you the donation about Turner syndrome. So what that is basically I'm missing a chromosome. So like, not to be too much, like I don't even have like a monthly cycle. I don't have like nothing, but I'm fully a female, but it's a completely different, like it basically, technically, I guess I'm not a female. Like, I don't know how that works exactly, but
well, at the end of the day,
a real thing.
I think the only thing that matters to me is that you're a person.
Right, 100%. Like these people, I just don't understand. If I live on my side of the fence and you live on yours, what do you care what I'm doing? Like, it just makes no sense.
Yeah, the way that guy engaged with the conversation, or, didn't engage, really suggests to me that he's never even thought critically about his own perspective on this stuff.
Exactly. And I just want to say thank you because you're giving us all a little bit of hope at the end of the day. So keep doing what you're doing.
Appreciate you. Thanks for hopping up. And thanks for the $10 Snake sent just wanted to say congratulations on 100K followers. Thank you. I'm very excited about 100,000 followers on Instagram. Instagram followers feel like they have real currency these days. And I don't know, it's when I think about getting my voice out and being a part of this thing, like it's meaningful to getting my foot in the door with different people I want to work on different things with if I have an Instagram account with over 100,000 followers. Like it does make a difference. Some people don't answer messages from people who have fewer than 100,000 followers. So I've been celebrating it. I was at the bars with my buddies last night, happened to be working a gig. So I put on the TVs in the bar, the follower count. So we got to all like cheer when it ticked over 100. It's a really nice moment to get to share with my friends. Lover of Life sent $5 to say, explain how a trans person identified as a gender. What is the qualifications? I don't understand and really want to. Are they asking me or are they saying to the call, explain how a trans person identified as a gender? What is the qualifications? I don't understand and really want to. Basically, another way of looking at it is that gender is created by society. It's a thing that exists in society that we participants in society label and determine. And because of that, it tends to change throughout history. What exactly a good like gender expression for your typical male is, like that has changed over the course of history. Right now in America, it's not people wearing dresses generally who identify that way, but that has changed throughout history. So what the chuds don't realize is that it's just not that fucking important what your gender is in any fundamental concrete sense. And we just recognize that. They think it is concrete. They think that whatever chromosomes you have, there's two genders, male and female, which are just, again, male and female are not genders, they're sexes, but they think that that's what they are. They assert that that's what they are. And they say that if you have XX, that makes you female. If you have XY, that makes you male. And those are your genders. But again, it has to do with this like societal label thing, which is complicated and messy. If you want to learn some sociology and study it, that's fine. And then there's some things about rules that we have to determine, like which bathroom you go into. I think it makes better sense to use gender than sex to determine which bathroom you go into. I think it makes better sense under most circumstances to use gender instead of sex to determine what team you play on if you're playing sports. There's some like edge cases that are nuanced that need discussion and rulemaking. But for the most part, these people are just fucking mad about people who like don't dress in a way that they approve of. Like that's really what it is. They just think it's icky. Which is just not a good reason to make policy about anything. I'm going to talk to King E, who's been in and out of the queue, but I can't remember if we've talked before. We're going to see if we get a good conversation. King E, you just showed up. Don't take forever to disconnect. Don't be teacupped. You just showed up in the queue like 90 seconds ago. I believe you're here. Come back. Talk to us, King E. Please. 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 No, he's not connecting. If only the chuds could understand. We're not trying to make them like anything. We're just trying to let everybody be themselves. Pretty basic fucking elementary school level advice. We'll say hi to IowaGolfer, who I'm calling a friendly these days. How you doing, Iowa?
What's going on, Oscar?
I saw your text where you're saying that you're becoming a Bill Maher Democrat. Is that your new label?
I am. Yeah, I am.
Yeah, I saw it and I was gonna like maybe go look up a little bit about Bill Maher because I'm familiar with some of his work, but I don't have a comprehensive enough understanding of his political perspectives to judge whether or not that's a good label for you. But I do have an answer to your question if you're interested.
Which question was that?
Well, the question of whether or not, like you texted me asking me if I felt that calling you a Bill Maher Democrat was like appropriate for your political perspective. That was the question, right?
Oh, I don't know. Not really. I was just saying, like, I'm no longer like considering myself a Republican. I consider myself a Maher Democrat, which is basically I don't like some of the things. I don't like. I shouldn't say some of the things. There's a lot of things that the Democrats do that I still don't like. But the Republicans are doing more things that I don't like, so I'm gonna vote.
Yeah, well, so because my answer was gonna be that I'm not knowledgeable enough about Bill Maher to like judge whether or not putting him in your label makes sense. But I do think that you're working really hard to find a label for your political perspective that isn't just the word liberal.
No, I would, like I said, I would consider myself a traditional liberal.
Yeah, I mean, I
consider myself to be a very liberal person, a traditional liberal.
Well, yeah, I consider you to be very socially liberal from talking to you.
Yes. So that's a good way to put it. I am socially liberal.
Now, my audience would be quick to point out that you're not socially liberal on a couple of topics.
That's fine. That's the thing that I have an issue with, is that if you don't agree with the 100% of what somebody thinks a liberal is, you're not a liberal. Or just no, you're not a liberal because you don't agree with this policy, or you don't agree with this viewpoint.
Yeah. And that's why I label you a liberal and not a progressive, because I think that
I'm absolutely not a progressive.
Yeah. I do think every time I talk to you, you're moving a little farther to the left, though.
I would probably agree with that.
I would wager we're making progress on that.
A little bit, yeah.
Yeah.
So I wanted to talk to you this morning. I shared a live with you that I was in this morning.
Yeah, I saw that. I was busy setting up. I didn't catch it. Yeah.
I was getting labeled as a sexist, or as a homophobic racist.
Oh.
But so basically the whole premise of the live, the guy had a prompt. It was like, are you pro LGBTQ or whatever? And I go in and I go, yeah, I'm relatively pro LGBTQ. I go, what do you mean by that? You know? And he didn't really give me a whole answer and stuff like that. And somehow we got into the whole thing about transgender members in the military. And I went, okay. Or no, I know how it was. I went, yes, I believe that LGBTQ people should have the same rights and acceptance as everybody else. Mm-hmm. And he agreed with me on that. And then somehow we got onto the topic of the military. And President Trump, I think it was an executive order, along with some Pentagon procedures, that booted transgender members out of the military.
Yeah.
And I went, and I said, okay. And I was like, well, I believe what they classified it as is a medical, for being like medically unready from having gender dysphoria or something like that. Because I asked, because he goes, well, they lost their rights and they were discriminated against. And I go, well, now let's hang on for a second, because I was not allowed to join the military. I tried. I mean, me and my recruiter tried for like a year and a half, but with my knee surgeries and my concussions, they would not allow me in the military. And I asked him, was I discriminated against because of my medical conditions? And he goes, no, that's different. And I go, I don't see as it is the way it's written.
Well, I can accept the semantic argument that you were discriminated against for that. I think the question is whether or not that's acceptable, and I think the question just is the ailment that's something that should stop somebody from serving, and I don't think that being trans should stop you from serving.
Yeah, but I do believe that. So I don't understand the whole gender dysphoria thing. I believe they have it down as a mental health thing. I'm not sure, but I would say. Oh, hi, Raven.
How's it going?
Good. How are you?
Good. Good to talk to you.
I actually need to use the bathroom, so I'm going to let you continue with Ezra and Raven after I read that Kronos sent another $10 to say, I know I'm late to the convo, but also 95% of the country doesn't know their chromosomes. We stopped doing it at high school levels because we found more people aren't XX or XY. So what is the caller? I think they meant to say, what is the point caller? Yeah, thank you for the $10, Kronos. Again, it's just, nobody actually gives a shit. Like, nobody who's knowledgeable about this stuff actually cares what anybody's gender or label is. It's just not the way, we don't spend that much time thinking about it. This is my perspective on it as an ally. But I'm going to mute myself and throw the speakers on so I'll be able to hear you, but I'm going to step away for a moment.
Hey, so I'll just take the mic if you don't mind. The reason why the banning trans people over supposed medical reasons and is discrimination and your knee surgeries is not, is because your knee surgeries then become a direct, hurdle to you being able to do your duties in an active duty situation, like line of fire situation. If your knee gives out while you're getting shot at and you can't drag a body out, you both die. Whereas me having a patch on my hip that puts estrogen in me doesn't cause me to not be able to be present and capable in that situation.
Yeah, so it like I was saying earlier, I was not saying that, I don't understand the whole thing. The way I understand that they classified it was as like a gender dysphoria mental health deal, and that's why they did it. And I would absolutely agree saying that while their viewpoints behind it might be rooted in transphobia, I will absolutely agree that there are some mental health. I don't think that people who suffer from certain mental health things should be serving in combat roles or in the military. I would agree with that.
Here's where you're conflating things. Being trans and having gender dysphoria is not the same as having like severe depression, bipolar disorder, those things that severely affect the way you live. A lot of trans people also have depression because of the way society treats us, but it's not the same thing. Having gender dysphoria doesn't mean you're a sad, horrible human being. It just means you have an incongruence of your gender and sex. Common side effects of that are, struggling socially because people don't understand trans people, and that can lead to depression. But inherently, being trans is not a negative thing. It's just a state of being. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
And so the current administration doesn't have a medically backed reason to state that being trans is a hindrance to their ability to do their job. They just say, we don't want trans people here.
Yeah.
And so it's rooted in discrimination with no medical backing. And so there's no good reason for it. It's just hateful.
Yeah, like I said, I can absolutely see that point of it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was just having a conversation with the guy. I don't know if you saw it or not, Raven. He wanted me to share
I've been a little busy.
Okay.
I will agree with you that technically, yes, you were discriminated against, but you had a medical backing behind the discrimination.
Yeah. And the one thing, because I also tried to explain to him, that, because it was kind of the wording, I guess, that I took kind of an issue with is, the right, because first off, serving in the military is not a right. I will say that. Now, he didn't even let me get to the point where he had said, he didn't even let me get to the point where I was going to tell him where the people who had precedent in the military that have been in the military for 20 or, 10, 15 years that were transgender and were booted out, that's unacceptable to me. Don't think that's right.
And I have a friend that actually got very close to unaliving because of that.
Yeah, and I think that's horrible. But what
you have to realize that was their intended goal when they did that. They want to eliminate trans people through hateful legislation. Then, when the military says you can't join because of a knee surgery, there's no ulterior motive. It's just to keep soldiers alive.
Well, if I can jump in here, there's also like maybe something that'll maybe just kind of open your perspective on this a little bit, IowaGolfer. Yeah. I have a neurodevelopmental disorder called ADHD. Makes me kind of...
Oh, me too, man.
Makes me kind of zany and weird.
Yeah, can you believe that talking to me? I bet you couldn't. There's no way you could believe that I have that.
We ADHDers often have the superpower of knowing if the person we're talking to has ADHD, and yes, I've been able to tell talking to you. But I had you clocked, buddy. But here's the thing. You could make the same argument that I have some sort of like DSM diagnosable state of affairs. Like, am I therefore broken? Should I not be able to serve? But as it happens, people with ADHD are wicked good at responding to emergencies, because one of the little glitches of people with ADHD is that we're very good at operating under pressure.
It's because our brain just fires a million mile an hour when it's calm.
we kind of feel more in our element when things are chaotic, which is why you actually find an overrepresentation of people with ADHD in things like law enforcement or first responder roles like EMT. You've done EMT work. Firefighters often have ADHD, and it's because while we're like running around like chickens with our heads cut off, being the screaming kid at the birthday party. Thank you, Bo Burnham, for that song about all of us. We're kind of zany like that. But in an emergency, we're the calm, stoic ones who are like getting shit done. So the idea that because there's a diagnosable label that we can put on a state of affairs doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to be an issue for anything. It might even be a superpower in a lot of ways. And there are a bunch of career paths where having ADHD, for example, is a superpower. One of them is performing. One of them is being an actor or a musician or something like that. And I have a lot of acting history. I am a musician, and I consider myself a performer. It's performative what I sit here and do. It's not an TikTokified version of me that's on here. This is like performance Oscar doing my show. It's different. It's a different Oscar than the one that you'll run into when we eventually get to have that beer together. So just think about it like that, where it's like, even if we have a label that a doctor might put on a person because they're trans, that doesn't mean shit, is basically my point.
Right. Now, one thing I did want to ask you, Oscar, because I've heard you use this argument before. And I'm not trying to move the goalpost whatsoever. I want to preface by saying that because I wanted to ask you specifically about this because I've heard you use this one against me, right? And that's, I can't remember what the term was. If the percentage of the population that is affected is so low, it is a non-issue.
What about trans
With
people?
that,
I can answer this. I know where he's going with this.
And I'm just interested. I'm not trying to justify what they're doing. I'm just interested in your response to this. Because I've had a couple of my views that I thought were kind of, acceptable, turned around, and I was like, okay, well, that does make sense then. So
are you referencing the voter fraud?
No, not. Well, that was the one I think he used it on. But if the percentage of the population affected is so low, is it truly that big of an issue? And I believe, I looked it up because I wasn't sure. I believe the percentage of the population in the military that identified as transgender. Now, it's not people who have transition, but that's everybody who just identifies as it. I believe it was like 0.3%.
I would argue that there's a difference between people being targeted specifically for that with no other positive outcome versus something that might benefit a whole lot of people versus a couple of people hurt.
Yeah. To answer, well, let me jump in because he's talking about a way that I talk about a lot of different issues, and I think I'm going to get to what I expect both Ezra and Raven to say, but I'll let them speak for themselves, of course, when I'm done. It's just the issue here isn't that if there was no external effect of the government having these policies about trans people, we could just say that it's such a small issue that it's just like not a non-issue. But because it represents a step in a process that I'm really concerned about happening to trans people right now, it's another step towards genocide of trans people. We can look at the behavior of the government, and genocide watch groups are looking at it and saying, this is adding up to something that throughout history have been the steps that lead up to these people being imprisoned, that lead up to these people being executed, that lead up to these people having the most basic rights in society taken away. Another example is Trump trying to take away the firearms from trans people using an executive order, which even the NRA admitted was a violation of their Second Amendment right. So it's not so much about the context of the military, it's that they're using the idea that we need good, strong soldiers as some sort of excuse to take another step in subjugating these people. And people who are educated about what that sort of subjugation looks like realizes how much of an alarm bell that is, which is why our focus is on it as an issue. Does that kind of answer what you're getting at, Iowa?
Kind of, yeah. It makes sense.
Yeah, I could say that, like, my argument could be that there are so few trans soldiers that having specific policies for them instead of just checking if they pass the fitness test, which is what we should do for everyone.
And I think the biggest injustice that's kind of been done, and I'm not a member of the LGBTQ community. I'll say by that. I'll start by saying that I'm a straight white man, but I have my sister-in-law. She's a lesbian. I love her to death. She's at home watching my daughter right now. I trust her to do anything. I'd die for her. I'd do anything for her. I went to a freaking I went to like a pride parade with her, and I actually had a pretty good time. But one thing I will say, I believe the whole issue with the transgender community, that why this is happening is, I think that such a small population that took it to such an extreme got so much coverage because of transphobia that it tarnished the reputation of the rest of the transgender community, if that makes sense.
How is it tarnished? I mean, what do you mean?
Well, I mean, so
can I ask how is a portion of the trans community going too far by asking for basic human rights and not being discriminated?
I guess it's not I shouldn't have just said just the trans community, but like I saw like a month ago there was a parade. I can't remember what state it was in, but there was a pride parade. They registered it as a pride parade, and they had men and women walking completely naked through the whole parade in front of children with their parts out and everything. And I just find that completely unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable to do in front of children. And that's the stuff that's getting coverage on the right, saying, look at that. This is what these people are doing. They're sick in the head.
How
and
is
I'm
that
just saying,
trans
that's
people,
not
though?
everybody. It's because it's the LGBTQ community, right? They kind of just wrap everybody in the same thing. And like I said earlier,
well, how do you feel about nudists? How do you feel about nudists generally?
If they want to do it behind closed doors, go for it. Not out in public in front of kids.
Right, but behind closed doors, children are exposed to nudity by nudists, but they're desensitized to it socially in a way. The children who grew up in nudist colonies or around nudists don't have the social association with nudity that somebody like myself does. So it's not, I don't see it as problematic because the effect that we're concerned about with nudity in public isn't there. So I just wanted to
Oskar, I want to make sure I'm getting this right here. Are you legitimizing men and women in a parade as that's categorized as a LGBTQ pride parade that has men, women, children, elders, everything in the community walking down the main street of a town with their genitalia out?
I'm actually going to comment on this because I did find.
Well, hold on. He wanted to grill me directly on it, and I know we're going to fact check it, Ezra, so we can get to that in a moment.
Sorry.
But to answer specifically, Iowa, quite frankly, I don't think that anything above the waist is a problem. I grew up in a place where it was legal for women to walk around topless, and I don't think it. If New Yorkers are corrupt, I don't think that's why. And yeah, I don't think that people should have their genitals out in public, and I would judge a person for doing that regardless of why they were doing it.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying is that's what happened in that video, and those are the small, less than 0.5% of events.
Yeah, but we can point people, whether or not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is,
hold on.
Those are the percentage of events that the people who have hatred towards these communities are putting out into the wide open space, saying, this is what all these people are doing, when that's not the case. I understand that's not the case.
So can we just agree then that the entire basis of the right-wing ideology is based on propaganda and hate, and that anything formed out of that should be disregarded?
So I don't think you should wrap the entire right wing up into saying that the whole entire right wing is hateful to the LGBTQ community.
Transgender, anti-trans, messaging was their number one, ad expenditure during the campaign. They made it an issue.
And whether or not this claim, the chat seems to think that maybe what you saw was a little bit of fake news, like maybe some AI generated footage or something. Because I can recognize that some nudity happens.
Real quick, I'll go find it.
Well, hold on, before you go, I can admit that some nudity happens at these sorts of parades. I'm not gonna pretend I'm blind to that. Scout's being so playful today. I'm not going to pretend that doesn't happen ever, but I could also say let's go find some right-winger exposing a child to something that I think is fucking horrible and say, therefore, all right-wingers are bad, or it gives them a bad name or something. And even though I hate those sorts of ideologies and I take issue with them and I run a whole show about fighting them, I just recognize that it's a bad argument to look at a particularly reprehensible right-winger and say that that's a problem with their worldview in general. There's I could make a parallel argument to right-wingers that expose children to violence, that try to normalize violence towards minority groups, the people Westboro Baptist Church level right-wingers, the actually hateful hang 'em all type of violent people. They do some outlandish crazy shit. There's hundreds of millions of people on both sides of the aisle on planet Earth. Of course you can find bad behavior from both of them. It just isn't a very compelling argument about all of it,
kind of a hot take, but one of the pros of having nudity in these pride events is it's meant to normalize the human body. America's the only one that, due to its Christian influences over the years of modesty, has a shameful view of the human body. Most other countries are very free in their expression of the human body. And so it's just a point of essentially protest to, express the human body freely and not feel shame about it.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question on that then, Raven?
Yeah.
So if a grown man were to go down any main street in Iowa, say my hometown, if a man were to go down a main street where, he's just out in public and he wants to just strip down naked and walk around and go talk to kids and go talk to people and walk around and say, well, I'm just protesting. Do you think he should be charged with indecent exposure? Because I do.
Because of the legality, I think so. But go ahead, Raven.
Yeah, it all comes down to intent. If you're intending on making, just going around inflicting, uncomfort on people, that's different than just staging a protest. A common protest that involves nudity is trans women being topless out in public, because it points out the irony that if you're going to call them men, then you can't also arrest them for showing their breasts in public. But
No,
they're
it
not,
wasn't
they're
even
not,
that.
going,
So
they're not going around giving motorboats to children.
No, the problem that I took with it is that men had their penises out, just flaunting them to little children that were sitting on the sidelines watching.
Were they
this parade.
going around flinging them in people's faces, or were they walking down the street?
Hey, Iowa. I did find what you were talking about. I don't know if you did while you were away from.
Yeah, it was the Seattle Pride Parade 3 weeks ago.
It is. Actually, was it 3 weeks ago? I saw another article that was 2023, but specifically in Seattle, it is legal to be publicly nude. Does that change any of your argument at all?
No, I still don't think men should have their penises out in front of children.
So you're basing it on morality, then?
Yes,
I think the question here, if we're going to handle this like Americans, I think the question then becomes Iowa. Do you think that the federal government should legislate nudity laws, or do you think that that belongs to the states and the local jurisdictions?
I believe it belongs to the states and the local jurisdictions, yes.
Okay, so you disagree with the laws in Seattle. Tough shit.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that when that's... I think you guys are misunderstanding what my view is on this. I don't agree
You think
with
the morality is wrong,
I don't
the
agree.
legality.
No. I don't agree with what they did. But what they did gave ammunition to the hateful part of the right-wing party to flaunt it.
But does that
That's where we're
legitimize it?
disconnecting here. No, but that's what I'm saying is that it's basically, but in a whole analogy, they had a pew-pew, they loaded the ammo into it, and they handed it to the right-wing party and said, here you go.
I could
They loaded a blank, and you fell for the fake blood packet.
Well, and I could point out that here we are sitting and having what I consider to be a pretty productive conversation about this because of this maybe publicity stunt, and that might be good. You know, when people poke the bear by saying like, okay, you know, New York allows women to be topless, I'm going to conspicuously go be topless to see if people have a problem with it, to make a statement about it, to do, you know, whatever thing you're doing. It's like you're falling into it if you sit and pearl clutch about it, because that's kind of the thing that I'm getting at here. It's like I'm curious how IowaGolfer feels about the notion that like the degree to which nudity is a danger when it comes to exposing to children is a societally structured thing. It's a social construct, right? Like there are places in other parts of the world where nudity is completely desensitized to children, and it just is a non-issue for there to be a penis out or a vagina visible or something like that. In the same way that I grew up in a place where it was just not unusual to see a woman topless, and that didn't. Again, I just don't really think there's any evidence that shows that that's like corrupting the youth in New York to like occasionally see a pair of tits at Washington Square Park or something like that. So like, do you recognize that it is just a societal construct, and it might be different in Washington than it is in Iowa, and that's why maybe they choose some different laws in Washington than they do in Iowa?
I can understand that, but I have a hard time understanding why any man or woman would want to go flaunt their genitals in front of children in a parade.
Maybe because it's hot out and they don't want to be sweaty, and because they live in a place where it's societally not as problematic for there to be that type of nudity in a way that sounds like you just recognized. Because the issue isn't like them saying, "Oh, I want to go show my dick to a kid." Like that's not what's happening. It might
it may not be the intention, but that is the outcome also.
Right. But do you recognize that in different places in the world, that's not an issue, that outcome?
In different places of the world,
do you think that if a child is present at Mardi Gras, everybody there has to keep their titties concealed?
No, but I believe that there is an actual there is a
pride has nudity to be expected, and if you bring your children there, it's expected that they may be exposed to that, and that is something the parent has consent to expose their children to normalize human bodies.
They actually have that. Did they have that posted then? If they had that posted, then
it's a well-known thing that pride has always had nudity expected.
Well, and we could argue that your kids, to play devil's advocate,
I did not know that Pride advertised full nudity. I did not understand that. I didn't know that, and I redact.
It's not like they advertise it as like come watch naked people walk around. It's just a place where free expression is welcome.
Yeah, it's the sort
Iowa,
of thing where,
since
like,
you mentioned,
if the parents are aware that nudity is allowed and they're educated about what Pride events are like, then they might consider, there might be some nudity if we go to Pride today. That's the sort of thing I might think about, like, oh yeah, like I dress more revealing when I go to Pride, like it's just kind of part of the culture of it. So you just consider that as a parent when you're deciding to take your kid somewhere. You might not take your kid to a park because there's lots of homeless people in it. Maybe the homeless people aren't breaking the law. Maybe they're just using the park benches in a way that's totally legal. Violation warning. Oh, we're talking about nudity. Let's see. What do I got? Oh, I think we need to restart the live. we got a flag earlier. No, it was me because we're talking about this stuff. So we'll wrap it up quickly and then we'll restart. But yeah, I just think that it comes down to this issue of pearl clutching, because we got to it a second ago where you admitted that in different parts of the world it's not an issue. And I guess what I'm pointing out to you is that we live in a big country. Seattle's a different part of the world. Seattle's as different from Iowa as some part of Iowa might be, or some part of Canada might be from the United States. It's as different from Iowa in a lot of ways. Like there are places in Europe that are probably more like Iowa than Seattle is.
So can we use this? View that some people in different countries or different parts of the world have different views on things, so it's acceptable to do those things in certain parts and other parts?
Well, yeah. Well, we just leave it. We leave it to the people who live there to make their laws. You said that you're okay with the nudity laws being local instead of federal, so it just sounds like it's none of your business what the laws are in Seattle.
So are you okay with now? I know you banned this topic. Are you okay with states making the choice for Roe v. Wade for themselves?
No, because I think that, I mean, we've kind of come back to this before, but I think that what outlawing abortion does is so wrong that it is a violation of the sort of rights that the federal government exists to protect in all jurisdictions.
So that's based on your personal views.
Also, abortion comes down to suffering, whereas like LGBTQ things, the government is trying to enact suffering.
Yeah. I am going to restart the live though before we continue discussing, because I'm a little. I got a proper violation. So I'm
go ahead and kick me Go ahead and kick me. I'll talk to you guys later. Raven, it was nice talking to you.
Yeah,
Ezra, good talking to you. Oscar, congratulations on 100,000.
Thanks, dude. Appreciate it. Thanks, Raven and Ezra.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, while everybody's here, I am going to read the donations before I turn over, because I doubt we're going to get it. Well, we'll see what the violation or what the donations say, and maybe I'll lose my comfort for reading them out loud because of the violation concern. But I hate reading the violations, or I keep saying violations instead of donations. I hate reading the donations after doing a restart, because then maybe the person who sent them doesn't get to see them, which is a shame. Tyrell sent $2 to say, MAGA doesn't realize that scientific facts are not absolute or certain, and they can be overturned on the basis of more complete or new information, which happens to be the case with things like gender. It's literally how science works. Once again, there have been some changes in the way that scientists talk about gender recently, and a lot of these people want to go back to definitions from like the 1980s to try to talk about gender, and that's a shame. Joe sent $5. Got to do my tongue twisters today. Joe sent $5 to say, transgender people have served in the military for a long time before Biden. The idea that it impacts combat readiness is a fig leaf from Pete Hegseth, who actively speaks against transgender people, women, etc. It's just a lie. Yeah, absolutely. Again, if they were really concerned with making sure that we were sure that our military was strong, they'd probably want to like check if these people are good at their jobs, instead of just like caring about these arbitrary labels of gender and stuff like that. Arabelle sent $5 to say, donating solely to respect Bo Burnham reference. Love Bo Burnham. I've been a fan of Bo Burnham from back when he was problematic. And I was a little kid, so I didn't realize he was problematic, but he's come a long way. Go watch Inside. It's a masterpiece. Anyway, Jeffrey sent $2 to say, gay marriage was legalized in 2015, but the far right needed a new boogeyman. So in 2016, they turned on trans people. It's sad so many small-minded people fell for the trap. MAGA talks about trans people more than trans people talk about trans people. Abso-fucking-lutely. Thank you for the donation, Jeffrey. Jeffrey sent another one to add $2 to add, Iowa is crying about the Pride Parade, but I bet and then Venmo cut him off because Venmo's app is broken, and I sometimes need to open the messages twice to get to him. Boop, 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 boop. Where did it go? Missed it. There we are. IowaGolfer is crying about the Pride Parade, but I bet he has never whined about Mardi Gras or any other straight pride. How fucking hypocritical. Well, we kind of got there in the conversation. I think in his defense, people know I spend a lot of time defending IowaGolfer. He's okay. He's capable of recognizing that sort of hypocrisy and trying to square it, which is why I value conversation with him so much. Because if we point out something like Mardi Gras, or that Europe has different like social norms around nudity. Like, he's willing to take that in and consider it. So that's how we got to that state federal discussion. Joe sent $5 to say, we need to be better as a society about not taking random videos on the internet as representation of the whole group. It's too easy to fake content like that or take it out of context to be the basis for your entire worldview. Also, nudity happens at Mardi Gras too. Yeah, a lot of people are on the Mardi Gras train with that. Once again, I agree completely. I try not to like look at a video and be like, that's what's going on. If I look at 100 videos and I see that's going on, like, okay, ICE agents are maybe up to no good. And there's lots of footage of it. Jack sent $1 to say, I went to a Shrek Stream drag show brunch last weekend in Minneapolis and there were children present. No matter how uncomfortable you personally are, other parents are going to expose their children to the human body. Leave people alone. Yeah, and again, I'm a fan of people not clutching pearls. So, you know, if we get like more progressive people just because people are a little like looser with what their kids are allowed to see, that's probably like a good thing. Lorenzo sent $1 on Cash App to say, what about Mardi Gras? Straight nudity is okay? Yeah, once again, nobody's talking about Mardi Gras because we all recognize that's a fun party, right? We gotta just be fair. Getting over to YouTube Super Chat. Where were we on YouTube Super Chat? Metal Gods for $5 said, I have to dip to take care of my godmother. For my fellow metalheads, road trip song is Bite Down by Mike's Dead. Hopefully you see you later. Well, thank you for the $5. Vicky sent $2 to say, Bill is a dino. Don't even know who she's talking about. Kronos said, I'll try to say this respectfully, IowaGolfer, but as a gay man, I have too many experiences of MAGA trying to push us down, either with policies or physically. It might not be all, but it's a majority. Yes, just kind of talking about the general trends here. Quinn Craft Table sent $5 to say, reps call LGBTQ propaganda because they hate those people. Otherwise, if not, they'd call cis education propaganda too in order to fit the argument. I agree. Just, you know, hypocrisy about labeling. And Leah became a member on YouTube. Welcome. Horsepower sent $5 to say his objection is that it gives ammo to the right. The logical takeaway from that is that under threat of propaganda, people can't express their rights. Yeah. Anyway, we are going to restart the TikTok live because I got a violation warning for, I don't even know what the fuck it was I said. Said something bad, but that's why we're following the backup account, right? So if the show gets banned, we can continue on there. One of these days it's going to happen mid-show and hopefully everybody will hop right over and tell TikTok, this account does lives and get it going. Anyway, we are going to end the live, so we'll be back on in just a second because we are going to try to go for 4 hours today. So we are only halfway through the show. TikTok, I'll see you in just a moment. YouTube, you guys don't have to do anything. If you're watching here on TikTok, live's about to end. There'll be a circle on the screen showing my profile picture. Click on that, go to my page, refresh in like 10 seconds. I'll be live, you know, in just a moment. Anyway, we're not live on TikTok. Donald Trump has definitely raped a bunch of kids. Pretty obvious looking at the way that he's hiding the Epstein files, that he's hiding evidence of him raping all those dang kids. I think that we should talk more about the fact that the president raped all those dang kids with Epstein, but it's a little hard to say that assertively on TikTok, so I don't. Anyway, going back live. There's the 10 seconds that everybody waited for me to refresh. Let's see 360 people watching on YouTube. Are we going to be able to get back to that viewership quickly? I don't know. 2 hours is plenty of time to get a good show going. Let's get that backup account back in the corner of the screen. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna take a moment and I'm gonna switch the backup account. I'm gonna switch to Oskar Quentin Music so people have a different account to follow. Gonna hop in here, request, accept, join, and mute. There we go. Welcome back, everybody. I put a different backup account in the corner if you're watching on TikTok. Go follow this one now. Go follow Oskar Quentin Music. There's 2 backup accounts. I would like for both of the backup accounts to have 10,000 followers. That's the goal. So I've got pretty good, like, the ratio of the people who watch live on TikTok to the number of TikTok followers I have is pretty crazy. Like 10% of the people who are subscribed watch, and that's like on any given day, and that's fucking crazy. But it took me 14 seconds. That's because I had a secret special message for the YouTube viewers because I get to say some TikTok censorable stuff when I'm between the live streams. If you're just coming back in on TikTok, different backup account in the corner for the second half of the show, so make sure you're following that one as well. Do I have more Venmos? I feel like the balance went up. Oh, I do. Ava, thank you for the $5. Ava said, I live near Seattle, and nudity is very normalized, especially in the night scene. It's the accepted culture of Seattle. Walking back from concerts, you see a lot of tits, LOL. Yeah, you know what? Free the fucking nipple. Who fucking cares, right? I think here, nudity's allowed in parks. Like, women are allowed to be topless in parks, but not on the sidewalk here. I don't really know. But I just don't really fucking care at the end of the day. I grew up in a place where women are just basically allowed to be topless, is the rule in New York. So whatever. Free the nip. Yeah, that's the official policy at the Oskar Quentin Show. And Sean sent $10 to say, tuned in just in time for the no TikTok spiel. Love it. We need to talk about it more. Yeah. Well, we do some live streams on YouTube only to get around the TikTok filter. So if you want to see an un-TikTok filtered version of me, 7 p.m. Central Time on YouTube only. I do the evening show and then the members only stream. I am still behind the TikTok filter on the members only stream, but we're talking about maybe doing the members only stream only on YouTube because it's the least difficult platform in terms of censorship, and then just finding a way to give all the other members and all the other places permission to see the YouTube stream. It just simplifies stuff tech-wise for us. Puts everybody in one chat, which like adds to the community of it, because we'll have like 100 people watching on YouTube and like 2 people watching on Facebook, and then the Facebook person is just like in the chat talking to themselves, whereas everybody else gets to like enjoy the party that is the YouTube chat. So I kind of want to get there with that, but we're always talking about those sorts of improvements. We're going to talk to Mothman and see if he keeps the second half of the show going with a good debate. Have I spoken to Mothman before? I do not remember. How old are you?
I'm 27 and we spoke yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday's 100 years ago in my land. What did we talk about?
We talked about how like cracks are forming an illusion of supporting Trump for me.
Oh, yeah. Forgive me for... I've had actually a handful of calls of that nature this week. What topics did we discuss?
You were giving me more information to look into to see if more cracks had formed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. What did I tell you to look up? I gave you advice. What was it? I don't remember.
The main one you told me to look into was the Big Beautiful Bill's
wording. Right. Because I think that the Big Beautiful Bill really demonstrates that the Republicans aren't trying to make life better for everyday Americans.
Yeah, after actually going in and reading, like it just, I don't know if I can say the words I want to say about it, but I didn't like the way it was worded.
I think you can be a little more straightforward than that, but you did go and read the language of the bill. What jumped out to you about it as concerning?
The clear cutting of SNAP benefits, and I already yesterday, I can't remember if it's Medicare or Medicaid.
Yeah,
cut as well.
And I'll be straightforward with you. It's such a jumble of stuff they did. I don't even have a comprehensive, like, memorized knowledge of exactly how everything was cut and what. But yeah, in general, lots of cuts to social programs, lots of increasing the budget, which is going to make the deficit go up, which is going to increase the debt faster than it would otherwise increase for the federal government. So yeah. I wanted to give you that because I could sit and tell you the terrible things, but they're in there. They're in the language of the bill. So, I mean, you already had your doubts. Like, how do you feel about Republicans and conservatives in American politics generally in consideration of their support for that bill?
I mean, in government, I'm starting to, the more and more I see, the more and more I'm starting to disagree with it. Like, I grew up in a very Republican family.
I think that was something I'm remembering now. After you left, I had a couple of messages in the chat, and it got discussed, I think, on the Discord. People were curious why, like, we never really got to why your tendencies to want to be conservative, because based on your values and based on some of the stuff we talked about, it sounds like you're a reasonably socially liberal person who wants good things for everyday people. So I just pointed you in the direction of discovering that that's not what the conservatives are up to in politics right now. But I think that the chat's suspicion was right. You've grown up in a conservative family, so that's kind of has that just kind of been the political default for you?
Yeah, the overwhelming majority of my family is Republican.
Mm-hmm.
And I also did see somebody name the area that I live in chat yesterday. So I was like, oh, I'm not going to say it because I saw the actual name.
Yeah, I mean, don't worry too much about people figuring it out. I mean, the internet knows where I live, and I get death threats every day, and like I'm fine, like nobody's gonna like. It's not very likely that anybody's gonna come bother you or figure out who you are or anything. And you're a good faith caller. I'm not gonna ask you to turn your camera on or anything like that. So, I think it's just that some of the people who live near you figured out where you were based on the way that you talked vaguely about it. In the same way that if somebody could say, oh, I'm from a town like this or that in Minnesota, and I'd be like, you're talking about this city. You're talking, you live in St. Cloud or something like that, like the locals might have you clocked. But don't worry about that too much.
Raven's correct.
Copy. Are you worried about been at odds with your family and your community because of your concerns about the politics of conservatives?
I have seen what happens when someone goes against it in the family without having like an ironclad argument. So I'd prefer to keep the peace until I have a full argument to actually have a informed debate about it.
And Raven says that you're unfortunately right to worry. And I will point out that you just said something that I actually relate really strongly to, which is that it doesn't matter how right you are, it doesn't matter how correct you are, if you don't have an ironclad, not just good argument, not just good set of facts, but if you're not good at defending them, somebody who's armed with a bunch of bullshit can look very effective in one of these conversations. I saw a comment under one of my videos a long time ago that really stuck with me as a description of what I do, which is like, wow, this guy really shows that it's a lot easier to throw shit at the wall than it is to stand in front of the wall and catch all the shit that somebody's throwing at it. Because, you know, it's like that gish galloping thing where people just say bullshit so quickly, I don't have time to respond to all of it. And it makes them effective in like looking like they're right in the argument, even though they're not. And to operate to operate with the strictures of needing to be academically, intellectually, and journalistically honest in your conversations, that limits your ability to do all that bullshit. So it's hard to keep up with. So you need to be overqualified. I need to be 10 or 100 times better at arguing than somebody calling in who's going to argue a bad point, because it's a superpower to argue without having to respect what's true. Because you can just make up bullshit for every step of the conversation. I only get to pull from the well of things that I believe are true, which is a huge handicap in terms of being able to navigate these conversations in a way that's combatively effective. So I hear where you're coming from in terms of your reticence to engage in these conversations because you don't necessarily like have so comprehensive a set of skills. But at the end of the day, that is a separate issue than like what you believe and what you think you should vote for.
Yeah. Also, I've noticed they tend to dogpile on those debates.
Dogpile? Like, you mean like just pile on a bunch of...
Everyone jumps in. So it's not a one-on-one debate. It would be me constantly like changing who I'm debating with.
It's actually why it's one of the reasons I don't generally do panels like I did just a moment ago, because I have some trans individuals who I like to bring up as people who have personal experience with trans issues for a little representation and just for a little bit better perspective on the conversation. And IowaGolfer's kind of a friend of the show, so the previous caller is somebody who we can, you know, like kind of just have a friendly conversation with. But I'll tell you that I can judge my own team. I often watch left-leaning panels, and I hate the way they're moderated, because it'll be somebody who's perhaps trying to engage honestly, but they're on the wrong side of it. But when you have four people, each of whom who have a different rebuttal to the thing that you just said, it gives you four things to respond to every time the talking pillow gets back around to you. And it's just not effective if somebody's like, well, what about this? And then somebody else says, oh, and don't forget that. And then a third person says, well, I'm actually really mad about this. It just becomes fucking impossible for the conversation to be linear and effective, which is why even if all of those points that are being brought up by the panel are good ones, it's just not very effective debate, which is why I tend to, under almost all circumstances, run this show as a 1v1, where it's, you know, my thoughts versus yours, so we can just stay on track.
Yeah, I do greatly appreciate the way you run it. Because I've seen what happens when one person's going up against multiple people, and no matter how much you know, it's hard to debate 4 or 5 people at the same time.
And when I do have panels, and this is my advice for people who want to run panels, definitely, like you might even need to describe this to people who you want to have on your panel. And I just do the trick of only letting people up if they actually seem to obviously get this. I want there to be a talking pillow. You know, if there's a panel, if me and Raven and Ezra are having a conversation with IowaGolfer, for the most part, it's Raven talking to IowaGolfer for a few minutes. And then maybe Ezra wants to get a word in edgewise. So then Ezra has the talking pillow and talks to IowaGolfer for a few minutes. Maybe I say, hey, can I get a word in? And then I talk to IowaGolfer for a few minutes. Instead of each of the three of us saying what we think about every point he makes, which is where it becomes a real 3v1, a panel can be a 1v1, where the one is taking turns. And that's just far more effective, regardless of who's on which side. That's just a better way to run a conversation, which is just me drawing upon my experience as a public speaking and communication teacher. Because I just know ineffective communication when I see it, and that's something I think that people on our side are also super guilty of. Is just like you're right, but you're an asshole, to quote that 90s movie. You can go about conveying the right information in a way that's wrong or ineffective or whatever. So I hear you when you're talking about getting piled on from your family, but I'm not sitting here hoping that you like fight the good fight by convincing your whole family that you're right at Thanksgiving. Like, that's not the grenade I'm trying to get you to jump on. I think that for where you are, you should just focus much more on making sure that you understand this stuff and that you have the information that you need to come to reasonable conclusions. Because I think you're beginning to see that the perspective your family gave you is not one that gives you the tools that you need to make a reasonable decision about politics. That's the most important thing that I see in a conversation with you.
Honestly, I think you're correct. Like, I grew up in that system, and after getting out on my own, like, and having to work 2 jobs just to exist, like, their system isn't correct. Like, after just witnessing it, it's just not correct.
Yeah. I mean, it sounds to me like you're just a decent enough person to see the outcomes and be like, this is mean. Like, this is mean. So much of this is so mean spirited. I think especially with family and people who want to pile on all of this bullshit and like fight about the facts of the case. It's like people who want to argue semantics about trans rights, where I'm just sitting there like, why do you want to be so mean to these people? Like, why do you want to make their life so much harder than is necessary?
Yeah, it's wild. Like, I don't understand where the hard line comes from with them.
I think the hard line's a defense mechanism. And by hard line, I think maybe you mean this like impenetrable, like, this is what is right. No version of the truth that conflicts with this could have, you're a crazy liberal or whatever thing. Whereas that's not like, I'm really steadfast in some of my beliefs. I'm a real hard ass on certain things, but I can be intimate when I'm asked or vulnerable when I'm asked a question that like maybe I don't have a good answer to, or maybe I haven't thought very hard about. Like, I'm not going to sit up here and say that I'm some monolith of truth and that I've figured everything out. I don't think you should trust people who say that they are. I think that anybody who says they're right about everything or can never be proven wrong on something, like, that's a red flag. And I think that the conservative values have leveraged the fact that if you tell people that it's bad to be wrong, if you tell people that it's bad to be vulnerable, if you tell people that it's bad to show any weakness in a conversation, it makes it easier for those values to be conserved throughout history because they never get challenged. That's what we see with religion, right? Like, you're not allowed to tell you what God, to decide what God says. Maybe the priest is, maybe whoever the religious figure in your particular religion is. But I don't know how long you've been watching me, but I'm wrong on the show all the time. I get a big, nasty, ugly correction where I have to go in the description of the YouTube VOD and point out how wrong I was about once a week. Which, like, some people will point at and be like, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. And it's like, no, it's because people tell me when I'm wrong. And then I like go, oh, wow, how did I get that so wrong? And then I go and research the thing I didn't know about. And that makes me better at it. It's me doing that for my whole life that's made me pretty decent at this. It's that openness to being wrong. Being open to being wrong is just like, what wonderful. Makes these conversations so much easier to navigate.
Oh yeah. And I'm gonna be honest, I started watching you yesterday.
Welcome.
And one of my friends has been watching you for a little over a month now, and I was talking to him at work, and he told me that next time he was watching, he was gonna share the live and have me come up and talk to you. So that's how I found you.
Friend.
Yeah. But I had a couple questions for the main reason I was coming up today.
Yeah, sure.
One was I was going to ask if you could explain what those flags are behind, because I genuinely don't know what they are.
Oh, so the one up top here is just the Minnesota state flag. We voted on like an online poll a couple years ago to update the state flag because we had one of those boring old flags that's like too complicated, like antiquated 1800s design. So there's a couple things going on here. We got some colors to represent the sky and the water for the lakes in Minnesota. And then the star is the same star that's been in the center of the rotunda at the state capitol. So just like some local stuff. A lot of people say it looks like the Somali flag. You can look it up and see, decide for yourself whether or not it pays homage to that. I wouldn't have a problem with it paying homage to the Somali flag because we have a large Somali community here that I personally really value. So I'm okay with that. The fuck ice thing, somebody drew on this flag. And this flag was a gift from somebody in my life because they confiscated it from the crowd at a concert because they were working at a concert venue. And they wanted to give this flag to the artist. So I have a mission in my life, which is to deliver this flag to Haley Williams someday for the person who made it. But it lives with me for now. But it doesn't say fuck ICE on the Minnesota state flag, to be clear. It just says fuck ICE on this one. And then, yeah.
I figured.
Yeah, just being cheeky there. And then this one I bought at Pride last month. This symbol of like the loon with the spread wings. Let's get this out of here. Is the rebel loon, and then somebody added some colors here just for Pride because I like bought it at a Pride event. But this loon with the star at the top is like meant to be reminiscent of the Rebel Alliance symbol from Star Wars. But now every state has one. It started here in Minnesota during Metro Surge. This was like the symbol of the rebellion. Those of us who are resisting the actions of the federal government here in Minnesota. But now every state has their state bird as a rebel emblem. So it basically it's just another way of saying fuck ICE. But I just saw it for $20 at the Pride Festival in Loring Park on Pride Saturday this at the end of June, and I thought, oh, how good for my background. I got to do a better job organizing the background. We are actually maybe going to have a change of scenery on the show while I improve the studio. I'm going to temporarily move the show somewhere else so I can work on this. But those are the flags.
Okay. Yeah, I just genuinely didn't know what they were, so I was gonna ask. But the second thing that I wanted to ask was, do you have anything else I should research to see what else I don't know?
I think that you should look at the sorts of claims that are made by those people around you. Like, it sounds like you probably are familiar with some talking points that your friends and family use in this kind of conservative environment that you're stuck in, and just start looking up where they come from. You know, just start trying to figure out, like, when they say this, is that true? You know, like, I'll give you an example. If your family members are saying that illegal immigrants are real dangerous and that's why we need to deport them, go try to find evidence of that fact. Go try to find evidence that shows that an illegal immigrant is, by any measure, anywhere, ever going to be a more dangerous person on average than somebody else walking down the street. I don't know what type of sphere you're in terms of which things people are talking about a lot. I don't know if your family's really fired up about immigration or trans rights or abortion or the defense budget or the war in Iran or cost of living or whatever things. But because, as I think you're beginning to see, having read some of the language about the big beautiful bill, the Republicans will say that they're trying to work on things like cost of living. But then if you go study what affects cost of living, if you go like do a little economics homework, their approaches don't really make any sense unless you look at it through the lens of like them trying to make rich people richer. Then it starts to make sense. So I don't know what issues are big for you, but look for general information and like educational resources about that subject matter instead of political stuff, right? Like I'm really bugged by the fact that people learn enough biology to say a couple of talking points about trans issues instead of learning biology and then coming to their conclusions about trans issues through a lens of knowing biology. So the journey of self-education is kind of long and arduous, but the issues that you still feel conflicted about, get to reading about those issues, not about the current policies. Get to understanding those issues so you can judge what the policies are.
Okay. And I was going to say, like, the big three, like, talking points that they constantly bring up are immigration, trans rights, and cost of living. Those are like the big three they bring up. Pretty great.
Yeah. So my short list covered it. So yeah, I would start looking at some of the history of that stuff, like cost of living in particular. Like start learning some basic economics. Like you can go watch crash course like economy videos on YouTube and just like learn about how the economy works. And you don't have to learn very much about how the economy works to watch a politician talk and go, well, hold on, buddy. That's not how that works. That's not the effect of that sort of policy. That's not going to do that to inflation. That's not right. So just, the journey of self-education is really the thing that I think, the education system has failed a lot of us. There isn't a lot of like cultural might put into education these days, especially with, the TikTok sphere. Here I am talking on TikTok instead of writing books because people watch TikTok more than they read books. But somebody said it in the chat a moment ago. Read some books, go find some books about immigration. Go find some books about biology, about gender sciences. Go read some books about the economy, but so that you can study cost of living. Unfortunately, and this is really the homework assignment, the quick answer is never going to be the best one, almost never. It's rare that these issues are so simple that a quick and dirty answer does really effectively does the job. And people want to be able to Google quick what if a policy about the economy is good or not. But my answer isn't to do something that quick. It might be to spend a month reading a book about the economy. It might be to spend a few weeks going through the crash course videos on economics or something like that, so that you know some of these terms. And that's just not very fast, but it's the same advice about educating yourself about politics that I give to all the people who want advice about being successful on social media. Now that I've found some success on social media, is a lot of people look at what they have to do and they go, that's a lot of work, and then they don't do it. So when people who maybe live stream a few hours a day don't then spend 5 hours editing clips to upload to Instagram and Facebook. And those people are asking me how they become successful on Instagram and Facebook, and it's like, it's a shitload of work. So do the work if you want to have that. And it's the same with educating yourself about politics. ChatGPT gives such a quick and dirty answer, but it's so often wrong that it's just not a good way to get information. And a lot of people aren't going to go spend hours reading a book. They're not going to go spend hours watching proper educational material about this stuff. They're not going to spend hours taking a free course on some college's website that offers their curriculum for free. But if you do that extra work, the payoff is that you get to be one of the few people who have the benefits of that type of work. So get to work, because it's hard work being reasonable about this stuff. But if you value it, that's what you should do.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to look into it, because after our conversation yesterday, and then you told me to go read the wording of the big beautiful bill, I was like, all right, I'll go check it out. And then I checked it out, and I was just more stunned the actual effects it will have compared to what I had been told it'll do.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the difficulty. The Republicans will just say that a bill does something that it doesn't do. It's craziness. But, it's just, they're leveraging the fact that so many people are unwilling to do that work for themselves. And the education system is failing in such a way that we can't expect a person with a high school degree to have those basic critical reasoning skills. So they're taking advantage of people who lack those skills. But we do have tools available. We do still have the internet. And with just a little bit of maybe advice from somebody like myself, you can find the resources that you need to swim upstream, swim against the tides of what's happening with people's minds in this country right now, and just become one of the people who's better educated, such that these bullshit approaches to policy don't work on you. Because that's fundamentally, that's what I believe is going on. People are being convinced of some bullshit because we've got an education problem in this country. And if people were better educated about how all this stuff works, if people were better educated on assessing whether or not a claim is true, they would, people wouldn't be falling for this as much. But they are. They think that the illegal immigrant is so dangerous that it's okay that maybe some constitutional rights are being violated along the way. They're not educated on how that's such a big fuck up to fuck up the foundation of the house to try to change something about it, like constitutional rights are more important than there being illegal immigrants in the country. We shouldn't sacrifice our constitutional rights to address an issue with legal immigrants, which with better education about illegal immigrants, it's just kind of a non-issue. So yeah, I don't need to pile on, because I can tell that you're open to it, and you should choose your own adventure. You should go become one of those people who's impervious to bullshit, because it's a wonderful way to be.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to do more research, because after seeing more and more cracks forming, the more I dig, I'm sure there's gonna be more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I don't want to pile on. I when somebody is so open and gives a concession as you have, I like to, give you a little more to chew on and send you on your way and hope to hear from you again, because I don't think it's effective to pile on.
Yeah, I'll have to do some research and come back up.
Yeah, and I mean, because I'm sure you'll find questions to ask me as you go down that path.
But yeah, this has been a good chat. I have to go get ready for work.
Got to slave for those bills. Get after it.
Oh, yeah. I plan to. Have a good rest of your stream.
W's in the chat from Mothman for being good faith, trying to find his way out of the darkness. Sorry for ignoring the messages and the donations. Just gotta lock in on a conversation like that. Jake sent $5 on Buy Me a Coffee to say, MAGA insists on facts over feelings until it's their feelings. I love the show. Keep calm and keep teaching. Oscar, thank you. nice moment for that donation to come in, because it definitely reflected the flavor of that call just a little bit. All right, let's see. Where was I on Venmo? I think I read Jack. Yes, because he went to the Shrek thing. Thank you again, Jack. And then Ava sent me $5 to say, I live near Seattle and nudity is very normalist. I already read that. Thanks again, Ava. My brain is not working today. But that's okay. I was out late celebrating 100,000 Instagram followers. I do not regret staying up late last night. It was worth it. Jesse sent $10 to say, my daily donor to keep you live for 4 hours a day. And then they've got the little heart hands. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, Jesse. Jesse did message yesterday saying they'll donate daily to keep me at 4 hours. Today's a 4-hour day. Will tomorrow be? I don't know. I got to look at my calendar. David sent $5 to say, for me, because I have a lot of MAGA family, I don't argue with them. I tell them my position and I stand on it. We don't have to fight, but I don't pretend to be a part of it. There are personal decisions to be made about it. I have no advice for that caller on how he should navigate the social component of disagreeing with his family in the way that he does. And that's not something that I've experienced with, because my family is very liberal. So, I might not be the right guy to ask for that type of advice. Vicky sent $2 to say, clarification, IowaGolfer said he's going to be stupid Venmo with their cutting off my messages. Let me see the whole thing. Going to be a Bill Maher Democrat. Bill Maher is a dino, Democrat in name only. Yeah. I feel like he's maybe, Bill Maher's like socially liberal, but like fiscally conservative perhaps. But I'm not confident enough about my positions on Bill Maher to speak directly to that. And do we have any YouTube super chats before we move on to our next caller? Scout doesn't want me to find out. She wants to bump her head into my computer mouse and have me. YouTube can't always see. There's usually a cat on my desk. Let's see. Here we go. Quinn Craft Table sent $5 more to say, I'm the one who guessed the social pressure thing, and I guess I was right. Feel bad for people who have to live that way, but being informed will set you free. Yeah, sounds like we agree about the messaging I chose for that call. And then Pat in the chat for $2 said, proud rebel scum. Yes, we do have our rebel emblem up in the back. And we're going to talk to Savannah Hurst. Now we're going to see if this is an oppositional call to keep the debates going on this particular Friday, as we have an hour and a half left in the longer show for today. How old are you? I don't think that caller was old enough. If you did mean to join, feel free to hop back in the queue. I don't think the baby meant to join. T. Jennings, we're going to see if T. Jennings is our next debate host on the show. Co-host? Guest? I don't know. Doesn't matter. We're going to see what they think about politics. How old are you?
Oh God, I did not mean to join.
No worries. We're going to talk to, is this Najee? I can't quite read this username. Maybe they'll tell me how to pronounce it after they tell me how old they are, if they meant to join. Hello.
Hello.
How old are you? Kronos sent $5 on YouTube Super Chat to say, the urge to call out tomorrow to watch the stream is big, but then I'd not have money to send you. Kronos, take care of yourself. Pay your bills, work your job. You worry about me too much. Code 3 Clay is our next caller. Are they of age? Are they a Trump supporter? Are they polite? How old are you?
No, I'm so sorry. Hold on. How do I get off?
I got you. Don't worry about it. JerryMobbb with 3 B's. Let's see if they meant to join. I do appreciate all the people who accidentally end up in the queue by double tapping away on the screen. It does help over on TikTok. How old are you, JerryMobbb?
30.
Are you a Trump supporter?
I'm an independent, yeah, but I support Trump in terms of ICE.
Oh, why is that?
Because people do this thing where they do this collective punishment because there's a few bad apples. The whole thing needs to be abolished, which I feel like is a little bit extreme. So I'm all for reforms, ICE reforms, right? Or accountability for the people who does egregious things. But to collectively hold the whole agency accountable for a few bad apples, I feel like it's bad faith in my opinion, brother.
Oh, I disagree. Can I tell you why?
Yeah.
I don't think it is just a few bad apples. I think that the policies that ICE is using are unconstitutional. So even if I agreed with the immigration policies themselves that come from the government, which I don't, but let's just say that I did want all the illegal immigrants deported, which I don't, but let's just say, for example, that I did, I would still really take issue with ICE and I would still want them abolished and replaced with a different agency. And the reason is because there are such egregious civil rights violations happening that people are either committing those violations themselves, which means that they should belong in prison, or they are working for an organization knowingly that is committing those sorts of violations. And I think that not only should such people potentially also belong in prison, they certainly don't belong working for a law enforcement agency for the government. So I think that the problem is big enough that we can say that everybody who works there is guilty, complacent in it, even if they're just sweeping the floors. And that in my perfect world where we have better immigration policy that I do agree with, we do still need a law enforcement agency who's tasked with enforcing it. I can accept that. I just think it needs to be a new, different one staffed by completely different people.
Yeah, see, now if I use that premise and flip it to undocumented immigrants, right? Because there are undocumented immigrants that does egregious things, right? Let's hold everybody accountable and switch up immigration in terms of immigration enforcement. Like that. Like, I would be looked at as xenophobic. Right?
Can I tell you why that's a bad?
But it's like
that's a false equivalency. I take real issue with you saying, because when you work for a company, you're kind of implicitly saying, I don't think it's evil to work at this company. Do you think that that's a fair thing to say about a person having a job?
Wait, where do you get that from?
Like if I worked for a company,
no, because people join the military. No, people join the military for different reasons than like, because the military is used as a tool for imperialism. People don't join the military for to be complicit in imperialism. Sometimes they do it to survive. So it depends on who you talk.
That's fair, but we can say, hey, you have to weigh the ethics of what the military might do if you're going to become a member of the military. That's they know what they're signing up for in terms of becoming a member of this club, this group, this cohort, military. Whereas if somebody illegally immigrates, they're not co-signing the actions of somebody else who illegally immigrates in any way. That's just another person. They're not part of the same group. They're part of the same label. Like, you and I are both humans. We both have 10 fingers, probably. Does that mean that I co-sign your behavior? Like, that doesn't work the same way.
Yeah, but I'm saying, okay, well based off that premise, then people who come over here the right way, right? There's a process, and it's a long process to get over here. So
you're skating past this issue.
Like people who come over here the wrong way.
Do you recognize that working for ICE and therefore in some way implicitly co-signing the behavior of people who work for ICE is different than becoming an illegal immigrant who maybe doesn't co-sign the actions of other illegal immigrants? That I want you to respond to that before we move on.
Hold on, bro. I had a phone call. Can you? I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you for apologizing. Yeah, I appreciate you being courteous about that. Yeah, I just don't think it's fair to say that's like somebody who works for ICE knows who they work for. They are aware. They can turn on the television. They can see what ICE is up to. They can be aware that people are unhappy with the actions of ICE. They can be aware that there are political commentators who hang signs that say fuck ICE and debate whether or not what they're doing is ethical. Whereas saying that a person who's an illegal immigrant is by the same reasoning co-signing or an accomplice to the actions of other illegal immigrants is nonsense, because there's nothing that ties those people together other than the fact that they illegally immigrated. They're not part of the same group. They're not part of the same command structure. They're not part of the same.
No, I was talking about the people who migrate here the right way, right? And it's not illegal, and like the process of them getting their citizenship versus the people who come over here illegally in their process. That's what I was talking about. I wasn't talking about. But the point is this, bro. I think ICE is a net positive, right? Because if you look at the statistics of the people who they're shipping off, I'm seeing a lot of people who harm children being shipped back. I'm seeing a lot of, and you're in Minnesota. I just seen something with I forgot the governor name.
Tim Walz.
Tim Walz. I seen something where he gave clemency or a pardon to somebody who raped a 10-year-old,
okay,
bro.
I have opinions about all these things. I think it's bad that he did that, just straightforwardly. But we're kind of just...
I respect your morals, man, because at least you're morally consistent. See, most people will just automatically defend Tim Walz because they have allegiance to Democrats. Actually, bro, I can tell you're a good person.
Thank you. But I take some issue with the way that you're running the conversation, which is that you're kind of gish-galloping a little bit. You're bringing up a lot of topics instead of really sticking on what we're addressing. Because I gave you my reason for wanting to abolish ICE, and you actually never answered to it. You just moved on to other stuff.
Yeah, but you saying move to a different. So the thing is, you're saying we need to abolish ICE and then transfer to a different agency. I'm saying, what agency is that? Because
we could establish
I'm
a
pretty
new
sure
one.
You can nitpick at every. No. Hold on. Let's start with existing.
It doesn't have to be an
give
existing
me an
agency
where you feel like. No. Hold on. Let me just clarify this. So American government agencies have all been problematic. So the same argument that you're making about ICE, that we need to abolish it and change something, well, you can make that argument about every U.S. agency, the CIA, the FBI, the police force. So if you're going to do this with ICE, you got to do it with every agency.
I don't think that the approach that I want for, like, I do want there to be reform for law enforcement agencies, just like the regular police departments. Are you still here? Did you get a phone call? You back?
Yeah, my ex keep calling me. She mad.
So
All right,
here,
what you say, bro? My bad.
let me answer to your concern. I also think we need reform for police departments, but I recognize that these are very different problems. There's 20 to 30,000 ICE agents. There's a couple million police officers in the country. There's a lot of police officers with a lot of different jurisdictions. The idea of like deleting all the police forces in the country and starting anew comes with some heavier duty cons because of how necessary they are to the safe functioning of society. Whereas I actually don't think on a day-to-day basis that immigrations and customs enforcements are like day-to-day necessary. Do you think there'd be pandemonium if there wasn't ICE officers for a weekend?
That's a good question.
There would be pandemonium if there weren't police officers for a weekend. So we have to handle, if we're going to talk about reforming and replacing and updating.
Wait, but you're changing that now.
I'm answering directly why my argument for police officers and what we should do about police reform is different than what I think we should do about ICE agents. And I'm telling you, I'm pointing out the differences between the two of them that make that the case. So I'm staying very much on topic.
Yeah, but your premise, but your original premise on why we should abolish ICE is based off you feel like it was started immorally, right? And you feel like you don't agree.
It's not that it started immorally. I don't even think it was necessarily started immorally. It was started after 9/11 when we were really concerned about national security and most people supported its creation. That's fine. What I'm saying is that if there were 2 million ICE agents and they were also responsible with basic public safety, I wouldn't want to abolish and remove and replace them because that wouldn't be a very effective way to do that. The cost to public safety would be too great because the cost to public safety of just like deleting the police departments everywhere and starting new ones, I don't even think deleting the police departments there, because police they're not proactive. They don't prevent crime. They actually wait till the crime is done. And I would argue that police, well, you say for the most part, but I don't think that's relevant to my concern because I think we've seen, for example,
you said that it would be chaos if we abolish the. I don't believe that.
Are you familiar with the Montreal police strike? I think it was in 1967.
Yes.
You're familiar with it? How did it go?
Yes, criminality increased once that happened.
Yeah, it was real bad. I think a lot of people don't commit crimes because there are police, and if there weren't police, they would go and commit those crimes. I'm concerned about that, which is why we need to handle reforming police very differently than we need to handle reforming immigration and customs enforcement, because immigrations and customs enforcement don't do any necessary law enforcement work on a daily basis. Like nothing catastrophic would happen if they didn't do their jobs for a month while we built a new organization.
I think, to be honest, bro, if you look at the police officers, right, there's been this thing called the blue code of silence, right? Where now this is actually worse than ICE. And so there's this thing called the blue code of silence. Like, for example, with gangs, right? They do this, or Italian mafia, they do this thing where it's a G code of silence. So if you snitch, then there's consequences amongst the gangs. The police departments in America historically, and they still do this now, where they practice a blue code of silence, to where if one bad cop do some egregious things, then other cops won't speak out against that person because they're on code.
That's a real big problem. I'm aware of that problem. I see some people saying, excuse me, I see some people in the chat saying ACAB, and I actually co-sign the phrase all cops are bastards, because for the same reason I think about the ICE agents, if you are a police officer working the street just about anywhere in the country, you are complicit in some bad behavior of the sort that you are describing. I recognize that. I think every cop is a bastard for that, but I just accept that pragmatically, in terms of safely transitioning to something better, we can't just like overnight delete law enforcement and replace it for the reasons I have described. And that reason just isn't present with ICE agents. There's fewer of them, and this is the big thing. This is really the big thing that I want to make sure you understand, and I want to hear your response to, because you haven't responded to this particular point. ICE doesn't do anything that everyday people need on a daily basis.
Yeah, so
we could take a break from
I'm gonna respond directly.
Okay.
My argument is not about abolishing either institution. My premise is to your argument is that we need to make reforms. You want to abolish, and then you're using the abolishment of ICE to say if we abolish the police force, then it will cause chaos, right? And I'm saying I don't want to abolish either. Let's create reforms, even though we know that there's problematic things going on
specifically, though, I want to make sure that because you said that if I feel this way about ICE, I should therefore feel it that way about police departments, and I'm explaining to you why I don't. And I want to know. I just want to understand straightforwardly.
I'm saying it's worse. No, I'm saying it's worse because I feel like the blue code. There's no equivalent amongst the police officers. So
okay, it sounds to me. Hold on. See, I feel like you're missing my point, because it sounds to me like you and I agree that the police are like in serious need of reform. Do we agree on that?
You don't believe it. No. You believe in abolishing ICE based off us not needing it. I'm saying we do need ICE because
we do need it. I'm just saying that it wouldn't be an emergency if we didn't have ICE for 48 hours.
But I'm not arguing. See, you're arguing the emergency part. You interject the emergency. Emergency is your position. I don't even agree with the emergency thing because
hold on. I'm really trying to understand your perspective, and you didn't answer a question that I asked you very directly. Do we agree, you and me, that police?
I literally answered it.
I don't know the answer, so if I missed it, I'm sorry. But please let me know the answer. Do we agree that police departments need very serious reform?
Yes.
Okay. I'm glad that we have that common ground. I'd like to think that we're at least on the same team then, even if we disagree about accomplishing it. I just think that we need a
wait. Do you agree with my reasoning on why they need reform?
Police?
Yeah. Did you hear my reasoning? And do you agree with my reasoning?
Yeah.
Because your reasoning might be different.
Well, you said it's because police protect each other when they're bad apples. Is that the reason you gave?
Correct.
That is among the many reasons I think our police departments need reform.
Correct.
Yeah, so we agree on that, and probably some other stuff, just judging by the tone. Like, I think there's some other things about police brutality and stuff that I bet you and I would agree on. What I'm saying is that it's an emergency for a lot of people that law enforcement misbehave, and that's why it needs to be addressed. But it would immediately create a bigger emergency if we got rid of all law enforcement, as we've seen in times where that's been tried, like during the Montreal police strike. And because of that great societal cost, just saying, oh my God, the police are misbehaving, turn off the police department until we fix it, isn't a good solution. It's not a good way to address the problem. Whereas we can look at ICE and say, oh my God, ICE is misbehaving, and we can just turn off ICE. We could just abolish it today and say, okay, we need to figure out immigration and customs enforcement. We need to figure out this immigration problem. But there's not immediately going to be an emergency for communities if every ICE agent was fired today. Nothing would happen this weekend that would be all that dramatic. That's my point. That's why I think that we need to handle these issues of reform differently.
Okay, my bad. All right. I heard everything except the last part. Can you? Because I'm sorry,
I was just
my ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah. I'm not going to blame you for having a busy phone. That's fine. I was just saying that because we can't just turn the police department off, fire them all because they're misbehaving, because the societal cost would be so great of not having police for even a short amount of time. We have to be much more careful about that. Whereas with ICE, we can point to ICE and say, if ICE is misbehaving, we can just fucking fire them all for the reasons I've said that we probably should, and there isn't an immediate emergency.
Okay. Okay.
If we take a month to make a new ICE that works better, that appeases my ethical concerns, my constitutional concerns, my legal concerns, if we took a month coming up with a better system, or a year or something, it wouldn't represent a horrible emergency for people. Whereas not having,
now I'm following. Okay.
Yeah, not having the police for 24 hours would be a fucking emergency. So we just need we need reform for both of them. But I think we can abolish and replace with ICE pretty easily. Not very easy to abolish and replace a police department.
Okay, I'm following.
Unless you build a new police department and launch it like the same day that you abolish the old one, you could have like a direct transition. Correct. But you need it in place, which means that as we design that one, we would need to keep the corrupt, fucked up police department operating until it was time to replace it. We just don't have to do that with ICE, because ICE isn't doing anything so necessarily important to a functioning society.
Okay, well that's fair, but see, now I'm gonna answer your question because now I understand it now. So, because I think it's a false comparison, because the police force doesn't function like ICE. This is why we kind of need the police force more as a society. So I think it's a false comparison, because most government agencies don't function like the police force, where it's a necessity, right? But I'm saying ICE is not like. Of course, ICE is not needed like the police force, but that doesn't mean because there's a few bad apples, we need to abolish everything. Because I'm pretty sure we don't need. What's another government agency that we probably don't need as much as the police force? Do you think we need the CIA as much as the police force?
Well, the CIA is hard.
Do you think we can function without the CIA or the FBI?
The CIA and the FBI operate with secrecy, which makes it hard for me to answer, because I recognize that the government needs to have secrecy around certain investigatory agencies in order to be able to do their job effectively. They can't talk on the TV about how good a job we are doing investigating some other countries. My point is, right. I'm saying that because
my point is there's no equivalent to the police force. So you can, the same argument that you're making about ICE, you can make about any agency outside of the police force, because the police force is something that we actually
when my answers are different.
I agree with your premise. Like it would be probably issues, but there's no agency outside of the police force that we actually need. So you can nitpick at any agency and say, okay, well,
I would like to tell you why we can't. I would like to tell you why we can't, and that's because it is a necessary detail of the job that the CIA and the FBI and the NSA, for that matter, are tasked with, that they operate with less transparency. People demand transparency around local policing, right? People want the sheriff's department in their town to be transparent about how they do investigations. Does it create an issue of national security if they're transparent? Is Russia watching the sheriff in some small town investigate a murder or something, and using that information to potentially do things that we would consider problematic for our national security? No, but the FBI and the CIA operate in domains where that really matters. For operational security, secrecy is really important. And because of that fact, because of that difference between the job that the CIA, the NSA, the FBI, these government agencies are tasked with, that is so different, so fundamentally different than what local police departments are doing, so fundamentally different, I think, than what something like ICE is doing. Once again, I just have to consider that when I talk about reform. So because I recognize the value of secrecy for the CIA, for the FBI, for the NSA, the only thing that I can do as a civilian is try to put people in charge of those organizations that I trust to run them in a way that isn't corrupt and evil. I think that the FBI is currently more corrupt and evil than it's ever been, and it's because of the person in charge of it, Donald Trump. I think he's corrupt and evil, and his FBI is doing corrupt and evil things above the baseline that we expect the FBI to do under any president. But I recognize that the ignorance I have is because of the operational security value of them having secrecy. And I value that enough to say that I wish I could see what they were doing to judge it, but I can't, because that defeats the purpose of the agency existing. So the next best thing is to make people who I trust in charge of those organizations. Once again, a different approach for a different situation.
Okay. And my only thing is, where I agree with mostly everything you're saying, but when you go from one thing to extreme, I feel like it's intellectually lazy to say, okay, since we don't need the ICE agency like we need the police force, which that was never the argument, then therefore, since there's bad apples, we need to abolish it all. Because I'll
respond to the bad apples thing. Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, and my thing is, I think ICE is a net positive. Like, I think ICE has, if you look at the statistics, I'm just looking at, I'll be on ICE.gov, and I'll be looking at all of the people that get shipped off. These people do egregious things when they come to this country. It's like,
hold on.
It's like we got to be morally consistent. Like, if I go
please, there's something happening here, and I don't think you're doing it on purpose. But you wanted me to
say all. I said some.
Please listen.
I didn't say all.
Please. You wanted my answer to the bad apples thing, and then you moved on to saying that they're deporting people who are dangerous, and you're giving me more to respond to than one thing. Can I answer about the bad apples before we move on to the people that they are deporting?
My first point is about your extreme. You went from one thing to extreme.
Yeah.
Because of
right.
All right, but continue.
I'd like to answer that before we move on to the people that they're deporting. Can we do that first? I'd like to. So
no problem.
My issue is, and I think I explained this to a previous caller, so forgive me if the listeners who heard this earlier, because I don't think that you heard it earlier, caller. If a local police department had an officer that did something bad, like smash the taillight on your car and then give you a ticket for a smashed taillight, that's corrupt, right? Like, that's misbehavior from a police officer. You can agree with that? You're still muted. I just want to make sure you're following my example. Just a basic example of police corruption, right? Can you unmute yourself so I can make sure you're following the argument?
Yes, I'm following.
Okay, so we could have the sheriff fire that officer and say that was very corrupt. We don't allow our police officers to do that sort of thing. And I could look at that, and it wouldn't be reasonable for me to say, based on that information alone, that that police department is corrupt and that needs like some serious reform or replacing or abolishment or something like that. I could say that's a bad apple. The sheriff agrees that was a bad apple. We get rid of the bad apples without spoiling the bunch. Are you following me this far?
Yeah, but that premise don't hold based off the blue code of silence. That's
I'm not done.
Not the case.
Well, it's a hypothetical.
You asked the question.
Well, it's a hypothetical. I'm not asking you if that's how it works in real life. I'm saying if that happens. Well,
can we be realistic? Why are we doing hypotheticals? Let's be realistic.
Okay. It's very important to be able to have a conversation about politics for you to be able to handle a hypothetical of that sort. And I think if I told you the other half of the hypothetical, you'd realize that I'm just trying to demonstrate a way that it would be reasonable to think about these things in accordance to the way that it is in reality. We're going to get there in a second. Can you just try to imagine a situation where the sheriff is firing an officer and I'm saying, oh, okay, sounds like the sheriff isn't that corrupt. He didn't do that blue code of silence thing that you're concerned about. Good job, sheriff. You get your donut in my example, right?
Okay, I'll do the hypothetical with you.
Yeah, hypothetically, the sheriff isn't at fault in this situation, right?
Correct.
Okay, but what if the sheriff said, oh, if that officer didn't do anything wrong, not at all. He has immunity if he did do something wrong. Everything he does is okay. You're not allowed to investigate it.
That would be problematic, but
right.
But that happens all the time.
I agree, which is why I, in reality, outside of the hypothetical, do think that police departments are corrupt and need reform. But we're talking about ICE. So the reason I'm saying that it's not just a bunch of bad apples that are just that are spoiling the bunch is because the bad apples are being defended not by the sheriff, but by characters such as Tom Homan, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, Kristi Noem before she was fired, Gregory Bovino before he was ejected from Minnesota for making ICE look like a bunch of Nazis, but he does still work for DHS. So when you have the people at the top defending the actions of the bad apples, suddenly the system is the problem, not the apples. That's what I think is going on with ICE.
And this is why I see. This is where we differ, because I agree with you. But your response to that is abolish it all. My response to that is reform. So it's like we just gotta agree to disagree.
I think that what ICE is doing is so flagrantly and uniquely unconstitutional and dangerous for this country that anybody
uniquely unconstitutional. Is that what you just said? Did you just say uniquely unconstitutional?
Yeah. A law enforcement agency allowing agents,
come on, bro.
A law enforcement agency allowing their agents to enter people's homes without a judicial warrant is a uniquely unconstitutional state of affairs, even among corrupt police departments where you can find bad apples doing illegal searches and seizures. You don't see people all the way up to the top defending it. That's a unique situation. That's why my approach to ICE is so unique compared to my concerns about all these other agencies that need to be reformed. Oh, yeah, Gregory Bovino retired. I didn't know that.
This is.
Thank you for the correction.
Where you're messing up is comparing where you're messing up is doing a comparative analysis with ICE and the police force. You have to do smaller agencies based off because like you said earlier, the police force is a necessity. We need it to function as a society. So this is why you got to compare ICE with other smaller agencies that we relatively probably don't need, right? So is there another equivalent outside of the police force where you can compare ICE to? Is there any other agency
the DEA?
You can feel like, okay, we don't need the agency as much as the police force?
The DEA. Like it wouldn't be because the thing is that the police are like at the frontline defense to the most basic emergencies. Like if somebody's trying to break into your house, you call the police and they stop him. And the DEA is law enforcement, but they go after organized crime. So they're not really likely to be first responders for somebody who's having an emergency. And for that reason, they're not like a necessary.
And this is why it's a good comparison to ICE. The DEA is a better comparison than let's say ICE. Because,
I could make the same argument for the DEA. I'd be more okay with abolishing the DEA and replacing it with something better.
You can do this with every agency, and that's my point. You can do this. You can nitpick wherever every agency outside of the police force, because the police force is a necessity. We actually need it. So the same argument that you're making about ICE, you can make about every agency outside of the police force, literally. So it's like y'all only nitpick at one agency because it goes with your political ideology and it aligns with abolishing ICE, which is a democratic narrative, right?
I think
and it's like,
I don't like the accusation that it's like a democratic narrative. Like I really do think that I've formed my own opinions about this stuff.
It is a democratic narrative.
It might be, but when you bring it up in a conversation with me,
most sanctuary cities are in democratic.
What I'm pushing back on is I felt like you were implying that I just got the talking point like from other Democrats, and I'm saying that that's not how I personally operate. But again,
I didn't say that. I'm saying. Well, I'm pretty sure. Well, you live in Minnesota, so I'm pretty sure ICE actions in Minnesota as of recently impacted you. Correct? Is it Minnesota ran by Democrats?
Yes.
Okay, so you don't think that case that happened with the dude being unalived by ICE impacted your position on ICE being abolished?
I wanted ICE abolished before that, and I still do after. So no.
But I'm saying, did the situation affirm your position on ICE?
Yes, it did affirm my position on ICE when they murdered Alex Preddy a few blocks away from where I live. He was a neighbor of mine, and he was in the same signal chat that I was in, trying to keep track of ICE agents in the neighborhood.
And I'm saying I'm just like you, but I'm on the opposite side. I'm actually on the ICE side because there's cases where undocumented immigrants have unalived black people, and there hasn't been any media attention. And my position is based off those.
So we got stuck on.
Wait, hold on. Let me finish this point. Based off my position, right? Because I was always pro ICE. In those situations where black people got unalived by undocumented immigrants, that affirmed my position to be pro ICE.
Okay, a minute.
So we're on the same side.
I don't think that you and I are on the same side. I think that you're falling for a trick that a lot of people use in the media, which is that they show you a case of a thing happening and they say, "Look how bad this is."
You're falling for sensationalism. That's what you're doing. You're falling for sensationalism. You're pointing out the small percentage of people that does problematic things from the ICE agency. You're using those and you're sensationalizing.
I'm talking about the people in charge at the top supporting those things.
Propaganda. You're projecting.
I'm talking about Stephen Miller lying on television and saying that Alex Preddy was an assassin sent to cause maximum damage, which is bullshit. He lied about somebody in my community who was killed by one of these officers. And they're defending the actions of those officers. We've already rebutted this issue of the bad apples. You recognized, you understood that I meant it's different if the bad apple does something, and then the person who runs the apple orchard said that's a perfectly fine apples. All my apples should behave that way. That's different than they're just being.
You use the hypothetical to make your argument more stronger because you don't want to live in reality. This is why you've been dealing in hypotheticals. All right, realistically, right?
Hypothetically,
ICE has been.
Sir, no. I need to address something with you. How are we supposed to talk about what we want the laws and policies to be without asking questions like, hypothetically, if we passed this law or policy,
Because
what would
reality,
right, but if we want to change the rules, we have to ask hypothetically, if the rules were this way, what would life be like? So in order to engage
no,
with
we don't have to do that. No, we don't have to implement hypotheticals. So wait, what are you talking about? You're just making up stuff. We don't have to.
Let me ask you a question. What's a law that you think should be changed? Like, what's a policy that you want the government to do? Like anything, local level, federal, anything. What's a law that isn't the way it is that you wish, and you wish it was some other way?
I don't think we should privatize prisons.
Why not?
I don't know what law got implemented to put that in, but when they privatized
hold on, let me see if I understand you correctly here. Hypothetically, if we abolished privatized prisons, you think that the outcome would be a good one?
That's a different premise. That's a different premise than what you were saying about us, bro. This is what I'm saying. Now you're doing the gish galloping now. How? Okay, so
you said that you don't engage with hypotheticals. You agreed with my hypothetical argument earlier, but then when it came back to bite you because it was in conflict with what you said, you then said that you
implemented.
Right, but
I pushed back. Soon as you said the hypothetical, I pushed back on it.
Why? But I'm pointing out that you do engage with hypotheticals. You just don't.
I never engage because I never agreed with your hypothetical in the first place. I said, why are we doing hypotheticals?
What will happen?
Let's just do hypotheticals.
Why would? Okay, space. Let me ask again. Why do you want? I agree with you. Why about private prisons? I also want private prisons to end. I think that's one of the things that we shouldn't do with private capital. I think that's really bad. Why do you think? What do you think would happen if we made private prisons illegal? What would the benefit of that be?
They wouldn't incentivize because prisons incentivize regardless if it's private or not, but it would be less incentive. Like for example, Core Civic did something to where Core Civic is the biggest private prison in America. They did something to where they guaranteed 90% occupancy rate in their prisons. So they literally incentivize people to get incarcerated more. So that's problematic.
I agree.
Based off reality, not hypotheticals.
Right, but in reality, they're allowed, and you're engaging with the hypothetical where they're not.
No, I said no, brother. So I literally said.
But that's what a hypothetical is. I don't think you know what a hypothetical is.
Yes, you asked me. See, this is what I'm saying. You're putting me in a position where I have to argue a hypothetical when I don't want to. All right. When you say hypothetically, what is a policy that you want to change? And then I engage in a hypothetical. You're saying, well, you're involving yourself in hypotheticals.
Right. You have to. You have to say it's not bad faith. To say that you want.
I don't want to engage in hypotheticals to begin with.
But you
I'm
engage
doing it because that's what you want me to do.
But you have to engage with the hypothetical to say that you'd prefer the world. But you're saying that you'd prefer the world. You're telling me.
I can give you a realistic reason of why that I'm anti. I don't got to do hypotheticals. I can give you reasons why. I can give you reasons why.
But the notion of the world. No,
I can give you reasons.
You're gonna hold on. It's my show, and I feel like you're just getting defensive and talking over me because when you say
you're getting defensive,
I'm just trying to understand how it is you can engage in a hypothetical right in front of me, and then tell me that you don't engage in hypotheticals. Because to say that you would prefer the world if we abolished private prisons is engaging in a hypothetical. You're saying hypothetically, if we abolished private prisons, that would improve the state of affairs. That happens to be a statement with which I agree, but it is a hypothetical. Hello? Maybe his girlfriend's not... Oh, he ran. I don't think he was getting a phone call, because you get teacupped right away if you get a phone call. So he muted himself. How do they not understand that you have to engage with a hypothetical to do anything? Like when you put on a jacket, you say hypothetically, if I don't wear my jacket, I will be cold. I don't like this hypothetical. Hypothetically, if I wear the jacket, I will be warm. So I shall do that. And then you go and you test the experiment and you see if your hypothesis was correct. And you think, my hypothesis was wrong. It's warmer out than I thought it was. I wore my jacket and know what? Yeah, I guess I was right. I'm not cold, but I'm too warm. Whatever. It's just... I don't know, man. I don't know. ScreechMeister's been causing up a fucking storm. Dude, like I said, you can come back today, but that doesn't mean you get to interrupt whatever call is happening when you get here. So you're next, but I'm going to read the donations first, so wait your turn. Zane sent $10 to say, congrats on 100K and keep up the good work. Changing hearts and minds is the real fight. Zane, I think I know who that is. I think that's Gerrymander America. He's a friend of the show. Thank you for the $10 and thanks for the congratulations. I am wildly excited about having 100,000 Instagram followers. I feel silly being so excited about it. It feels like a big deal. It really was like, I mean, you guys can go watch the clip of me in the bar with the odometer rolling over 100K. We got it filmed last night, so that's on my Instagram. It got my heart rate up. I'm excited about it. I'm just very happy about it. Jack sent $1 to say, fun fact, that The Departed is actually a documentary on the American police force. We've needed reform in the police since the 90s. I would argue since way earlier than that. I just think the way we have to go about that's very different because they're so necessary to a functioning society. David said, Jerry, the apples aren't just bad. The whole goddamn tree is rotten. That's kind of what I'm saying. It's like this tree grows bad apples. We need a different tree. Vicky, did I read yours? I feel like I read Vicky's already. Yeah, that was a clarification on IowaGolfer. Thank you. Oh, and do we have buy me a coffees? Do we have cash apps? I don't know. No, we don't. But we do have a YouTube super chat. Not that it's a non-issue. They are paramount to our economy, and we should feel lucky to have them here. Think talking about illegal immigrants there. How do people not fucking understand that like everything you say about the future is a hypothetical? ScreechMiester. I'm going to bring him back up. And ScreechMiester, remind me how old you are?
I'm 55.
55, and I know...
Today I'm going to feel like the trans do. I'm a cat.
The what?
Never mind. It was a joke. I said, today I feel like how the trans feel. I'm something other than a human being. I'm a cat.
Oh, I think that's offensive. I think that's offensive.
No, it shouldn't be. It's a joke. Anyway, I got something to explain to you.
Okay.
You told me to go out, basically, and see for myself, gather information before I come up and really say another word about your fuck ice thing, okay?
Okay.
So I, this morning, went to the library, happened to see a picture on the wall of a guy that was my next door neighbor, or actually I did this yesterday, went to the library, and then this morning, the guy that I called ICE on yesterday after I left your show, guess who showed up at their door this morning? Turns out this guy, this is what you guys are supporting and defending. This guy, over the last 30 years, has had us a family, but wasted 2 people, sexually assaulted 6 or 7 other people that were minors throughout a 30-year period, and was undocumented. This is what you guys are protesting and standing up for, and they went and busted down his door, had tons of people yelling and blowing whistles as they're taking this son of a bitch that deserves to go back to Mexico and be thrown in jail for the crimes he has committed. Why are you defending that?
Did you film it?
Now I'm done.
Did you film it?
No, I didn't film it.
Then I don't believe you.
Of course you don't.
So here's the thing. If people were there, excuse me. If people were blowing whistles, somebody was probably filming, right? One of the things that we do when we show up.
I'm sure somebody was filming. I would gather. Yeah. Somewhere it's going to pop up.
Yeah. You want to message me privately and you can tell me where you live and I can try to find the footage because I'm pretty good at finding that sort of thing. If this happened, we can talk about it, but I don't fucking believe you.
Why don't you believe me? I never lied on your fucking show before. Why would I come up and just all of a sudden do that?
I mean, even if what you're saying is true,
why would I lie to you about that?
Because I think you want to promote your worldview instead of mine.
Promote have you seen how many followers I have? At 8,000 or 8,300 followers. Where am I gaining followers? I'm not like you.
I'm not saying you're doing it for followers. I'm saying that you're doing it to be effective in this conversation. Let me understand this correctly. Are you suggesting? Wow. I don't understand what you just brought me. Are you saying that you found and caught a dangerous criminal that you turned into ICE?
I didn't catch. They did. I just went and called the number.
Yeah,
they've been looking for this guy over tons of times.
But what led to you doing that?
What led to me doing that? I don't want a sexual predator living in my fucking neighborhood.
How did you determine that there was a sexual predator living in your neighborhood?
It said it right there on the picture.
On the picture? What does that mean? The picture?
That said, basically looking for this, had a bunch of people on there, and I happened to be looking at it, and it said ICE on there, so it kind of intrigued me. So I thought I would take some of your advice, some of Parker.
When you say on the picture, you said you went to the library. I'm just not following what you say.
The library.
You went to the library. What, did you see a wanted poster?
Yes, of like 10 fucking people that they're looking for in our neighborhood.
Okay. I have said that I'm okay with ICE deporting such people. That's my position on that.
Okay, and then why do you sit there and continue to say you want them abolished when they're doing their job and they did it very respectfully? They just kicked in.
List the crimes that you said they did.
He sexually molested 6 to 8 people, wasted 2 people, so he ruined 2 people's lives. Okay. But he had a family of his own.
Do we have an agency whose job it is to arrest people for doing those sorts of things?
ICE. He was illegal.
Do we have another agency that's responsible for arresting people who do those sorts of things?
Why is the National, or not National Guard, what is that other one?
Your argument implicitly here is that I want to abolish the organization whose job it would be to arrest that person. But what I am arguing is that there would still be a person tasked with arresting such an individual if we did abolish ICE, which is why I think we can abolish ICE to replace it with something better, because the local police would still arrest rapists and murderers.
No, then they need a warrant. They need a warrant. A federal agency doesn't need a warrant.
Yes, ooh.
ICE. Well, no, they don't. Not an illegal. You got to be documented to have a warrant.
That's not true at all. You don't.
They've also had a warrant for 30
No, you
years.
don't understand the Constitution. That's not true. You still need a warrant.
Why do you need a warrant?
Because the Constitution says so.
A person that's here illegally does not deserve or follow under our Constitution.
They do have constitutional rights. Illegal.
So now, once again, now you're back to standing up for this fucking.
I do stand up for everybody's rights, even bad people. I think that even monsters like that deserve due process. Absolutely.
They don't deserve. That dude needs to be gunned down in the street.
Okay, but if we don't give him due process, then somebody could gun you down in the street, having said that you're such a person, and because you didn't get due process, there's no way to stop that. That's why we give them due process.
Not any way to stop that either.
You don't understand your rights. The reason we give rights to monsters is so that if somebody thinks you're a monster, we don't kill you without checking.
Such is life, right?
No, no. We have a constitution that makes life not right, but he still needs to get due process. Otherwise, the armed men can come take people away just because they think they did something bad, and that's not okay. You don't understand that illegal immigrants get constitutional rights?
They shouldn't.
They absolutely should, for the reason that I just described.
They don't have an ID like me.
If an illegal immigrant doesn't get due process to check if they're an illegal immigrant, then we can just deport whoever the fuck we want without checking. That's dangerous.
They have all the information they need to bust his door in and down and take him. It took him 30 years to get him, but they finally got him.
But what's to stop that? What's to stop them from coming to your house and doing that?
What? I don't think he'd want to come to my house.
What if they do?
What, ICE?
Yeah. What if I call up ICE and I say that you murdered somebody and that you're an illegal immigrant, so they come and bust your door down and deport you?
All I'd have to do is give them my ID. They're not going to deport me.
Right, because you have due process, so they would look at your ID and not deport.
I've already gone through the due process when I was 18 years old and got my ID.
No. What you're not understanding is that if we don't give due process to everybody, then they don't have to check your ID.
So we're going to continue to give due process to people that are out causing drama in our streets.
Absolutely.
That's horseshit. That's horseshit.
But then but if we don't give due process to people who we think are doing that, I can just say that I think you're doing that. And because we don't give due process to people who we think are doing that, you get deported without due process.
No, because then I would love for you to do that. Then your show would get shut down because you can't just go and make random statements to somebody. You have to have proof.
I'm not talking about me but doing it. I'm talking about the government doing it. I'm not the one who gives you your due process. Because you have due process.
I've already gone through the due process.
No, the due process happens at the time of the accusation. Due process is not something that happened in the past. We're not talking about the immigration process. We're not talking about the citizenship process. We're talking about the legal process. We're talking about the things that are supposed to protect you against false accusations against you. And we have to protect that right for people, even if the accusations are true, so that we can say, yes, it is true, therefore we should deport them. But if we don't give those people due process, then we don't have to check if you are a person who gets due process.
So then you think everything Jerry said was absolutely insane then? Last guy that was up here. I agree with everything he pretty much said.
I agreed with a lot of the stuff that Jerry said. What are you talking about?
But at the same time, you're saying fuck ICE. You shouldn't say fuck ICE because the minute you take them off the street, there's going to be chaos in the street again.
I don't think that that's true because the sorts of crimes that you're concerned about are still the sorts of crimes that are still illegal and enforceable with regular police departments. You're talking about murders. Of course the police department will come arrest a murderer if we abolish ICE. That's silly.
But why they can't deport them? We need an agency to get them the hell out of this country.
But if the issue is public safety, they will still be arrested and imprisoned.
Still, they shouldn't be in our prisons.
Don't pretend your argument is public safety if you care about whether or not they go to jail or El Salvador. Because if you care about them going to El Salvador instead of jail, your interest is not public safety, because both solve the public safety issue. There's a deeper reason why you want them to be deported, which we could talk about.
Well, then go ahead.
I don't want to talk about that. I want to talk about the fact that you don't understand your own rights. You don't realize the danger you're in if the government isn't defending people's constitutional liberties.
Why? I've already gone through that side of life.
What is due process?
Due process is basically when they arrest you. From the second they arrest you, you go through the booking process. They get all your information of everything you've ever done in your life or not done in your life. Then they stick you in a cell. Then you go to court, and then you get your preliminary hearing. Then you get other hearings, and the next thing you know, you're either in going to trial or take a plea agreement. And then if you take your plea agreement, you either get probation or prison.
Okay.
And if they sentence you to prison, then you go to prison, and then you do some time.
That's one way that due process. That's one way that due process can go. But I think broadly, due process is just the government doing their due diligence in checking that the laws are being enforced properly.
And you don't think they're not doing that now?
Well, you're saying that we shouldn't do that with illegal immigrants, and my concern is that if we don't give illegal immigrants due process, then somebody who's not an illegal immigrant could be called an illegal immigrant, deported, and they wouldn't have been given their due process, because apparently we don't give due process to illegal immigrants, and then somebody who's not supposed to get deported gets deported. That's why we have to give it to everybody.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
Then
you've got to be, if you have legal documents.
Do you think we should give due process to murderers?
To murderers?
Yeah, to murderers.
Once they're found guilty? No,
but we use due process to find them guilty. You keep getting around it. What you're not seeing is that if we don't give due process to murderers, if somebody thinks that you're a murderer, they don't have to give you due process. They can just lock you up.
I didn't say that.
But that is what you're saying. That is what you're arguing for.
What I'm saying is if he's here in the United States, he was born and raised in here, or did it legally.
Do we have to be sure that they deserve it?
Yes.
That's what due process. Wait, that is what due process is becoming sure that they deserve it.
So you're defending undocumented people coming here and causing drama and then getting locked up.
I don't know what you mean by causing drama. I'm sure there's a bunch of hateful shit that represents. I am defending every human's right to due process, no matter who they are or what they did.
Why would it be completely like hate? Why would you think it had hate to do with it? Has to do with most of them are creating drama.
You're saying that I'm defending these people doing this particular thing, and what I am doing.
We didn't say that. You said you go out and blow whistles. You got a whole thing on your show that
we're talking about due process.
Said that yesterday
due process, where I defend the right to due process for every single human, no matter what they did. Because if we don't, then we can't tell who deserves due process. The system, if we said that you don't get due process because of this or that, we'd have to use a system to check that, and that would be due process. It's self-defeating.
You don't think that ICE isn't doing that before they come and knock on your door and take you away? You think they just show up unexpectedly and say, boom, you're going back to El Salvador, you're going back to Mexico, you're going back to Japan, or you're going back to wherever? They're not doing that.
That has happened. Courts ordered Donald Trump to turn 2 planes full of deportees around because they had not received their due process, and he disobeyed the order and allowed the planes to land in El Salvador. It was a huge constitutional violation. That is happening, yes.
You can't just stop a plane already in mid-flight.
That's horseshit. What do you mean? Are you a pilot? Pilots can turn a plane around. Don't be silly.
I'm sure they can, but what I'm saying is the dangers of doing that is terrible.
No, even if they needed... No. You're making that up. Even if they needed to refuel, they could land, refuel, and then go back. Like, it is nonsense for you to... you think that the United States Air Force is not capable of turning a plane around? Sir.
No, I'm sure they can. The Air Force shows up, they're going to turn the fucking plane around.
We're talking about...
If I was president, I would have disobeyed. I would have let that plane go to El Salvador and drop.
If you were president, you would have disobeyed the judge's orders?
I would have disobeyed the judge's orders.
So you don't believe in you don't believe in democracy? You don't believe in the division of powers?
I didn't believe in democracy.
You didn't say that you didn't say that you don't believe in democracy. You demonstrated that you don't believe in democracy.
Okay, so if I don't, then I don't. If that's what
so you're not a patriot. Yeah, you don't believe in the Constitution.
I am a patriot.
But you don't believe in the Constitution.
The people that believe deserve to be here.
You don't believe in following the Constitution.
I never said I didn't.
You didn't say the words that you don't believe in the Constitution. You demonstrated that you don't believe in the Constitution because the Constitution says that illegal immigrants get due process, and you don't want that to be the case. You don't believe in the Constitution.
You want to know where you and I stand and only agree on one thing, is that on families of these undocumented people, I believe that they should go and be detained, do what they can to keep the family together and keep them here. That's all I agree with you on undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, but you're not. But I just want to be very clear that you're not a patriot. You're a traitor to this country.
How am I not a patriot?
Because you don't believe in following the Constitution.
I follow the Constitution every day. I'm not in jail.
No, you haven't been following the Constitution in this phone call. You don't think that everybody should deserve to get their constitutional rights as they are.
If they're illegal, no.
Right, but that's not what. Yes. Right, so that is in conflict with the Constitution. You don't believe in the Constitution.
Constitution says in order for you to get it right, you have to be a legal.
That's not true at all.
Documented immigrant.
No,
yes, it does.
No, it doesn't.
Then you need to go back and read it.
Oh, okay. I have it bookmarked. Shall we read it together?
A bookmark. Oh no, here we go. Go ahead.
Well, God forbid I bookmark the Constitution. Sometimes I need to look at it. Let's look at the Bill of Rights. Let's look at some of the language in the Bill of Rights. If we go and look at, let's see, what's a good one? Here we go. I think I probably want the. Oh wait, those are articles. Where am I? Oh, there we go. We want the amendments. There we go. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated. No warrants shall issue, but upon probable cause, supported by oath of affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things being seized. So you see how it says people and persons here? Can you read that? Can you see that?
But they're not documented. How are they
right? But you said that. But it says so. This is Amendment 4. It says that it is the right of the people. People. Would you agree that illegal immigrants are people
of their own country? Yes.
No, just people, humans.
They're humans. Yes.
Right. So they are people. You know, I think that if the Constitution cared whether or not a person was a citizen, I think they might refer to citizens as citizens and people as people more broadly. Do you think that might be?
I think they should change that then to make it more clear.
No, you got to write.
People like you and I aren't arguing.
Yeah, you are going to have to write your congressperson about that. Here, let's look at Amendment number 5. No,
why don't I write your congressperson that's corrupt? Why don't I write Illhan Omar? What do you think she'll do? She'll rip it up like Pelosi does, right?
But just to be clear, like we looked at the language of the Constitution, and you don't believe in the Constitution, so you are.
I said I do believe in the Constitution.
No, but you don't. We just read it, and you don't agree with it.
Lord.
Here,
you're the one that's sidestepping everything.
No, I don't. I think that we're really stuck on this thing about how you don't believe in the Constitution.
No, you're stuck on that, not me.
We are stuck on that because this is my show and I'm in charge.
Of course. That's now you're being a bully.
I mean, I'm just sticking on one topic. Do you think that's bullying? Do you think that being held to account for the things you say on a talk show is bullying?
Well, if you say it's my show, that could be quite intimidating. If I don't follow your rules, you might kick me off your fucking show.
As I have the right
now
to.
You're acting like Dean and Parker. Oh, wah. Things ain't going my way, so I'm going to kick this son of a bitch.
This is going swimmingly.
You know?
This is going very well for me.
Yeah, of course it is, because you're getting views.
Sure. So why would I kick you?
I wouldn't.
All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to the jurisdiction thereof are citizens of the United States.
Now go back. Now, what did that just say? Born of the United States. Born of.
It says
That's
in.
The key words there, mister.
It says in.
Born in, right? Still the same thing.
Persons. All persons.
Persons, right.
Now
these people, were they born? No, they came over illegally. They crossed the border illegally.
Right, but this is talking about...
Right. See, now you got it.
Well, this is the 14th Amendment. This has to do with giving citizenship to people who are born here. Yeah, I mean...
the ones that are born here can stay. I never said I had a problem with that now, did I?
Okay, so you don't have a problem with the 14th Amendment, but you do have a problem with the 5th Amendment.
The 5th Amendment.
Yeah. No person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless a presentment of indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land of or naval forces or in the militia when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Nor shall any person be subject to the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. Nor shall be compelled in any criminal case to be a witness against himself, nor be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process of law. Nor shall private property be taken for public use without just compensation. Again, this doesn't mention citizenship. It just says person.
But person. But you have to go back to where it said born of.
No.
Or
that was later. The 14th, when the Fifth Amendment was written.
I just proved my point. If you're not of this country,
the Fifth Amendment
you
was
don't get the same rights.
this amendment that we're reading right now was written before the 14th Amendment was ratified. The 14th Amendment wasn't written until 1868. This is on the Bill of Rights, which was ratified in 1789.
Okay.
So you're saying that I have to go back to an amendment that was written 70 years later?
I'm saying that you have to follow the Constitution, and the Constitution of the United States also says that, oh my God, my bag ain't going up, that if you're born here, you get these rights. If you're not born here, and we also went through that on the 14th
Where does it say? You said it says that in the Constitution. Where does it say that?
The 14th Amendment. You just read it.
But the 14th Amendment hadn't been added to the Constitution when the Fifth Amendment was added to the Constitution in 1789.
The Fifth Amendment gives me the right here on your show to say nothing. Also gives me the right to shut the fuck up.
Well, it has nothing to do with what you're allowed to do with me. You can do whatever you want with me. I'm just some asshole on the internet.
It's the same thing.
But
if I don't want
why are you telling me to reference the 14th Amendment to interpret the Fifth Amendment? Excuse me. Why are you telling me to interpret the 14th Amendment to interpret the Fifth Amendment when the Fifth Amendment stood
because that's what you're doing on the First and Second Amendment.
But the Fifth Amendment existed for 80 years before the 14th Amendment was even written.
Now you just proved my whole point. All of these laws are for interpretation.
No, but the 14th Amendment has to do with whether or not a person gets citizenship for being born here. It doesn't have to do with whether or not a person is granted the Fifth Amendment.
You're born here to get these rights.
No,
sir.
you don't.
You have to. Yes,
Who told you that? The Supreme Court has ruled on that. That's not true.
I went to school for 12 years. It from 5 to 18. I was taught that.
You're wrong.
I also went to college.
No, dude, you're wrong. The Supreme Court has ruled numerous times.
So all these teachers throughout my life have been wrong.
I think that if they told you that illegal immigrants don't have constitutional rights, yes, they were wrong. Do you want to Google it? Do you want to call a lawyer, dude? Call a lawyer and ask him.
You read it to me.
Right. It says person.
Okay, person's born of.
No, it doesn't. That's the 14th Amendment. We're talking about the Fifth Amendment now.
But the Fifth Amendment basically gives you the right to shut the fuck up. And not say anything, or it can be used against you in the court of law.
Right, and illegal immigrants have that right.
No, they don't.
According to who? It says is an illegal immigrant a person?
Of a different country,
yes or no? Is an illegal
they're a person, but not of the United States.
Right, but it doesn't say that here. It just says person.
So we keep backtracking to that.
Yeah, but you just keep arguing that it says something that it doesn't. And I'm also sitting here informing you that the Supreme Court has clarified this, that yes, every person, every human is granted the Fifth Amendment in America.
Oh, that makes sense. All right. I guess if that's how you want to interpret it.
It's not how I want to interpret it. It's what it says, and the Supreme Court agrees it is the law of the land. This isn't up to me, nor is it up to you.
But you're still going to allow them to come across, and you're still going to defend them.
I'm going to defend their right to the Fifth Amendment.
But I won't.
Because you're not a patriot and you don't believe in believe in law and order. You don't believe in the legal foundation to our country. You don't believe.
I didn't believe in
I am saying that you very clearly don't believe in law and order, and you don't believe in the law of the land. You don't believe in the Constitution, and you are not, as I define it, a patriot.
But as you, as a Democrat, are going to say that, and as a liberal,
it's not as a Democrat. It's as a person who sat here and watched you read the Constitution and say that that's not how it should be, and that you don't agree with it, and that you don't want it enforced that way. You also said that if you were president, you'd disobey the courts, which is a violation of the balance of powers, which is described in the articles of the Constitution. Anybody who believes in the Constitution would.
How is he violating the Constitution or the court's ruling when they're illegal documents and have no rights here?
But they do have rights here.
You see where we're never going to agree on this topic?
Because you're never going to agree with me that the Constitution gives rights to illegal immigrants, which is why you're never going to be a patriot.
Legal.
Where you say legal, where does it say legal here?
The 14th Amendment.
The 14th Amendment wasn't written yet. The 5th Amendment is not dependent on the 14th Amendment.
So we're going to go back to something way back in time where you say you don't like to go back. Okay, because you've told me that time and time again on your show. We're not talking about past. We're not talking about future. We're talking about the
5th Amendment is currently active. It is currently the legal foundation of how our current legal system works. Currently, illegal immigrants have the right.
And the 14th Amendment is what? Just hogwash?
It just doesn't have to do with what it says in the 5th Amendment. The 14th Amendment is a good amendment. It has to do with giving birthright citizenship to people regardless of where their parents are from and what the citizenship status of their parents are. That's what the 14th Amendment is about. I defend both of them.
And I just defended you and agreed with you that if their parents are illegal, they go and fix their problem and come back and be with their family. That's all they need to do with ICE. And I've told you that time and time again.
I can accept, even though it makes me really dislike you as a person, but I can accept that you don't think that the Constitution should work this way, that it's not your opinion, that this is what the law should be. But can you at this point in the conversation recognize that I am right? Or do you still think I'm wrong when I tell you that this amendment applies to illegal immigrants?
I'm going to claim the 5th Amendment.
You're going to plead the 5th on that one? That's fucking adorable.
I'm going to claim the 5th on that. I'm allowed to do that, right?
Well, I'm going to recognize that I actually don't know if you're an illegal immigrant. And because we don't give due process to illegal immigrants, I'm going to say that you don't have the 5th Amendment and you have to answer.
Okay. Then yes, I kind of agree with you and I kind of don't.
Okay. My point is, you called in the other day and you said that Illhan Omar had said something bad and we couldn't find the quote. And then 24 hours later, you called back in and you said that you'd spent time on your own looking for it and you recognized you were wrong and that she had been misquoted.
And did I not apologize to you for that? I said, I'm sorry
it was wonderfully good faith. I'm really glad you did that.
And I don't have to like her. I don't have to do anything. Okay, but you're right. I don't need to spew misinformation either. Okay, but if I'm going to come on your show, I learned from
So I think what you should do is call back tomorrow after doing some research and tell me if the constitutional amendments, constitutional rights apply to illegal immigrants or not, because you seem very sure that nobody but citizens has rights as described in the Constitution. And I'm just sitting here telling you that that's flatly wrong. You just don't understand.
Well, how about I call back on a Monday or Tuesday, because I got a few things I got to do, like drywall and stuff at a church.
Yeah, whatever you got to do. I'm not, it doesn't have to be tomorrow. And forgive me if you get back in the queue and I'm busy with another caller. But I'd love.
No, that's fine.
I would love for you to go research this and come back.
Myself in your chat. I'm not going to be bullied either.
Sure. I don't know what was going on in the chat. One of my co-hosts has a question for you. Do you mind if I bring her up before I let you go? Yeah, but again, just before I pass you off to Diava, I really do want you to go try to do your own research and ask the question, like, do these amendment rights apply only to citizens or to other people as well? Because again, this is just such a Googleable, like, check what some, dot whatever website says, because it's a very, very basic fact about how our legal system works. You can just research this just about anywhere. So I really do want you to go do that and call back in. Are you going to do that?
All right. So who's your co-host?
This is Diava. Hello, Diava.
Hello.
Hello.
It really it's not a shock that you're a Christian if you're working at a church and all that stuff, because usually you guys are the most hateful. But I had a question for you. Do you think that when people come, I live in the Orlando area, right?
Okay,
and
go
so
ahead.
we have people. Excuse me?
I said, go ahead. I'm listening.
Okay. That was unnecessary. We have tons of tourists.
I'm going to step away really quick, just so you know.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. We have tons of tourists that come from all over the world to come to Walt Disney World, right? Do you think that when they're shopping around Disney, walking around the Disney theme parks, if someone from, let's say, Brazil goes into one of the Disney stores and one of the employees there accuses them of stealing some of their merchandise, do you think that when they call the police are going to give them their due process, that they can get a day in court where they can go and explain themselves that, hey, here's the evidence that I didn't steal it, and Disney has to provide evidence that they did steal it? Do you think that they have those type of rights when they come as a tourist?
Yes. They're here on a passport. They have a reason to be here.
No.
Oh, no. How is that any? Okay.
No. Nope. They're not born in this country, because that's your argument to Oskar, is because they weren't born here, they're not from here.
No, I also said documents.
Do you understand? Listen, do you understand the way that you're using the word documents? When they say someone is undocumented, it doesn't mean they have no paperwork whatsoever or any identifiable paperwork. Undocumented simply means they don't have all of their U.S. documents to be here fully legal. It doesn't mean we don't know who they are. It doesn't mean that they don't have any documents, that they came over with empty pockets and they could tell us their name is whoever from wherever. That's not the case. You guys are just missing the part. You think undocumented means no documents, that we don't know who these people are, because I hear this every day on this app. Well, how do we know who's here? Because they do have documents. Other countries have driver's licenses. Other countries have different forms of ID. And so when you say undocumented, it doesn't mean that they have zero documents. And furthermore, if tourists are protected by the Constitution, so are immigrants, because it's anyone that's on U.S. soil. If they are subject to our laws, if they break a law and they can get picked up and thrown in jail, then they're also subject to our protections of the Constitution. If they are subject to our laws while they're here, whether it's a tourist or whether it's an immigrant, if they break a law,
hang on a minute, Di. Hang on.
Then they're also no. Well, let me just say it one more time.
I'm going to mute myself. I ordered this beer.
Okay, I just said, if they are subject to our laws, the laws of the United States, they're also subject to the protection of the Constitution. Because if we can pick them up for shoplifting or pick them up for something else, that means they broke a law in our country. So if that's the case, they're also subject to the protection of the Constitution because they are on U.S. soil.
Well, I got a passport to be here, so yeah, if they violate, use the word passport. So if they violate something from Brazil here, they have a legal reason to be here. So yes,
I think what you're missing is that if the world works the way that you think it works or the way that you want it to work, ScreechMiester, a tourist who loses their passport might get fucking deported to El Salvador because we're going to find them without a passport and not give them due process, which is fucking nonsense.
Okay, so I'll agree with you. You proved your point on the due process.
And
okay,
Screech, can I tell you?
That's the first time Di has ever got me, even on her lives, to even agree with her on anything. So I will agree with you guys on that.
Okay, can I ask you one more question?
Yeah, just before we move on with that, that's the case with all of the amendment rights, at least all the ones that say that they apply to persons, because some of them just are specific about things that citizens are allowed to do, but the Constitution is just very clear about which ones are specifically privileges of citizens and which ones are just human rights, natural rights.
I was going to say the Constitution delineates the two places where you must be a citizen, and that is to vote, and that is to become president of the United States. It is clear as a bell where they mean to say citizen. It is clearly delineated in the Constitution of where it has to be a citizen. And everywhere else in the Constitution, just says persons. That's it. They are very clear on citizenship when it comes to voting in the presidency. And if they wanted it to be that clear, they would have made sure the rest of them were as clear as well.
Maybe I'll go and try to get that changed so it gets put.
Well, go for it. That
in the Congress,
constitutional convention.
Then the left can shut up about it.
But with what we're doing, what I'm telling you is that us advocating for the constitutional rights of immigrants doesn't mean that we don't like the country, that we don't like how it is. If we don't think anything should change, none of that is relevant. Us standing up for the Constitution is simply because if one person doesn't have constitutional rights, none of us do. They could accuse you of being illegal. They could accuse me of doing something else. Everyone has to have the same rights in this country or no one has them, which is why the left is fighting for the Constitution. It's not that we're fighting for immigrants. We're not fighting for illegal immigration. We're not fighting for any of those things. It is simply to be sure that all constitutional rights are protected for everyone in the country. Because next it could be me, next it could be you. So stop blaming the left when all I've heard from Republicans for fucking decades is how you guys are all constitutionalists and strict Constitution, shit, I think the word just went whoop, right in my head. Followers, I guess you could say. But that's the problem. The problem is you guys are okay with Donald Trump violating the Constitution because he's doing something you want him to do.
I'm not okay with him violating the Constitution. Not once have you ever heard that coming out of my fucking mouth. Not once.
It happened during this phone call. You said that I was talking about him violating orders from judges.
I said I would do the same thing.
That's in violation of the Constitution.
Correct.
Why? They're illegals. They need to go home.
Except for we have 3 co-equal branches of government, and the judicial is one of them. And so when the judicial says no, the reason why we have 3 co-equal branches of government is so that one of the branches doesn't have more power over the other. So if the executive branch, such as the president, says, fuck you, I'm not listening to your order, that checks and balances is now gone, and he has more power than the other 2 branches. And that's how you get a dictator, and that's what we're trying to avoid.
And I don't think we have a dictator because we don't allow
the founding fathers wrote the Constitution having moved from countries that did have dictators, that did have monarchs, that did have authoritarian rule, and they said, let's make some rules that make it so that one person can't have enough power to create that sort of situation. So your opinion about Trump doesn't fucking matter. What matters is that he's doing things that defy the rules that the founding fathers wrote to prevent the country from falling into tyranny. And no matter whether or not you like them doing that, you shouldn't let the president do that. If a Democratic president tried to come in and sweep a bunch of legal changes in red states that I thought were good changes that I wanted to have happen, but they went about it in a way that was unconstitutional, I would be against it, and I would call for their impeachment because I am a patriot above my own party. I'm a humanist first, patriot second, fucking super left-leaning liberal leftist something whatever the fuck third, because that's all just context about what's going on in America in 2026, whereas like what's going on in the country as a whole is something that is important to the way that the country functions and gives us the life that we have, the expectation that the laws are going to be followed. That comes second, and then just first is just suffering and ethics, my perspective on all of that stuff. So I stack rank the stuff that way.
I sure hope you're doing this show 2 years from now, because I want to see how you're going to take the first Democrat president, because that's what's going to happen. And it may be on January 26th of next year that it happens, because I can guarantee you, like I told Diva on her show, that I already know what's going to happen. You guys are going to win the primaries, or you already won mostly the primaries in the election in November. They're going to take over January 25th. Democrats are going to own the House and the Senate, and they're going to impeach Trump start the impeachment process. Of course.
Well, we're probably going to impeach him, but it's actually not all that likely that he's going to be successfully convicted and removed because of the supermajority that's required in the Senate for that.
Well, I have a feeling it's going to happen. Somehow they're going to find a way.
Well, I would actually prefer to do an Article 2, Section 4 and remove the entire cabinet, because I think that they have facilitated the illegalities that Donald Trump is doing on a daily basis.
I agree.
And Article 2, Section 4, Trump and his entire cabinet needs to be removed.
Not really.
Yes, really.
Vance needs to actually be the president.
No.
That's what I think.
I agree with Diava that they're all guilty of these sorts of transgressions.
But Illhan Omar isn't, right? I mean,
no. Provide us proof.
Whatever.
Provide us proof.
So, but all right.
Provide us proof. Your feels
they've already proved it. They've already
your feelings about her do not. Your feeling.
They've already proved that she's been illegally did stuff to get into the country.
Incorrect.
No, dude.
Where?
That's
it's they've already proved
dude,
that.
Dude, listen, ScreechMiester.
Oh, no.
Do you think that if there was good evidence that she entered this country illegally, do you not think that the Trump administration would have deported her that fucking day?
They're trying. They're still trying. Don't think they're not trying.
No. If there was proof, listen to this reasoning, Screech. If there was proof, if there was good reason to think that, they have the authority. I recognize the authority that ICE would have to deport Illhan Omar if it turned out that she was an illegal immigrant. I wouldn't even have an objection to it if they did, because there was good cause. You're saying there's good cause. You are convinced of that. Do you think that you know better than the president in terms of whether or not he's able to deport somebody that you both hate, Illhan Omar? This is a ridiculous point.
I never said I hated Illhan Omar. I don't like her. There's a difference between.
I don't think that was the important part of what I said. Do you think?
But you said don't put words in my mouth. I never said I hated her.
Okay, fine. I recant that. I'm sorry for saying that. Do you think it makes sense that she still gets to serve if there was good evidence that she's an illegal immigrant?
No, I don't.
Then I don't think it's sensible to suggest that there is good evidence, because if you have good evidence that she's an illegal immigrant, I know some people in our government who would be very interested in seeing it.
All right.
Think about that. Like, think about how nonsensical what you just brought to us was. The idea that they could deport Illhan Omar and they're not for some reason.
They're literally taking children. I'm sure that if Illhan Omar, which Donald Trump tweets about constantly, or truths about, or whatever you want to call it, and how much of disdain he hates her because she's a woman and she's Muslim.
I think you know, we're gathering up some homework assignments, and again, I'll just give like Screech the necessary like recognition that he deserves for doing his homework, because he's called back in and said that he's gotten things wrong before. The one time he did it last week was about Illhan Omar. So I just have to say, in addition to the fact that I want you to research and go make sure that you understand you're wrong about more than just due process, that illegal immigrants do have constitutional rights, most of them, in fact, not all of them, but most of them. In addition to that, I think you just asserted that there's good evidence that she got into the country illegally. I think that's another thing I want to hear back from you on. I want you to bring me that evidence. I want you to convince me of that fact, because I'm good faith. You're sitting here saying that you want to see how I'll behave if a Democratic president starts misbehaving. I'll put my fucking money where my mouth is. I think my audience knows that I'm too honest to sit here and be okay with the Democratic president violating the Constitution. I will become an anti-that president podcaster if they start violating the Constitution, because I believe in all that shit above party. I haven't been streaming for long enough for me to have the receipts on it. I only started doing this in February, so I couldn't tell you what I would have been saying on this show if I was doing it when Biden was president and he wasn't doing everything that I wanted him to do. But time will tell if I'm telling the truth, and I think time will tell if you're telling the truth, because I would love for you to come back and try to prove some of this stuff.
And one of your listeners down there, Mary Alice, she needs to understand I have learned a lot on this show, so you should let her know she's spreading misinformation about me. I do go and research and then come back and say whether I'm right or wrong.
Don't pay so much attention to the chat.
I know. Sometimes they get out of whack. That's what I was doing earlier. I was blowing up their chat.
I will give you credit for doing that, because most, I do debate people every single day, 7 days a week myself. And 99.9% of the people that we talk to will do zero research. So I will give you credit for that.
There's a donation battle happening over on YouTube Super Chat. I should probably read some of these fucking donations.
Well, thanks again. I'll see you next week. I got to go do some work this weekend.
I do really look forward to you calling back in. Thanks for your time, ScreechMiester.
Yeah, no worries. Have a good weekend.
How I can't pin down, like, he's that guy. Everybody disagrees with me about IowaGolfer. I think that guy is our next IowaGolfer.
Oh God.
Which I don't mean that he's going to get that much time on the show. I mean, I think that deep down the guy's good faith. I think he's just super brainwashed.
I believe it's a little bit of cognitive dissonance as well. If this is something they've held for a very long time, it is painful to their amygdala. They have the fight, flight, or fawn, the freeze, fawn, whatever responses.
Yeah.
And some of them just, it takes time to break through.
The 4 F's of the hypothalamus, right? Feeding, fleeing, fighting, and reproductive activity. He falls back on that. And it's like the same thing we see with IowaGolfer, where like every now and then somebody strikes a chord with IowaGolfer and he goes full defenses up and starts being totally disingenuous. And I feel like there's that happening there, where like, I feel like that guy's too intellectually honest without the pressure of the show, without 1,000 people watching, without me sitting here grilling him. If he goes and tries to Google, is Illhan Omar an illegal immigrant? I think he's going to spend 45 minutes on it and be like, oh my God, I was wrong. I have to put my tail between my legs and go talk to Oskar about it. I think he's going to do it. And I'm very curious to see the progress that we make on that guy in the next few months, because I'd love for him to keep calling back in. I think it's productive. But I should read these fucking YouTube super chats, because
you can drop me down if you'd like, because I know you got more to do. I just wanted to come up because it seemed like you guys were just going in circles, and it's not your fault. I just thought I needed to
take a different approach.
Ask it in a different way.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I always use Disney. That seems to always break through, is the Disney thing when the tourists come.
It's like me using hamburgers to talk about the economy. It's like, Hamburger brain. We like hamburgers. Let's
Right,
focus
and
on
everybody knows
the
about Disney
hamburgers. Yeah. Thank you for your time, Diava.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, I'm going to get to what's going on between Kronos and Metal Gods in a second, because there's a bunch of fucking donations rolling in, but I am going to start back at the top here, because Jay sent $5 to say, not that it's a non-issue, they are paramount to our economy, and we should feel lucky to have them here. I think I read that one already, but that's about illegal immigrants, and I do agree. Alchemex sent $5 to say, so the person should never have been apprehended over the last 30 years without the caller's help. Yeah, I was not sold on he wasn't even giving me the details accurately on that. I don't really know what's going on there. Canadian Vicky's been a member for 2 months over on YouTube, so she used her second monthly member message to say, L caller, racist and transphobic. I'm already tired of this. Bro won't give a name or any other info for us to actually determine if this is real. I think talking about that same claim. Yeah, I just, I don't think he was being honest about that. Which again, IowaGolfer used to be a lot more disingenuous with us as well. But I see hope. I see a glimmer of hope in that caller, and I'm going to keep whittling away on it. So if that frustrates you, sorry, the show's going to be frustrating for you. Jackal Bear sent $5 to say, these people don't know what due process even means. He did not, he said he even did his own due process when he was 18 when he got his ID. That was the moment where I was like, you don't even know what we're talking about. I agree. Kronos sent $5 to say, I'm off the clock before the end of the show somehow. I swear doing my job listening to these chuds is hard work, but worth it. Thank you for all your time, Kronos. Keep your Billstein sent $2 under the jurisdiction of the United States. Ugh, yeah, just quoting the Constitution there. Sean sent $5 to say, how do I pronounce this? Zadvidas versus Davis, 2001. I don't know what piece of precedent that is. Maybe somebody in the chat can let me know. Pat in the chat sent $5 to say her, hey, barely sentient bucket of parasite lettuce induced diarrhea. Tea people are people. The joke you led with is like your teeth. Gross. Yeah, well, it was an offensive joke that he said. And the show is still going from Metal Gods. Also, my first time seeing Diava. Go off, girl. You got a new fan, Diava. Kronos sent $10 to say, this one is just to take up the top spot from Metal Gods. And then Metal Gods sent $20 to say, get out, Kronos. It's mine. Thank you both. And then Sean sent $2 to say, W Diva preaching straight facts. And then Kronos sent another $20 to say, don't make me go further. We will give Oscar bank to beat each other to the top spot. And then Metal God, they're literally competing for who's donated more money. They're like trying to win the crown back and forth. It says number 2 on both of them each time they go back and forth because they keep knocking each other down. Okay, wait, hold on. I got to read them all though. Metal Gods responded with another $20 saying, this is what we've come to, Kronos. We were on the same team, fighting for the same man. Now you wish to take my spot, my rightful position that I worked for? Usurper! Betrayer! Thank you very much, Metal Gods, for the $20. Kronos hits back with another $20. Metal God, I'm gay. I may be a switch, but I'm only a top with you now. Now someone needs to donate like $200 and beat us both. Thank you, Kronos. Metal God sent another $20 to clap that. All right, look, this might be reaching the point of financial irresponsibility. Truce? Kronos sent $10 to say truce for now. Thank you both. And then Kronos sent $5 to say, psych, I'm number 1. Holy shit, guys, thanks for... This is a goofy bit, but like, they're supporting the show massively by doing this, so thank you. Jennifer Ferguson sent $5 to say, I'm too poor to compete in the dono battle, but here's a little something just because. Thank you very much, Jennifer Ferguson. And W's in the chat for Kronos and for Metal Gods, because they're just duking it out over there. And you know, that's gonna get Raven and Jesse paid. That's gonna get some gear bought. That's gonna get some travel happening. Cosmic Travesty has decided that never mind, we're not doing W's for Kronos and for Metal Gods anymore. We're doing W's for Cosmic Travesty because they donated a $200 YouTube super chat to say swooped, but really, between work and health, I don't get to keep up as much as I'd like and hope this can help. Dude, I just said it for them. I'll say it for you. Like, it's fucking meaningful. Like, $200, like there was a long time where if the show made $100 in a day, that was a good day. Like, all right, this is sustainable. I can maybe quit my jobs eventually. Like, this is worth doing. And now the show makes more than that, as everybody gets to see. And that's why I get to hire people. That's why I get to be live for 4 hours instead of 2 hours. That's why I get to potentially travel. I do have some travel planned for the show. That's why I get to do more content about some of the on the ground stuff. That's kind of been on the back burner lately, but we're buying gear to do the show mobilely and to do more recording and stuff locally or like on the go. Fucking thanks, dude. Cosmic Travesty, seriously. Like, what the fuck? This is... I'm left speechless that there are so many people who are like, that Oscar guy, his show needs to continue and keep getting better. That's what I want. And the fact that these people want that enough to spend their hard-earned money supporting that is just Absolutely fucking bananas. Thank you to the three of you in particular today. Really, there's nothing more to say than thank you. You guys know what you're doing. You sit and listen to me talk for hours, so like you guys know why you're doing it. Like I don't need to explain to you what it means. Like you guys know what I'm about. I've convinced you that I mean what I say up here and that I am what I say I'm about. And they believe me and they want me to use that money to keep doing it. And that's everything. That's my whole life right now is about this crazy, exciting thing. I got 100,000 followers on Instagram yesterday and I got to go like party and make my evening about it because this is the important thing in my life right now. I get to do this. I wake up in the morning and think, what do I do about fascism in America? What can I do to participate in this? And I used to wonder that and like feel conflict about not being able to participate in a super meaningful way. But now I know what to do. Let's do this show every day and all those other projects I talk about. Keep chipping away on those. Keep getting people organized to work on that stuff so things can happen that I wouldn't be able to do just by myself. And yeah, it's expensive shit. I mean, the gifts are rolling in on TikTok. Thank you, John. Who's that? Joshy, thank you. Barbara, Sassy, all of you. David sent $5 on Venmo to say, who hired this clown for the show? Screech, you forgot your clown makeup. Try not to be mean to callers who offer, at least the occasional concession, but he is an interesting case, that Screech. Jacob sent $5 to say, FYI, Bill of Rights was ratified as it is in 1791, not 1789. Whoops! Correction. They had 12 amendment Bill of Rights, but only 10 were voted in. Yeah, I think I mixed up the Constitutional Convention and then ratification 2 years later, but then the Bill of Rights was added after that. Whoopsie daisy. But again, I got the rough, broad strokes of it. I had a history professor in college who was like that, where like if you got the year wrong by 2 years, but you got everything in the right order, he'd be like, that's 100%. You understand the history. This is the correct year, though. Good professor. Love you, Mr. Mordenstein. Anyway, Snake's getting back in the fight. He's over on YouTube Super Chat sending $20 to say, my paltry dono in comparison, you rock, Oscar. To Metal, Cronus, and Cosmic, you're the goats. Seriously, guys. I mean, certainly by YouTube Super Chats, I think this is up there in terms of being like a wildly profitable show. I mean it, guys. I called my mom yesterday and talked about 100,000 followers and like, she's really proud of me. My grandma's 90. She's really proud of me. My life wasn't so awesome a couple years ago. I was kind of really struggling. And like, they both get to know that I'll be okay. Because enough people believe in what I'm doing. That like, the community is going to make sure that I'm okay. So that I can keep fucking focusing on this thing that we've found that I'm really good at. Which is running this show. So thanks for that. Thanks for making it okay that I've put everything else in my life on hold. Or just said, fuck that, I'm not going to do that anymore. Portland's screaming all caps in the chat, your contribution to this country is worth more than your donations. And I'm like, I'm going to try to honor it. I'm going to try to honor the fact that these people are spending big amounts of money making sure that the Oskar Quentin show continues. So I'll be back tomorrow at 10 o'clock Central Time. We'll be doing the evening show Sunday evening. We're having Ian Austin, the protester from Delaney Hall, but who I met protesting here at the Whipple building. He's going to be the guest this Sunday evening at 7 p.m. Members only after that. Always working on that. I think we're going to try to figure out the text that it's just one YouTube stream for the members only and then give access to it to everybody else. But we might have to set up like a Google form or something for that. No crying allowed in the chat. If you guys cry, I'm going to cry. We didn't cry today. We're only allowed to cry once a week on the show. I think I have only cried. No, I've cried a few times on the show. Cried on Father's Day. I cried. Oh, I think it was during the members only stream, but I cried when I got a big sappy message from somebody about my support for ICE. Cosmic Travity's been a member for a month. And of course, I'll let them get their final message in as we wrap up the stream because they have been an MVP donor today. Just to add on, I've been watching since number 11 on YouTube and have loved watching your journey. Yeah, so Cosmic Travesty gets it. Because, God, 80 episodes ago? It's crazy that I've been doing this more than 100 days in a row. Because I had been doing the show every day for like a few weeks before I started numbering them. So we're over 100, but we're approaching episode 100 soon, so that'll be fun. Anyway, enough yapping. 10 o'clock Central Time. Follow me everywhere. Link tree in the bio. Follow the backup account. You guys know what to do. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 10 o'clock Central Time. Goodbye, TikTok. And thanks for everything, YouTube. I'll catch you guys tomorrow. Save the tears for Sunday, people, says Kronos for $2. See you guys Sunday.